and that the other story is that they went on the tactical channel, which everybody has, right? Everybody's got it in their earpiece, and they said, "Hey, this guy's over here." Like this story is like all over the place. They picked him up 5 minutes before, 3 minutes before. They're following him around. He had a rangefinder. He had this. He had that. He had, you know what I mean? The story is just everywhere.
Yeah, fishy. Off. And welcome, Quantum Eraser. Got a special guest in the house.
Well, you knew he wouldn't have killed him because he didn't have a middle name.
Well, no, he didn't call for Coriolis. That's why he missed. And no, Coriolis didn't do the calculation. He got his latitude wrong. So, like, he put in the wrong latitude, did the calculation, and fucking Trump lived.
I think he was a flat earther.
He also wasn't a Marine or an actor.
Wait a second. I thought this was 24/7 flat Earth Discord, not politics. Politics Discord.
Wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The owner of the server's in here. Forgive me. I'm a worm.
Technically, the same politics.
You are fake news.
This is just some fucking dude getting shot at.
Listen, man, we got to talk about this a little bit. It's so fresh. And, you know, everyone was being shy. As soon as we bring up Trump, now everybody got something to say. All right.
It's not.
You're welcome.
It's not fit, though. Maybe fresh.
You know what? It's fresh and fit. We'll get this thing back on track.
Well, you know, it's kind of like the little shiny, right? Like the, hey, look, shiny, distract everybody with, hey, look over here. Hey, look at this cool thing, man. This Trump thing. Talk about this for 3 weeks. What else is happening that we're not paying attention to?
Man, I got so much to say about the situation. It's so funny, dude. I don't even want to.
Yeah, I wonder what they're writing in those political books. What they're busy trying to. There's things they're trying to pass at the moment. The laws they're trying to pass overnight in 24 hours. They put these massive, big 1,000-page things into Congress, and they try and pass these laws. I wonder which ones they're trying to pass right now while people are distracted.
Yep. Oil. Where's the oil?
I can't remember. He was an LAPD detective, and this the CIA director was giving like a little speech, and Rudolph, fuck, dude, I can't. He wrote a book called Crossing. Anyway, they recruited him. The CIA recruited him. He was an LAPD detective. They recruited him to make sure that their drugs got into South Central LA because they were using the cocaine to fund the Iran-Contra type deal. Anyway, he confronted him in public, and the next day, Deutsch resigned, but it never made the news because the Monica Lewinsky story came out. So nobody knew or found out, at least at that time, it didn't become public knowledge that the CIA was running crack cocaine into LA.
There's a similar story about the McDonald's Monopoly game that I'm
Párense, párense, que Karol G ya va a cantar el himno.
Bruh.
Really,
What,
jeez.
what would you talk about?
When you get the
no
next
idea. It sounds
booster.
weird.
Booster or the difference between nouns and verbs?
Oh Lord, your
I don't know.
pronouns.
Do you guys not like Austin and Jaren, or you guys just
Hell
not like having
no.
dinner
Not
with
like them. They're friggin' an abomination.
Why? Because they think that like they want to go to Antarctica.
I can't hear you because of the fucking background noise.
That wasn't
Oh,
me.
I'm
That wasn't.
sorry. I don't have my mic in. Hold on.
It's not you. It's other idiots. So say it again.
I said, why? Is it because you don't want them to go to Antarctica with the final experiment, or what?
No, because Boy Zero the Sky Grifter Witsit is a double speaking line Surat, and Jaren is his name is Hanoi Jaren. He's a terrorist sympathizer. He's a fucking retard.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah,
Well,
it is a shame.
what does Austin double speak about?
Oh my God, there's about I don't know
That sucks.
600 episodes of double speaking.
Oh Lord.
I
Holy.
haven't seen it. What's one example?
Well,
Yeah,
you don't see double speak, you hear it.
Right. I haven't observed it with my
Yeah,
ears.
he goes out of his way to list off a bunch of things that he can't prove as facts, like the voltage in the air and how it increases like uniformly, that kind
Right.
of thing. Like there's an
Yeah, like the exfoliation.
electric downward bias, and he'll say that stuff like it's a claim that he's making that he's not backing up, just so that he can get into the ether conversation instead of saying something like there
Well,
is
I
a
think that stuff is true. Like,
She thinks that stuff is true. Take it easy with the fucking sound.
yeah, I don't
Sorry.
know if the electric gradient. I don't know
You
about the
notice
electric gradient of the atmosphere, but
Atmosphere,
the Earth
that's a
definitely.
paradox.
Why don't you ask him to prove that next?
Of the ground.
Are
It's
you-
negative. It has a negative
you know
charge.
what's negative?
What?
Your fucking hearing aid when I'm speaking.
Shut
up,
bitch!
Oh, damn.
Holy shit. So you're
What'd
an
you say?
So you're an ether believer.
Mm-hmm.
Really? What's ether?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of a mystery.
Well, you believe it, but you don't know what it is? Holy shit, love.
Doesn't that sound like some globers talking about
Probably
gravity?
globe.
What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, the ether is not really something that I know a lot about, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the charge of the sky.
Yeah, but
and
that's the
stuff.
way he'll preface the conversation. He'll preface a bunch of falsities so that he can bring that up in any conversation that he's in. Their debate with his meat hooks. You hope you can see
With
that in
his
your brain.
meat hooks.
Meat hooks.
And he doesn't claim to be a flat earther. He claims to be a true earther.
Earther.
What?
True earther.
True earther.
He has
That's
no
all right.
problem with being called a flat earther, though.
That's all right, love. You could just go onto my channel, Quantum Eraser, and just go to playlist and hit Witsit Clown. There's over 26 hours of double speaking contradictory lies gone over step by step.
Well, that's great. I'm out here looking for truth. I'm not here trying to find an echo chamber or something. So I appreciate it.
You're not here looking for truth, and you're not trying to find an echo. What? What does that have to do with that?
I said I'm not trying to be in an echo chamber and just have my thoughts reinforced by other people. I'm trying to seek
What the fuck
truth.
does that
So
have to do with my statement?
I'm saying I appreciate you letting me know about Witsit if it's true what you're saying. Thank you.
Oh, it's true.
Yo, Kiwi, man, I got a question for you about Witsit. I've been gone for a few years, and the last time I was here, you guys were all in the same squad, same team. So what happened? Long story short, I don't need all the details.
Sure, he went retard.
Okay, then, fair enough.
Simple.
Yeah. Simple.
Damn, bro.
He's part of the Globe Dumpsters crew. Him, Hanoi Jaren, and that fucking idiot David Shyster. They're scammers. There's evidence of the scam. I'm gonna save this one too. This is a good one. You can join him and Hanoi Jaren for a dinner party. It's at 16 minutes after the hour. It's a Zoom dinner party with Austin and Jaren for $249.
Golly.
So they could talk about how much they don't know about the flat earth. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, just tell them to mute their mic. Take their microphone away, bro.
Listen to this Austin Shitsit when he goes on any fucking quote unquote with his meat hooks debate show. That fucking idiot will talk everything about anything about flat earth. He'll talk about the dielectric incoherent, dielectric acceleration, the geocentric model, which he can't prove. Everything but flat earth. Why is that?
And light's already there.
The light's
Inertial.
already there, but it travels. That's his number one proof for his ether is light travels, but then he said it's already there. It doesn't travel. It has a
And then it
speed,
gets
and it
slowed
doesn't
down.
have a speed. Oh my god, man! What?
Let QE cook, guys. Come on. Only I'm allowed to interrupt.
Can you wait till I take a fucking breath? How about that? It's just a fucking idea. Never mind.
He's gonna get some wingies and come back, guys. Just
I ate wings tonight, man. I'll tell you what. And if it's not somebody fucking interrupting me, it's a dumb fuck soundboard.
Yeah, tonight is my timing is off, bro. All right, GE.
Shut up, platypus.
Yeah, see, we're both thinking the same thing.
My bad for calling you up, platypus, on Nathan's show. I thought it would go good, and it totally.
That was a terrible time for me to attempt that.
Revelation now. You idiot dumbass. You get your mic fixed. No.
Holy shit. Revelation now. That's exactly why you got muted, bro. Your mic is ass.
Go on, carry on with your stupid shit.
So what the hell happened, platypus?
He got his ass tore up by Nathan the other night.
Oh yeah, it's just being caught totally unprepared. I did start all of that by saying I really wasn't in a position to be talking, but somebody asked me a question, and then I fell into Nathan's questioning.
You guys are always sewing a shirt, or I don't. What are you guys? You guys are always busy doing some other bullshit. None of you guys ever have time to sit down and get cooked by Nathan Oakley or Quantum Race. Oh, sorry, I'm busy doing the dishes right now. Don't you have somebody to do that for you?
Actually driving with his family, and I kind of felt bad because Nathan was like, "You're getting embarrassed in front of your whole family."
Having a Hellcat is not for the weak, ho.
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's an L, bro.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Where's Indio at? Oh, he's on mute. Yeah, this is the
Indio!
politics server. You know why he wasn't killed? Cassidy.
Don't let me.
Because he was shot in the ear and not in the head?
Nope, because the guy that shot him didn't have a middle name.
Oh.
But he'd only have a middle name if he killed him.
Yeah, that's ipso facto the contrapositive.
Gosh. We're on YouTube, so I can't ask her the question I want to ask her. But should we get this thing back on track, or because I'm about to go way off topic?
Well, how fake is fake?
Here we go.
I'll poke the bear.
I agree. That needs to be qualified a little bit. Like when you think it was real, what do you mean?
Oh God! Now you got an idiot ball tart going
it
off
was
on a different topic.
Real bullets, and that the Secret Service is like
Okay,
somewhat
I'm out.
in on it or something.
Kiwi, don't leave. Oh, he definitely.
Oh, are we not supposed to be talking about that? Oh, he's gone.
He literally left.
Well,
Holy
what's
shit.
Is that really a loss?
What's QE's theory? Like when
Is
he
that really a loss? if this is put in your face to see, I mean, dude, they want. We shouldn't even go deep.
News bloopers, are
My
those
tinfoil hat's
staged
going
too?
crazy. Huh?
What about news bloopers? Are those staged?
News bloopers like what? That one that was like "fuck her right in the pussy." That actually happened
Yeah.
in my town. That happened
Or
in
like,
my
check your
town.
panties.
I ain't seen that one.
Creation Bear.
Hold on, did you
Hold
see
on.
the newest one where their chick actually comes up to a guy and like she runs in like "fuck me right in the pussy"?
Whoa!
Yeah, based it.
I got some bad news for you.
Give what?
The fucker right in the pussy guy. I hope everybody knows that was staged and fake.
Stop the cap.
Oh, so you got a tinfoil hat too, GE?
No, as a matter of fact, there is the video of them joking about it and talking about how they were going to do it before it happened.
This happened in my town, bro. Represent. Okay.
But it really happened, though.
Yes, here where I live. You're.
Well, you think the Hawk2 thing was fake?
Oh shit! Oh, we going deep now.
Because I think that was.
I think that shit was.
straight
Yeah.
up CIA propaganda.
They're saying she's a plant.
Yep.
Wait, hold on, Creation Bear. I just want to clarify. Do you believe in like
Just
good
like
and evil?
Shameless.
Good and evil.
I'm trying to find
Sure.
out where in this rabbit hole you are.
Oh, we deep, baby.
Because it's all connected. It's all the same.
But I don't. That's kind of a vague question. Good and evil, like I guess. Sure. You want to be more specific? I guess. If in regard to that whole Trump thing, closed movie set. That's all I have to say about that.
No, I'm trying to find out how far down, like deep it goes. And if you're at kind of like the argument of good and evil, you're kind of getting close.
I don't know what you mean by that. Really, that sounds like more spiritual stuff, I guess. But I'm just referring more specifically to this event, because some people are going to say, "Oh no, the Secret Service was in on it." I don't buy that. Oh, no, this guy was a lone wolf. Cap. I think this is a closed movie set, guys. That's all I have to say about this. It's Cap, staged, period. But hey, that's my spicy take for the night. I'm gonna go get some tacos. I'll be right back.
He derailed that shit, got QE bounced out, and now he's gonna leave.
No, I'm still here.
Right.
I'm still here. I'm not leaving.
I don't get why everything has to be a goddamn conspiracy.
No, I ain't say that. We're specifically referring to this situation.
What Trump getting shot at is just some stupid kid that tried to off Trump.
Really? You buy?
Yes.
You're a globe head, bro.
Come
Relax.
on.
You're a globe head.
Come on.
You believe what the TV tells you. We don't do that.
You think
over here.
you think it was staged when Reagan got shot at and took two in the chest?
I wasn't old enough for that.
How
shit.
about this? Bare minimum, do you think they let him take the shot? Bare minimum.
No, they did not let him
I'm
take
not-
the shot.
Wow, come on,
Oh
man.
my gosh.
All actors.
They're staring at the guy like whatever.
They're not. They're not. The counter sniper team is not staring at the guy, and
No,
in fact,
they
do
didn't
not
see
have.
the people right below him waving their arms like, "Hey, over here! He's up on this roof," pointing to the guy. It's like, well, they
Right,
missed
they just
us.
ignored him.
It's the same as
Exactly.
shouting, "Hey, there's a guy over here with a gun. He's behind this wall." Okay, great.
So-
He's behind the wall. How am I supposed to shoot him when he's behind the fucking wall?
Well, you think they'd be looking over there?
That's cap.
They
He was on
were, but the guy was
he
on the
was on
other
a
side
tin
of the roof of the incline. They couldn't take a
on a-
shot at him until he poked his head up.
No, he's on a tin roof. You could shoot straight through that fucking roof.
And
And
Dude,
you
the
mean to tell
perimeter
me
of
wait,
Drop a
wait,
whole
you
clip
tell
on him,
me
dude. Unload a whole clip on the
guy's
guy.
dropping rounds. The guy's dropping rounds at Trump, and then the snipers, they don't see him, right? But they acquire him. They figure out where the shots are coming from. They acquire him. They take their shot in less than 2 seconds.
I can't believe we're talking about this. So this is retarded.
Yeah, that's
It
good.
is.
I can't believe people
response
like
time.
GE Platypus believes this the shit. Like, holy crap.
Right, like, bro. Ain't no freaking way, bro.
It just reinforces my notion that most flat earthers will bite on just about any conspiracy theory that's
No,
put
that's
forth.
you.
Oh
That's
my-
you. You bite on whatever
Yeah,
the TV
glass houses, my
says. You're
man.
like, yep, TV says it. Yep. We're like, dude, at least apply some critical thinking. Please.
Apply some critical thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, applying critical thinking.
If I shot a bullet at your freaking ear, what are you doing after that? Like,
Is it staged?
are you fist pumping the crowd after that?
Dude, okay, first of all.
Yes, I would.
First of all, I hate the guy. I really, really cannot stand Trump.
Sounds about right.
I did not vote for him. I didn't vote for him, nor did I vote for Hillary. And I'm not going to be voting for him or Biden. It's going to be the only two elections I've never voted in. I don't want either one of them. But you got to give a guy credit when he appears to be totally unfazed by an attempt on his life.
Oh, he saw an opportunity and
the guy was. Well, yes, but you have to maintain your composure to be able to grab that moment.
I'm not shitting on him for doing it, but like it was like, oh shit, this is the perfect time.
Yeah, it
Wouldn't you celebrate if you survived
guys.
someone shooting at your head?
Bro, he got up like John Cena. He was like, I got this.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Some WWE shit. That's a promo. Come on,
Also,
guys.
people behave very differently when their adrenaline spikes, especially if they're
Come
not
on,
used
you're
to
not
adrenaline spikes.
You are not the person to be like, people behave differently when they get shot. You don't know what it's like to get shot.
I didn't
okay?
say people behave differently when they get shot. I said
That
people
is
behave
the
different-
situation
No.
we're talking about.
No, I'm talking
Getting
about
shot.
people behaving different. No, I'm talking about people behaving differently when their adrenaline spikes.
After getting shot in the face, specifically.
You also have never been shot in the face. You don't know
No.
whether or not that is a natural reaction or not.
What,
Everybody's
fist
different.
pumping the crowd? No,
Yeah,
that's not a normal reaction.
I'll take an educated guess, and it's like shit, and you duck your head and fucking scurry off. I
Yeah,
assume
get
it's
off the
like
ground and run.
the average.
Or, hear me out on this one. He's a politician and will jump at literally any opportunity that he can to try and boost A, his own ego, B, the people that are supporting him, even if that means putting your fist in the air right after you get shot at.
You're giving him a
So
lot of credit.
it was
as to how much you
staged
don't
and he
like him.
wasn't worried about it.
Yeah. Applying like Occam's razor, that seems to make a lot more sense. And you're giving him a lot of credit, GE. You don't even like the guy. You're giving him all this credit. He had enough composure to stand up and fist pump the crowd. That's fucking crazy.
Why is it crazy? Because he knows he's fucking there for everyone who showed up for him. That's the mentality. I'm here for all of them. They paid to be there.
They shouldn't be there either. They should be running away.
They should be running away.
But someone just shot bullets into the crowd. They should all be sprinting away, not watching him get fist pumping the crowd, making promos and shit.
Why couldn't it have just simply been an act of defiance after a near miss? Why is that so hard to imagine?
Someone
goes.
goes.
The guy's wearing. The guy's wearing. I don't know how many layers of bulletproof vests and stuff, so that he knows he's got all kinds of people going to try to kill him. And then the moment happens, they clip his ear. Of course, I can imagine a defiant moment where you stand up and go, "You didn't get me. Fuck you."
Yes, but also everybody.
That's not that far-fetched.
Trump's an idiot. He's not an idiot. He's a very smart guy, and he realizes, yes, it might be for defiance, but he also is smart enough to realize, like, this is a good moment that I can use or take advantage of. Sounds like a negative connotation.
I
but
actually.
Yes. Like what do they say? Never let any good.
I don't think it looked that good.
Tragedy go to waste, or whatever it is.
Tragedy go to waste. Yeah.
You're trying to belittle.
I didn't even think it. I didn't think he even looked that good when he raised his hand.
I think it was exactly the right thing to do. It was a giant middle finger. All that shit.
Such a lie.
Because
Well,
yeah, that's the way it felt. It felt like an honest act of defiance, but
it did.
Like
it
he
looked
seemed
kind
like
of shitty.
like an old boomer, like the way he's like, yeah, you know, it wasn't. And he got all these fat women who are like surrounding him. That's not a good moment.
Hell yeah.
Misogyny.
So what I'm saying is like I lean if we're gonna lean toward, you know, a certain way, I would lean toward it was an honest FU after a near miss. Is the way it felt to me. I'm just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. You can throw it back.
Sure.
I think it was also a
that's just not
celebration
giving him
that he
enough credit.
survived.
Dude,
Sorry.
no. I'm not buying that for a second.
Not everything has to be a fucking
Well, we're not
orchestrated thing, man.
We're talking about this specific thing, okay?
But Creation, why couldn't this
just
just be some fucking idiot that decided the best thing to do was try and shoot Donald Trump in the head?
Not very plausible.
No, it seems very plausible.
Really?
That somebody would try and assassinate a president? It happens all the time around the world.
Sure, bro.
Yeah, but it also seems plausible that the Secret Service may have let it kind of slip through the cracks.
I don't even think that's true.
Okay, I thought you were going to say let it happen, which I would disagree with you on, but let it slip through the cracks? Yes, that's absolutely what happened. That's a lot of egg on law enforcement's face and a lot of egg on the Secret Service's face.
Closed movie set. I'm telling you, it's a closed movie set, guys.
The only reason Trump's not dead is pure luck.
No,
it has nothing to do with anybody.
That's crazy.
Well,
Bro,
here's
the
my
comments.
thing.
Most of the comments say like a 15-year-old who's practiced shooting before, they're gonna hit a $50 at like 500 yards. These people don't miss. Bro,
No. He panicked. I'll tell you why he panicked.
Yeah, he did panic.
I'll tell you why
the
he
cops
panicked.
came over. Yeah.
No, it wasn't just the people yelling at him. The reason he panicked was because nothing was going according to plan. What he wanted to happen was his car parked in the opposite direction with those explosives in it, with the remote detonator on it, that he had the remote detonator on him. What was supposed to happen was he was supposed to start climbing on the roof, hit his detonator. The bombs were supposed to go off, and everybody was supposed to look in the opposite direction of where he was for a moment. And that's when he was going to take his shot. And then his remote detonator. Yes,
well, that was a skip plan because Van was a mile away. So
yes, his plan did not go according the way that he wanted it to, and that's when he realized, oh shit, if I'm going to do this, I've got to get up.
Well,
and
they're
do it.
saying
People are already looking at me.
They're saying a cop crawled up on the roof, said something to him. He turned his gun back toward the cop, freaked out the cop. Cop went down, and he turned and started shooting. Because, like, that's what I've heard, and that makes sense to me. That would be the real cause of panic. Like his moment is about to be lost.
Okay, have you seen?
If we're gonna pretend that it's real in the first place, like if we are gonna pretend.
Have you seen the videos of this kid that were taken of him in school, in university, and in high school? The kid is legit retarded. He's retarded. And I'm not just saying like, yeah, he's retarded. Yeah, he's clinically retarded. It's easy to tell. This is a very low IQ individual.
I haven't seen any of that. I did see he was in a BlackRock commercial, which to me
he was
kind of crazy.
Oh shit!
I'm not talking about the BlackRock commercial. I'm talking about people have cell phone videos. His classmates of them like picking on him in school, fucking with him.
I haven't seen any of that.
One video, he's like, they're like, say you have a 10-inch dick, and he's like, I have a 10-inch dick. I'm dead. I'm serious, bro.
So is he? So you think he's actually mentally, retarded, or he was just a super nerd?
Clinically retarded.
Interesting.
Hold on.
He was going to community college, a fucking community college, fucking nobody ever heard of, dude.
As a personal,
like Tuco Community College. Oh shit!
I'm gonna have to look into all that.
Mic check.
You're kind of better now, Revelation.
Revelation, if you hot mic one more time, bro, your mic is super spicy earlier.
So the cell phone video I saw, he was sitting in his desk. It was while he was at community college, and there's other kids saying, "Say you have a 10-inch dick" and shit like that, and he's like, "I have a 10-inch." He's like,
Bruh.
He's like Porky from that fucking show with the retarded people, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's easy to tell. He's not a person capable of planning shit.
That to me shows that he would be a perfect person to like get to do whatever
Manipulate.
you want him to do.
Oh yeah,
There we go, Cassidy.
You're an idiot.
My girl.
Yeah.
I think separating it being a staged event to it being an inside job, perhaps involving this kid, are two completely different conspiracies.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And I'll probably agree with everybody in this room if anybody in this room says, yes, he went and did this on his own. Yes, he failed.
No.
But you don't know if somebody was pulling his strings.
Hey, so
let's even take a step.
Why did Trump not have his regular Secret Service security team? It was a swapped out team. It wasn't his regular crew that he had that followed him around.
Actors.
And the reason they said was they were exhausted from the campaign. So they were given a break for this event, and they swapped in an alternate security team that had less experience.
Well, let's just define it even more.
They couldn't have planned that, right?
Yeah, I hear you, but like once again, whether he acted alone or didn't or any of that, that's still separate from it being a staged event.
Well, I don't think it was staged. I think it really happened.
Stop the cap.
I think they're trying to.
So when we say staged, we mean like Trump. Okay, let me define what I mean by stage.
Yeah, I know what you mean by stage. Like the whole thing was fake.
Trump
like it's
was in on it. Okay.
Promo.
So like Trump's in on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Okay.
Fuck it. I'll say it.
No.
It was a promo, bro.
Yeah. So like
straight up promo.
Indio is a lot more grounded with what likely happened than
Take
than
your
you
blue
are.
pills, GE. Take your blue.
Hey, you better be telling Indio to take his too.
No, hey, listen, man. He can think what he wants. We don't have to think the same thing. I'm taking the spicy take on this one. Closed movie set. Everyone's in on it. But,
No,
hey,
everybody
maybe
is not in on it.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't think that, GEP. I'm sure you don't think that, Normie.
But you're going to get me to bite
there
on
are layers
any,
like
I'm not
any
eliminating
speculation.
that as a possibility. It just doesn't seem that way.
Yeah, I don't rule anything.
Bro,
It
did you not?
looked like real pain on his face. I mean, unless he it's true. Like from that distance, you could fucking hit someone just in the ear intentionally. I mean,
I have a tough time with that, but also someone posted two different
from that
crowds
distance,
behind. Y'all seen that video?
dude, you can put a bullet hole inside of a bullet hole. You can put a bullet in the bullet hole, dude, from that distance.
We're gonna need to see some damage post trauma, but also, did y'all not see the two different crowds in the background? Someone posted a video of two different crowds in the back.
Oh, Creation, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Did you watch that?
You're going so far. You are going so okay, now we're going to go with
Well, have you
what you
seen
saw
the
on
video?
Did you watch it?
Have you even seen what he's talking about? Yeah, have
Did
you
you
seen
see
what
the
he's
video?
talking about?
There's two
Show
different
me.
crowds. All right, let me see if I can.
Well, there you go, dude. You can't just rule things out that you haven't even seen, bro.
They show a lady in
That's the
like
problem.
bright blue.
Like,
Right there,
I agree with you.
Indio. Right there, the lady in the blue, the all bright blue. In the second video, she's not even there, dude. I watched it like 3-4 times. She's not in the second video. Let me see if I can get the second
Well,
one. That's what I'm
I'll
saying.
look into all that.
Well, listen, GEP.
Let's not
This was not
criticize
my
things we
idea.
haven't seen.
This was never my idea. Someone posted in the chat, "Hey, I think there's two different crowds," and I was like, "Wait, what?" And then I started looking into it, and apparently, I've seen the videos where seem to be two different crowds. That lady in the blue right there in the chat, she's not in the second video. I need to
show it to me. I want to see it.
Yeah, let me get the second.
Yeah, I'll see it. Where is it? Yeah, let's
Hold
see
on,
it.
it's on Rumble. Let me go on Rumble.
You see what I'm getting at, though? Like, we can't. Yes, I want to rule out that stuff too. I think the crowd is at least real, right? But let's not there's so much BS coming out and just new stuff coming out. I think we all just need to look at stuff before we really.
somewhere
definitively.
Somewhere on the spectrum of it's all CGI and none of the people that you see are real and nothing that happens is real, all the way in the other direction to, yes, this was just a crackpot that fired shots at the president. Nobody was in on it. And all that. Somewhere on that spectrum between those two things is where the truth lies.
Hypothetical.
I
and
agree.
GE,
I agree with you. Like
hypothetical
Yeah.
and GE. I would lean more towards if something was faked, then it would be the shooter was actually swapped. Like they're naming that kid, and it was actually someone else. That's about as far as
Well,
I'd go.
the
probably.
first
I've seen a
name,
picture of him
the
super
first,
dead.
well, that doesn't. I mean, the first name they released was James Violence with an S. Seriously, on the day of. The next day, the name they released was Tommy, whatever his criminal or whatever. I always forget his last name, but I don't know. I just found that very interesting that the first name they released was James Violence with an
There was
S
a
instead of a
there was a
C.
there was a third name though, a third
All
person
right, so
also.
who thinks? Does everybody think the shooting was actually real?
No, it's Cap.
Really, the whole thing?
No, the
You know,
shooting.
just him grabbing for his ear. It's like if they thought that one up to make it look real, I think they did a good job because it makes it more believable. Just
I
that
don't
he was
think
like,
Trump's that kind of an actor, first and foremost.
He's
I don't
an
think Trump's that
amazing
good of an
actor.
actor.
He was on The Apprentice. He's literally an actor.
He's just him. Have you ever actually watched The Apprentice? He's just himself.
Not that kind of
Yeah,
actor.
facts.
He's
No,
like
but he-
WWE kind of actor.
yeah. And if you wrote it, if you wrote it, it's a great script because
the
he
least
gets
believable.
hit. He gets
No,
hit.
but he's more of an actor than you are, guys.
He
He's
gets
done more
hit.
acting than you.
And it barely missed him. Oh, he could have died.
Oh no, it's a perfect script.
Shit.
That's why I think people were
I don't
quick to
know.
say no possible way that's real. I mean, it is a perfect script. He gets hit in the ear, a millimeter away from blowing his head off in front of everybody.
Nothing else was
Stands
left in his
up
body.
defiantly. What's that?
Well, exactly. It's the perfect. Nothing. If you were to get hit anywhere else, lose a pinky, lose a hip bone, is that not the perfect place to get hit?
It's the perfect
You
place.
realize,
Lost.
first of all,
That's
you
fucking
realize
perfect, dude.
You realize the only reason he's not dead is because right after the guy squeezes the trigger, Trump turns
Coriolis.
and leans forward a little bit to say something to the other side of the audience.
Yeah, you sound like one of those Coriolis
luck.
goofballs. They're like, yeah, well, he didn't factor in Coriolis.
All right,
That's
check
what you
this
sound
out.
like, bro.
Check this out. If I would have wrote it, I would have had to go. I would have had to go through his shoulder, clean through and through, and he'd been like, "Oh shit!" and then put his fist up and went like, "Fuck yeah, rock on!"
No, the ear.
Look at the fucking picture that Indio posted. That's a promo right there, dude. With the fist pump, all the pictures, the blood perfectly, 2 streaks on his lip. That's a promo.
no, it is.
Straight WWE, bro.
It looks
dude, I
no
didn't
doubt
see the
about it.
rest. Hold on, dude. Like, wait till you see this. It's even worse.
You guys are crazy if you don't see that as a promo. Straight WWE.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
I definitely.
fist pumping the crowd.
Look at this.
I know, but then he walks away all weird. Where he's looking for his shoes, and you have these fat chicks who can't holster their guns. So like, they could have done better. And when he's raising his hand, he's like, fight. He looks like an old boomer.
He did perfect.
Just
He did
cringy.
perfect.
Was still there.
Yeah,
what
they did
was
perfect.
up with the
They couldn't have done
shoes?
better. They did perfect. That was the
What was
perfect
up with the
promo.
shoes?
They could not
Why
have pulled
was
it
he
off any
so
better.
concerned?
I think
with
they
his
could have pulled it
shoes?
off a lot better.
Dude,
No,
why
it
is
was
it
literally
always
perfect.
about shoes?
Literally
You know
perfect.
what? If you zoomed in close
Yeah.
enough, there was probably a pile of shoes somewhere.
What
It's
the hell?
always
What
piles of
was that?
shoes.
What do we think? What do we think the shoes comment was about?
Conspiracy.
Where
more
are the shoe
conspiracy.
piles? There's a shoe pile somewhere. I know it is.
Conspiracy.
Come on.
Yeah, BPC, you're going too deep, bro. You're going too deep,
So
bro.
think of the Star Spangled Banner, man. What's that song about?
Oh
Right.
shit.
Think about it. What's the
I know
song?
it's about.
It's about how the flag was still there, right? So there was fighting the
Well,
British.
Francis
They were
Scott.
freaking bombing the fort I think it was Fort Maryland, if I remember right. And
Right.
the flag was still there after all the bombing and shit. So it's burnt into the iconography and
Dude,
the
get it
lore
right.
of America.
Fort McHenry, Maryland. There you go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Francis
got
Scott
the right
Drake.
date, man. So come on, man. I
He's
took that
he's a
class like
prisoner
freaking
on a
35
British
years
ship.
ago.
Bruh.
Francis.
I took American history in like freaking
That doesn't matter.
1985 or something.
Yeah, I don't get the point though. Where are we going with that?
The point is that it's
just the flag
symbolism.
over.
It's
Yeah, okay,
symbolism.
got you.
So it's the
Got you.
iconography and the symbolism. Like when it comes to things like
Yeah, no, it's a perfect picture.
it's
Perfect
about
picture.
the symbolism. It's meant to evoke emotion, right? It's not meant to they don't want you to actually think about what's going on. They want you to
Well,
have a
that's what photographers are. That's what a photographer's job is, to run around and try and take the best photo that you can.
Yeah, but
literally,
if you're the
there's-
same
there's-
photographer, that
It's
photographer.
it's very convenient. It's very convenient.
Well, if you look at it too, the photographer, they have video. He comes from behind. The Secret Service right before the shot goes off says, "Okay, you can go now," and he runs around front, supposedly with like an 8,000 shot per second camera. Runs around at the very moment. That is on video. That I have seen, which is very suspect.
Well, that's because there's always a big cluster of photographers that get allowed into the soft perimeter. Always. They get checked. They get double checked, make sure they don't have any weapons on them. All of their equipment gets checked, and then they're allowed into the press area. And there's like fucking 30 of them down there.
So the video I'm talking about, it's a view from behind Trump. There's a Secret Service guy standing with his back to Trump, and there is the guy who took the famous pictures standing right there, and he signals, "Okay, you can go now," like it's his turn. It's a video you should watch for sure, because it is kind of suspect, because he immediately runs around clicking as many pictures as he can right as the shot gets cracked off.
Yeah, they're
And
behind
it's
the
a video.
stage.
If you haven't seen, you should see
Platypus.
it.
They're behind the stage. The Secret Service agent comes up and taps two reporters, and they run around the stage and start snapping photographs just as the shots go off.
Just as the shots go off. So, like, things like that make me think, yeah. But here's the thing. I think they thought he was going to get his head blown off. And so what they were really going for were the money shot of that. And I think the Joe Biden, you're fired, the signs that they all had, Joe Biden, you're fired, was going to be a thing of irony when Trump gets his head blown off in front of the country. I think that's more like it.
Scarred everyone would be.
Hold on. I just want to point out the platypus. Did you see the video I posted, platypus?
Which one?
The kid. It's at 55 after the hour. So
I'd already seen that video, man.
Yeah. So you don't think that kid's retarded?
Okay, as an introverted hyper nerd that was very similar when I was his age, no, I don't think he's retarded. I just don't think he functions on the same wavelength as normal people do.
Do you think that he could actually plan something?
Yeah,
like that.
Absolutely. Being socially awkward has nothing to do with how intelligent you are.
Yeah,
being introverted has nothing to do with how intelligent you are.
You're giving him too much
Listen,
credit.
Planning something. Do you have difficulty planning things?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
You're his age? How about when you're his age?
When I was his age, I was in the military. I know. I was in the military doing all sorts of crazy shit. So yes.
Yeah, but you were being told what to do. You weren't planning anything.
No, I wasn't. There's a difference between getting trained on how to do your job and actually exercising that knowledge.
Yeah, but he wasn't trained to do anything. This kid has no appreciable skills.
He was a member of a fucking gun club, dude. He went to Houston. He went to the range and shot for fun.
Dude,
There's tons of people that do that.
He didn't get into the gun club.
It's a fucking loser that decided that he was going to do this thing.
Than that.
Okay, I just watched it. I'm leaning toward Platypus on this. I just think he's a loser.
Y'all are giving him too much credit, guys. Holy shit. Wrinkle your tinfoil some more. God damn.
Well, in what way?
The FBI said there's no motive. There's no discernible motive. They didn't find anything on his phone. They didn't find anything on his laptop. They didn't find anything anywhere.
Oh, they're going to.
He didn't say anything.
Well, that's obviously
they've gotten
shady.
into
I mean,
all
that's a
his
different
shit.
story.
What do you mean they're going to? They've already gone through all his shit.
But everything that you're saying, Indio, is all the kind of stuff that you would expect from a person that actually manages to almost pull this off. Someone who's on nobody's radar, no reason to be on anybody's radar.
Yeah, sounds like a good inside actor.
Bear, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, why rule out even
You're a
He said he
normie,
bought
bro.
50 rounds in a 5-foot ladder the day of the shooting. That day. And that, but unfortunately, there's a 10-foot ladder up against the building. How'd that happen? Is that one of his skills that he has also? As an introvert?
Stealth mode.
He transmutes a 5-foot ladder into a 10-foot ladder?
Yeah, he's got stealth mode.
And he carried it freaking a mile across an open field? Think about it.
all those details are super shady. But why can't that just be the Secret Service letting that happen? That's in on it.
Because that's what they want you to think.
A fucking ladder, dude? Like, have you ever carried like a 10-foot ladder? Like,
Bro,
how far?
Yes.
You walk anywhere with a ladder, and people just get out of your way. It's like, oh yeah, that guy's doing something.
Stop the cap.
Ladders, you're in.
Cap.
Dude, they're like,
That's
they're like
the
hypnotic
most
devices, right? They just put people in a
innocuous
fucking
fucking
trance.
thing ever.
Yeah,
Are you saying he's not physically able to carry the ladder?
He's not like up against a house with a ladder, dude. He's walking through a ladder with an open.
It's not Indio. It's not a. Hold on,
bullshit.
Indio. I'm gonna take a snapshot of this YouTube video that I'm watching. I'm going to show you how not an open field this is. It's a whole fucking complex that this kid.
It's a whole ass ladder.
He didn't park that close. He
So
parked
what do you
a mile away, dude.
On the other side, which is where he had the bomb. That was part of his plan.
I haven't even heard the bomb part, so I will have to look at it.
Yeah,
He did. There were explosives in his car that he parked on the opposite side of the stage.
Wait.
So
See,
hold on.
Hey, what? Yeah, well, that adds another layer. That's a good question. That's a whole nother layer. Now we're not talking about a guy with a simple rifle. Now we're talking about a guy who's wiring explosives on remote control.
For the record, the explosive and or detonation device he made failed. It did not work.
Doesn't
so he's
matter.
not exactly
Doesn't matter.
an expert at it.
Well, I
it
mean,
wasn't like
everything
a pack
supposedly.
of hot dogs with wires sticking in it, was it? It wasn't explosive.
But regardless, that is a whole new layer of expertise. That's not just simply picking up a rifle and pointing it.
There's no expertise in that. I've never tried to build a bomb before, and if you told me, okay, build a bomb, like if I felt like I needed to build a bomb,
the explosives. That's the hard part.
Yeah, dude, that is all of it's hard.
I live in a state where I can go. First of all, I have my 1.3 license for professional fireworks. If I wanted to make a bomb, I could make a bomb.
Yeah, but you're a different guy, dude.
Even
Most
then,
people
I
can
live
pick
in a
up a
state-
gun and
hold on.
point it and hit something. That's a whole different story.
I live in a state that sells like the leave the ground artillery shell style fireworks that some states don't even let you sell. You can take that shit and break it down for the powder and make all sorts of shit out of it.
Yeah, but my point is picking up a gun is so much easier than that. That just added a whole bunch of complication layers. Getting the gun and shooting it at Trump, yeah, that's conceivable. But making bombs to detonate them, that's a whole new layer.
I guarantee you everybody can try to make a bomb that doesn't work, which is exactly what this kid did. He made a bomb that didn't work.
But what I'm saying is,
my 8-year-old could do what he did. Make a bomb that doesn't
Okay, well, I
blow
don't.
up.
I personally wouldn't have the first idea to make a bomb. So
What makes you
telling
think
your
it didn't work
8-year-old
though?
can do it.
Hold on, Platypus. What makes you think it didn't work? Because it didn't go off?
Yes.
Well, apparently, according to the story, he was rushed because the cop was trying to climb up onto the roof. So he didn't have time to do his little distraction. Which I haven't heard that part of the story yet. And I have heard about the explosives. Seen pictures of the explosives that they took. I saw pictures of the so-called. It looked like a remote control to me. That's all it looked like. It didn't look like a fucking whatever they think.
When the bomb squad went to his vehicle, the explosive device that they found was wired into a burner phone to act as a remote detonation device, and he had another burner phone on his person.
That's not what they showed in the picture I saw. The picture I saw, they said this is the remote detonation device, and it looked like a fucking remote control to like a TV.
That
The
is
one
a
that I
whole
saw
new
was
layer, man.
I get that it's a new layer. I'm going to ask
Yeah,
very
we're talking
nicely.
about
Hold on a
burner
second.
phones
Hold on.
and explosives, and that's not simply picking up a gun.
Indio, I'm going to very respectfully ask that you get the Y off the end of my name, please.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I'll do it. Hold on, I'll fix it.
It wasn't
Are
me.
you
It
the one
wasn't
that
me.
put it on there, Indio?
Nah.
No.
They changed my name.
You know,
to
I'll bet $50 it was Matrix.
I know who it was. I fixed it. Got rid of that Y.
You can put your money down because I don't have authority to change names.
Oh, it was probably Chris M. Let's be honest, but it definitely wasn't me.
Matrix isn't a moderator on the server?
Just
what?
Give it like a week.
You're Gold Plus. You've got administrative rights.
Yeah, but you can't. Like, only mods can change names.
Oh,
People get carried away with it. Still, the best name change ever was.
Creation Bear's a mod.
Grassy.
Yeah, I retract my
No,
previous
it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I swear, it wasn't me. It wasn't.
Hey, I want you to slap that footy down. Come on.
Come on, man. The best name change is it never happened, but it should be Caploid, right?
So, Platypus, what do you think the probability that it was staged? 0?
Okay, what do you mean by staged? Do you think?
I mean, the whole thing is fake. Trump's in on it. Everyone's in on it.
Yeah, close movie set. Movie set.
No.
0?
No.
You think it's 0?
It's got to have some chance.
0?
Man. Come on.
I think
bro.
Okay, where the things I feel are not staged are, I think Trump actually got hit in the ear with a bullet.
You just said feel and think, dude.
Yeah,
you feel and think.
I just want to know what do you think the probability that it could be staged? You could say like 1 in a trillion, 1 in a gazillion.
Yeah, you got to give it something.
Okay, as a frequent sports bettor, hold on. As a frequent sports bettor, the best way I can explain this is it being completely staged to the point that Trump was in on it. I put that at plus 2,600.
That's not a lot, dude. That's 26 to 1.
That's 26 to 1 is a lot if you're betting.
Well, that's not 1 trillion to 1. So you think it is like 26 to 1 is not that big of a long shot?
No, that's because the inverse is giving you minus 2450 that Trump wasn't in on it.
I get that, but that's still not a huge long shot.
In sports betting, it is. That's a huge.
No, it's not. You get 26 to 1 long shots all the time in sports betting. You go find one right now. Especially if you're tripling up, putting 2 or 3 teams together.
The payoff
That'll be
is not the probability. They want to make money.
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, he still stated his probability.
26 to 1 is he thinks the payoff is the probability of the event happening. No, it's not it. The probability of an event happening is like, if this event happens X amount of times, how many times will, some particular thing happen?
He's basically saying he thinks there's a 3.5% chance, if I'm doing my math right.
Basically.
Yes, I'm giving you, as a person who only knows what they've seen through the news and the internet.
Okay, well, that's not 0. 3.5% chance that
I
it's
didn't say it
Trump's
was
in on it.
zero. You were expecting me to give you an absolute answer, and I'm not giving you an absolute answer.
Well, you just did. You said
I
plus
was expecting you to
2,600.
give us a ridiculously fucking huge probability that it wouldn't happen, but you actually gave us a pretty good
Well,
probability.
first he said 0. Now he's saying 26-1, which is probably a decent. That's about where I'm at, by the way. I think there's about a 5% chance that it is completely staged.
I don't even agree with your odds, dude. I'd give it less odds than that.
Less?
I was being generous, to be
Dude,
honest.
like, listen, if there was 26 assassination attempts, I mean, one would be staged. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy odds.
Yeah, but we have to take in all the details. But that's an interesting way to look at it, for sure. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Giving WWE. It's giving WWE, all right? That's all I have to say.
Yeah. I mean,
The
but it's hard
fist
to
bump to the
differentiate.
crowd.
I think if he was
differentiate
hold on.
opportunism with
If he was expecting it, he'd have his shoes on.
He'd have his shoes on.
He would have his fucking
Oh.
shoes on if he was expecting it, not stand there like an idiot. Like, nope, I have to have my shoes.
Well, the one thing I found it was the egress, right? So when they freaking covered him, I don't know what the chick was covering, but whatever. When they covered him and then they exited him, that seemed fucked up. Because typically when you have a VIP, right, and they're doing something like talking, the evacuation route is supposed to be completely clear. Like the Secret Service is supposed to just like be able to push him out the stage right into the door of a car. They had to like walk off the stage on the right, go all the way fucking around to the back, walk around some other shit,
Like through the
open
crowd.
fucking door. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's not normal. It's not even remotely normal. And if you watch like not the Secret Service guys, if you watch the other guys, right, the Special Forces guys, those guys were not professional at all. Like one dude, he was like
actors.
The dude that was standing like at the front of the stage, that is not how you cover a fucking crowd. He was like he was looking in one direction, right?
Actor.
And then he'd stop and like turn around, but he would like turn just his head, but not his gun, right? So he's not
the
actually
shoes
covering the other part of the crowd, right? Typically, what you would do is you need a clear field of view, man, so you don't actually have to turn your fucking body to do anything. Otherwise, how are you going to react? But all the guys, not just that one guy, all the guys did that. They all acted fucked up. All the Special Forces guys.
Yeah,
None
that's
of
true.
them
It should have
acted
been a
like
straight shot.
normal.
Should have been a straight shot exit from the freaking stage in case of any emergency. It was
they should've-
freaking a cluster
It
F. It was a cluster F.
It should have been pre-planned exit, right? If there's something
Yeah.
happens, this is exactly what we do. We just push you right the fuck out of here into the goddamn
And the shoes, dude. Like obviously, dude. If it's staged, you still have to perform. And there's always mistakes in performances, especially with Trump, man. He's not a young freaking,
I haven't seen it, but
Mustang,
apparently one of the female Secret Service threw his shoe off, like towards the route they were going to take. But I think she threw one of his shoes off the side, from what I heard. I haven't
That
seen
bitch
that.
couldn't even holster a gun, dude. Like, what the fuck is that?
No, she couldn't.
Shoe throwing?
Oh, so check this out.
Shoe throwing? What?
Secret Service are trained like U.S. Air Marshals, right? Like, they're just trained to, like, take your gun out and put it back over and over and over again. That's, like, part of their
Secret shoe service.
Is one draw fire, right? You don't just practice at the firing range, just firing the weapon. You actually draw the weapon and fire it, and then put it back, and then draw it and fire it, and draw it and fire it. So they train like that. They don't train. So, like, not being able to find your holster for someone that's in the Secret Service, that's just fucking absurd. That's not how they train. Like, it's like an automatic reaction. Like, it's not even. They literally train to take it out of the holster and put it back. Like, that's literally how they train. Like, it blows. How did you not? Unless he was like a transfer, I don't know. I guess I'm just.
Well, I'll tell you where I'm 80% sure, or what I think 80% is that this was an inside job of some sort from the Biden, the CIA, whoever you want to call it, from the powers that be, and they intended on blowing this dude's head off on national television.
Stop the cap.
Is what I think 80% was the plan. Which,
That's
if you can
where-
imagine how crazy this country would be if that had happened.
If you asked me, Platypus, what's the most conspiracy-ish that you would be willing to step to and entertain with all of this? That's my extreme. Where
are you at? I'm at 80% on that. I'm at 80%. Where are you on that?
You're at 80% likely that this was an inside thing.
That doesn't mean every Secret Service. That just means the powers that be, one way or another, let this happen. Maybe trained him, maybe mind control. That doesn't matter. Inside job, intended on killing Trump.
I'd give that 0.5%.
Bruh, you are such a normie.
Well, you gave it 3.5% that it was staged. So
No.
Less likely.
I didn't give it 3.5 that it was staged. If you want, you want my my pie chart. 90.
Yeah,
I'll revise this. Okay. 95%. This was just a crackpot kid that decided to try and do this and fail.
Hell no, 0%.
I'll give you 4.5% that it was still just the kid acting on his own, but there was somebody or some organization pulling his strings that we don't know about.
That he's not acting on his own.
Being negligent.
Pulling the strings.
He acted on his own in the sense that he probably felt that this was something he was doing on his own without realizing that he was being manipulated to do this by other people.
Like through the internet.
Where you're an agent without knowing that you're an agent.
Or they're just manipulating him through the internet. They see that he's pliable. They see he's crazy. And they start feeding him with a bunch of propaganda. It's not far-fetched.
It's not far-fetched. There's precedent. They've done this before.
I know, exactly.
That's why I'm giving you 4.5% on that.
What was the kids that I think they're from like Newburgh, New York, that they duped into like trying to buy like a fucking Stinger missile, only they gave them the money and they did everything, but these people were like semi-retarded.
Holy shit.
And they like duped them into like doing all like they've done this many times.
I think it's highly likely that he didn't do anything. They definitely blamed the kid, whether it's Biden's team setting it up to blow Trump's head off, whether it's Trump's in on it. The kid didn't do shit.
No,
that kid didn't do shit.
No,
there's no way. There's no way that kid didn't do shit.
No matter what way you cut this to whatever conspiracy that you want to, that was the kid. He was on the roof. He fired the shots, and then he got smoked.
No way.
You don't know that, then. But okay, fine. Let me go back to you real quick. Just real quick. Tell me the odds that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. You said 95% on this one. Where are you on the Lee Harvey Oswald? Just so I can get a perspective of, who you are.
He's a Glober, dude. He's retarded automatically by default.
Quick, hold on. Hold on. I will.
Are you 90? Are you 95%?
Hold on. I'm going to answer your question, but I have a question immediately after that.
That's fine. Perfect. No problem.
I do believe that Oswald acted alone. My question to you is, are you familiar with a YouTuber named Lemino?
No.
I got a video I'm going to send you. But get ready to fall in love with a YouTube channel.
Wait, Platypus, do you think the film of the shooting where he gets shot, the film of it, you think that's real? Where JFK gets shot?
Are you talking about the Zapruder film?
Yeah,
you think that's real footage?
Yeah,
you think that's real footage?
Yeah, the Zapruder. Yes.
Yeah, you're a moron.
He thinks. Hold on.
You think that's real footage?
The Zapruder film?
Yeah.
Hold on. The Zapruder film has 100%.
Was made 10 years after it. Yeah, it was made 10 years after the shooting. Dude. It wasn't televised. It was radio. It was on the radio. It wasn't televised. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to go back. Hold on. No. No.
Geraldo
Are you
Rivera, right?
Are you 95% Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone with no input whatsoever from a deep state or of any sort? That's all I really want.
Lee Oswald. Yeah, and then they blow his head off. Jack Ruby.
Well, I
Jack
just want that answer. I
Rubenstein.
just want the
Jack
answer.
Rubenstein blows his head off.
That
Hilarious.
was on
I
TV,
just
though, Baron
want the
Bleaching.
answer.
That was on TV.
Okay, real quick.
We don't-
Hypothetical.
Yes.
At 123, go to this YouTube channel and get
You
ready to
are
fall in
correct.
love with another YouTube channel.
Indio.
We do not care.
Okay.
He
I
posted a video.
care. I just want to know.
He posted a video 11 months ago, the Kennedy assassination, inside the book depository. It is a detailed breakdown, and every video he makes comes with a huge reference list for everything that he cites, if you want to see where he gets the information from. This video, I know it's a long watch, and I don't expect you to watch it now.
I will. I'll
But
watch
when
it
you
all.
get the
I'll
time,
watch it all.
you'll watch this video. You're going to fall in love with his channel, and then you need to go
And
check
I'm
out
going to
his
be,
other
and
video.
then I'll be. Wait, hold on. Afterward, I'll be 95% on Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. Is that what
I
you
think-
think is going to happen?
I think you will. I really do think that you will. I don't base
Okay,
my
so
belief
just to be
entirely on this video, but I want you to find the time to watch this video and catch me in here on the Discord again and tell me what you thought about the video.
Okay, and I'll do you one better. I'll send you a video from the opposite side that breaks it down, and we'll both watch each other's video, and then we'll have a discussion, just the two of us, somewhere, somehow.
You guys should get a room, man. Go ahead.
All right, let's go.
Go watch my lunch break, platypus. My lunch break.
My lunch break. Yeah.
Hey, but
Yeah,
hey,
there you
just
go.
to be clear, see, this is why I ask these questions,
Real stuff.
is because the platypus believes that this is a 95%, there's really no there. And the reason I asked him about Lee Harvey Oswald is because he feels kind of the same way about that. So I think it kind of shows us who he is and where he's at on these kinds of things. That's all.
Well, we've known him for years, so we know who he is.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
He's been around for a while. He's an old school Glover.
Yeah. Also, welcome
Player's
Transit.
groupie.
Yeah, he's our simp.
Hey, I'll give you a low percentage thing that as an olive branch on a different topic.
Yeah, so check this out. How did Lee Harvey
Real
Oswald
quick.
make this
Indio,
Zapruder
fix
film?
your mic. Indio, fix your mic.
What's wrong with it, man? You low?
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, for the people that pay attention to shit, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah.
Don't you think it was funny? They did such a better job at faking the JFK assassination than Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know if you call it an assassination, but yeah, the Lee Harvey Oswald murder. The Lee Harvey Oswald murder was really bad. I mean, that you could pick apart. So they faked the Lee Harvey Oswald murder by Jack Ruby, which is obvious. Like the angles, they have like several different angles where the guy's holding a gun towards him, and it doesn't even match up with the angle.
I haven't heard that one.
Different
That's
angles.
interesting.
Yeah, there's different. They filmed it a couple different times.
Are there anybody else in here like Platypus? Is he the only one in here who's like 95% on the Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, 95% on there's no there on the Trump assassination? Basically, is there anybody in this room that's like with him? I'm just curious.
We're not live.
Are you looking for normies?
Oh.
Look at normies.
Anyway,
all right.
Anybody else is 95%. In
Oh,
this
we
room.
are live. Hell no, we're not with him.
Can I extend an olive branch here?
Just yeah, I didn't know.
JFK was Jimmy Carter.
I'll put it like this. I
want to hear the olive branch.
I'm more certain about
Saws
these
at the
two
ready.
things. I'm more certain about these two assassination attempts being what's the expression you were using?
Cap.
No there.
Yes. I'm more confident that these aren't staged than I am that the moon landing actually happened.
Wait, hold on. Wait, why is your confidence? Why is your confidence in something we should?
Why would you do that?
All right.
Oh,
Well,
man.
he believes he's on a spinning ball, so what's surprising after that?
Exactly.
He thinks he's on a spinning ball, right?
All right.
So why does it
Give him-
matter what he thinks?
Give Flash.
Damn it! Now I'm starting to think you're one of them paid guys. You're one of them paid guys by the frickin' Flat Earth Society.
Well, hey, just to be clear, maybe I misheard you. Actually, are you saying that you're more
No,
sure
he's not
that
a flat
the moon
earther.
landing happened? Are
Hold
you
on.
saying that you're more sure that the moon landing happened than 95% essentially?
No, I'm saying the
Or were you
opposite.
saying the
I'm
opposite?
saying the opposite.
okay.
I'm less certain of the
Okay.
moon landing than I am of these two assassination attempts being
Okay.
legitimate assassination attempts.
Got you. And that's your olive branch.
Yes.
Well, tell us, since we're going percentages, tell us where you are percentage wise. So you're 95% on those two. Where are you at on the moon landing? 94?
Nah, I'd say about 80.
Okay. Okay. Hey.
I'll tell you the key difference. I'll tell you
That's
the
an olive
biggest
branch.
difference. I'll tell you the biggest difference between the two assassination attempts and the moon landing. When I look at the moon
I wanna know
landing,
your
I
percentage
see a
on Flat
much clearer reason for someone to lie about that and fake it.
Hey, has
I want to know
anybody
your
seen that
percentage
new
on Flat
movie
Earth.
yet?
What's your percentage on Flat Earth?
Anybody seen that?
It's
new
zero.
movie? Fly Me to
We
the
can't be
Moon?
zero, dude.
Wait a
Can't be
minute.
zero.
No, it's zero.
Hold on.
You're ex-Flat Earther.
Which
No,
flat Earth
it's
are
zero.
you talking about, GEP?
Literally any flat Earth other than it being a
That's
globe.
my issue. That's my issue. Because you don't know what flat Earth is. I would challenge, or do you? Yeah, you don't.
Well, what are the
exactly?
Hold on.
How the
Are you 100% sure you are?
See, they're trying to go against something they don't understand. That's my problem. Go ahead with your question, sir.
Yeah, he's just to be clear, you are 100% sure you are on a flying rock through a vacuum of space at millions of miles per hour right now as we speak. You are 100% sure of that.
Nope.
Yes.
Are you 100%
There you go.
sure that we aren't? I would ask you to say.
Well, I think that we could all agree. Nobody can disagree that 100% of everyone's experience is of a level stationary.
Facts.
Well, yes. I mean, even platypus has to admit that.
No, I disagree with you on that.
What?
Ow.
Oh, this is where he says his interpretation of the sky is his experience, right?
a lot of them have to do with things in the sky, yes.
All of them.
Yeah, but you still.
We're talking about something that's self-evident. Something about your direct experience, not your interpretation about things you've been told about the sky.
Yeah, you feel it as if you're on a flat stationary piece of land, correct? 100%. Whether or not we can infer things from what we see in the sky, that's another story. We're talking about what you actually feel.
All right, I'm going to be asshole here for a second. I will continue this conversation when the letter at the end of my name gets removed.
Yes, y'all need to quit doing that. I agree. We're fucking with him.
Yeah, hey, that's not me, bro. Chill.
I'll remove it. I can't add any other letters.
Did he leave?
No, I hope not.
Yeah,
no, that's yeah. Just relax.
Why
guys.
the fuck did my name disappear for a second? That was weird.
So platypus.
Hey, they did that to me too. So don't take it.
I want to ask Platypus this question. I've been waiting for like 5 minutes. So Platypus, how did Lee Harvey Oswald fake the Zapruder film when he was dead?
Yeah.
How did what?
How did Lee Harvey Oswald fake the Zapruder film when he was dead?
What are you talking about?
The Zapruder film is 100% the Zapruder film. It's a fake. 100%. It's a fake. There's no doubt. So the Stemmons freeway sign, right? So if you ever seen it, you got the limo, comes down, goes behind the Stemmons freeway sign, pops out, and then JFK is being killed, right?
No, I'm not answering, and I'm going back. I'm muting my microphone until my name gets fixed.
You asked me to take the letter away. I did.
The one thing I asked
fix the whole time, you goofy.
Fix my name, please.
I did fix your name.
It was fixed.
I'll say this: they did it to me too. Don't take it so personally.
Everybody,
Not a big
bro.
deal.
Everybody gets their names changed.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, dude.
It's a humor thing, bro. Get over it.
Now, with all that said, I'm actually new to this Zapruder film being fake thing.
Earth, dude. For
No, it is fake, and I'm going to tell you why it's fake. If you take this Zapruder film, if you take the originals, they actually have original scans of the entire what do you call it? The actual physical film, right? So the scans of that, you can take one of those, and if you look at the Stemmons three-way sign, it's perfectly square at a 90-degree angle. It has no.
Do you have a good link on this that you could share?
Yeah, I posted a video. It's a 24 after the hour. I posted. I'll post it again too.
Okay, check it out, dude. Yeah, I'll
so
check
if you go
it
to
for
this
sure.
channel, like the full presentation, this guy giving the presentation, he has a PhD in physics. So he's perspective corrected all the Zapruder film, and fucking nothing matches up. Like, because like there's different parts, like there's a wall and then there's people. So people should, like, we know from perspective that things should shrink with distance and that everything should align and approach and converge at the horizon. When you perspective correct the film, nothing matches up because it's a bunch of layered composites. But the smoking gun is the Stemmons three-way sign. The Stemmons three-way sign is perfectly square, which is impossible because all cameras have barrel distortion, right? Even if they were at a complete 90-degree angle to the Stemmons three-way sign, as in if the camera itself was lined up dead center, it was perfectly oriented, you'd still have perspective. But it wasn't there; it was actually off to the side. But still, the sign itself on the film is like the vertical line and the horizontal line. They're at 90-degree angles. They can't be. It's physically
so what's
impossible.
the
It means the sign was put into the film. At least the sign, the Stemmons three-way sign.
Well, let me grant that it is fake. I have no doubt. Okay, so what's the implications? Like, why? What's the why on that?
Oh, who fucking cares? It means Lee Harvey Oswald didn't do it. He couldn't have faked it after he was dead.
It came out like 1977, dude. It was like 15 years afterwards, bro, or whatever.
That's the only point I'm trying to make. There's no way Lee Harvey Oswald could have did it alone because he couldn't have faked the film after he was dead. He was dead, dude.
Why is he faking the film? I don't understand. Why is he faking? A guy named Zapruder came out with this film.
I'm aware of that, but Platypus thinks he did it by himself. That's impossible if the film is fake.
Oh, okay. I don't see why that's true, but
well, I mean, he did it on his own, and then they just faked the film for no reason. Why would they do that? Why would anybody cover it up for him after the fact without being in on it with him?
Well, the Zapruder film,
everybody knows it's fake.
Just shows him getting his head blown off.
It's so freaking stupid that he was that he shot from a book depository filming, and then he ran to a movie theater. Yeah, suppository, right? So and he ran to a theater. You know the thing with Lincoln getting shot at a theater, and he runs to a what? He runs to a freaking library or whatever. Right. It's so stupid, dude. Like, it's bullshit.
Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln. Lincoln has a secretary named
Unfreaking believable.
Weird.
I'm good with all that. That's fine.
Odd.
But the Zapruder film just shows him getting his head blown off. I don't understand how that has anything to do with where are you going with that? It shows that because it's fake, therefore
he didn't get his head blown off, dude. He got riddled with bullets.
Okay, but I still don't. I still don't see how you're tying that to Lee Harvey Oswald.
No, I'm saying Lee Harvey Oswald didn't do it. That's my point. Is that I was refuting.
Oh well, I think that for
Platypus things Lee Harvey Oswald.
And I think that for many reasons.
I wasn't referring to
there are stories of his wife seeing the head, and remember she's like, "That's not my husband," because they like tried to put some somebody's head back together or some crap, like the whatever, the guy that does the mortician or whatever is like trying to put his head back together. But you know the story about the cop that supposedly died the same day that looked just like him, that they used his body, you know, blah blah blah. Supposedly G. Gordon Liddy killed the cop and used that body, you know, that body to like say this is the body, how it happened, blah blah blah, and that's why whatever her name, Kennedy, looked at it and goes, "That's not my husband." Who the hell knows though?
Another thing is the story changed. The story changed over time, right? So they started interviewing witnesses right away, and what the witnesses said initially was that basically gunfire broke out fucking everywhere. That the limousine almost come to a complete stop and fucking people were like shooting from fucking everywhere. And as time went on, the interviews changed until it became what it is today. But initially, the initial witnesses, and if you look at memory and how memory works, memory is most accurate the closer it is to the event happening.
Yeah.
Right? And it becomes contaminated by people saying shit to you, right? And you're trying to make sense out of it. So the initial testimony of people that they interviewed on TV was that shots rang out from fucking everywhere. That is basically a turkey shoot. And then eventually
they were making sure he was going to die no matter what. There was probably, I bet you, at least 6 shooters, you know?
Hold on. Can I ask a very definitive question, just real quick? Are you saying without the Zapruder film, there is no quote unquote real evidence that the dude actually got his head blown off? Like that is the one key element that we can tie it all to. Is that what you guys are saying? That we don't have other films, we don't have a lot of witness testimony saying that, and then the Zapruder film came out, and then it's like, oh, well, that's how it happened. Is that basically what you're saying?
I missed that. Say it again.
Yeah, what you're saying, the Zapruder film is evidence, quote unquote, that he did indeed get shot with his head blown off in the fashion that they say it did. And if that didn't exist,
the film is a fabrication completely. It does not represent the events of whatever happened. It is complete fake. It can't be used as evidence. Period. It's a concoction.
Okay, I mean, I'll go with that.
Fake. There's nothing real about it.
It's a 1964 deep fake, 63 deep fake.
Look, there's no other film, right? There's the Mary something film, but that doesn't show that particular point in time, right? So the Zapruder film is the only one
that answers.
Yeah, so
that just answered my question.
All we have is like the Zapruder film and I can't remember her last name, the Mary something film, right? But she doesn't show the limo or anything like that. The Zapruder film itself is just completely fake. It's a complete fabrication. It's not like it's. Listen,
yeah, well,
I don't mean it's a film that was altered. I mean it is a complete fabrication, completely fabricated. It's made with optical printers, traveling masks, compositing. It's a complete fake. It's just a bunch of fucking photographs.
That is fascinating. All right, I'd love to go down that rabbit hole. So if you posted it,
I posted a video about it.
Link is in the description.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to know the rabbit hole I wish we could go down? The video that I sent a link to for Hypothetical, which again, hypothetical, you have to tell me after you watch it. I wish we could arrange like a 3-hour, like us, like sit and watch this video that I posted and pause it anytime anybody wants to pause it to discuss what was just gone over.
Dude, I will do that with you step by step, dude.
Watch party.
I will do that with you.
I would love to do a watch party of that Let Me Know video.
So just give me what's the most compelling piece of information, evidence in it?
One of the things that's in the video at about the halfway point, because it breaks it down chronologically. One of the most interesting things that I found was somebody compiled all of the eyewitness testimony, and specifically when everybody was asked what direction they felt the shots came from. There's a lot of people. First of all, it's fascinating to see how different the answer is based on where those people were standing. But the one thing that's really interesting is there is actually very few people who state outright, I heard shots from multiple directions. Most people are split down the middle. They either heard them come from the direction of the book suppository, or they heard them come from the direction of the grassy knoll.
Have you ever?
There's very few people.
These testimonies, where'd they come from?
Have any of you been in that building like I have this year?
I've only driven by the plaza.
I've been.
You been in it?
Listen, platypus. I've been
in it and sat in the window. I've been in it and sat in the window.
I sat in the window. I'm
Yes,
like,
it's great. How much does it cost to get in? You guys paying for that shit? That's crazy.
It's not much. It's not.
fucking
You
25
didn't pay to
hours.
do that. Fucking pay to be brainwashed. Anyway,
I was there on the Martarian mission.
Platypus, where did these testimonies come from? Are they Warren Commission testimonies?
So I did not sit and click on every reference that he posts in the bottom of it's really cool the way he does the videos. Every time he says something that is supposed to be matter of fact, in the bottom left hand corner of the video you see the reference number that you can click on the video and pull up where he's getting that info from. I didn't actually do it for everything in the video, but
where do you think the testimony came from? Did they come from Warren Commission report, interviews, or something like that? Or were they contemporaneous to the event?
I don't know. I don't have. It's an hour and 40-minute video. I don't have the whole thing committed to memory. But we could, that's what I'm saying. We could do a watch party of it.
Platypus, yeah, I would love to do that with you. Not on
Hey, Genius, man,
Discord.
you are fucking roboting.
Yeah, Genius, we can't hear what you're saying.
Ah, shit, my bad.
There you go. Now you're better.
Now you're better.
But I'd do that.
Which video is it? Kennedy assassination inside the book depository, that one?
Yes.
How long is it?
It's long. I think it's the longest video he's ever done. It's about an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, that would take.
You are never bored. It flies by, dude. The work that he does is amazing. Go watch his. He did another one 2 years ago that was on the Jack the Ripper murders. Which is amazing. He does it's all sorts of things. He does a DB Cooper video. He does the disappearance of MH370, the flight. He did one that might be more your guys' alley about a year and a half ago. It was going back over all these misconceptions that people used to have about other planets, like people living on Venus, people living on Mars.
Yeah, back
all
in
that stuff.
60s, they were like 50s.
Hey, how's my robot, real quick? Am I good? And I can't find your link, man.
Called Mars.
I'll repost it. Hold on.
Hot Chicks on Mars.
Okay, please, thanks.
Man, it was some crazy shit.
Just posted it again. Seriously, every video that he's done, he used to do like top 10 lists, like up until about 4 years ago. Then he started putting out some really, really good videos.
Well,
he's got slick production. He must have a big budget.
No, he. In fact,
you know what I'm going to tell you, right?
Hold on. The only reason he does everything by himself, it's why he only puts out one video every 11 months.
Well, but you know what my suspicion is, right? As we walk through this together, we're going to find that there is a clear to the. I am going in with that bias. I admit, and I am where he's posting where
Genius, you're roboting again. Genius, you're roboting again.
Are we still talking about the thing or what?
Hey Neil, we're talking about Jack Ruby was the lone gun that killed Kennedy.
What?
Yeah, he was the lone guy, bro. Check it out.
Okay, I just want to put a little info to if you were talking about it. 1 second. On Netflix or something, Trump assassination attempt, season 1, episode 1.
Get out of here. I love it, man. That's hilarious, bro. I need that.
We ever so slightly, Neil, you're late to the party. We have ever so slightly shifted to the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, we shifted.
So the Kennedy one was the one in the car,
do not
right?
care.
That's the one in the car. And the guy's driving and he got shot in the back of the head.
Magic bullet head ass.
Wasn't that
Back
the backseat driver who did it, or the front seat driver because he was in the back?
No.
That's what I thought it
think
was.
he fucking shot himself, man. Fuck you guys. He shot himself.
But I saw the video of it. Clearly shows the guy in the passenger seat turn around and just shoot him in the head.
No, that's the I believe that's the governor of Texas or the mayor of Dallas. I'm sorry, it's the mayor of Dallas.
Yes, it's Connolly, Governor Connolly.
It
Okay,
happened.
the governor.
Okay, yep.
Directly behind anyway.
Well, I just skimmed through some of that platypus. I'm not impressed at all, quite honestly.
Yeah.
His little
And
JFK freaking apologist video, dude. It's pretty. No.
Okay,
dude.
and Jack Rubenstein. Jack Rubenstein.
Yeah, Jack Rubenstein, right.
Yeah.
What I say earlier, Jack Rubenstein.
He took out the RBI. Yeah. He took out what's his name? Lee Harvey Oswald. Yeah. Jack Rubenstein. Yeah. Downstairs in the police basement of the police station. Yeah. You know, they let him in with the gun. He rushes in, shoots Lee Harvey Oswald the second day. Day 2, he's dead. Arrested one day on the day of the assassination. Next day, he's gone.
Like parading them around and shit through the police station.
Yeah, that's
like
weird.
just taking them in one room in handcuffs and bringing them into another room, waiting 30 minutes, and then bringing them into another room. Like, why the fuck? Like, if anybody that's ever been to jail knows they don't do that. They don't just like walk you around everywhere.
Walk them through the press corps. Hell yeah, man. Here's the press corps. You guys all lined up? Okay. Here, let me just drag his ass through here, right next to the press. You know.
Yeah, sacrificial lamb. You see, it was a patsy.
We're gonna shove him out here in the press corps. That makes sense. Yeah, that never.
So platypus, the dude literally said, "I'm a patsy." Like, you don't even take his word for it.
Yeah, he said, "I'm a patsy." He said, and he hadn't had any legal representation, and I'm asking for legal representation, and I want a shower. He was even asking for a shower.
He's got black eyes and shit too, right? Remember? He had like 2 black eyes.
Yes. Yeah. How did you injure your eye, Oswald? Yeah, a police officer punched me, he said.
Yeah, so think about that, platypus, for a second. The press interviews him. He says, they didn't give me a lawyer. They go, why are you beat up? And he's like, the police beat the shit out of me. They don't go, oh my God, that's a violation of his rights. Right? They don't do anything like that. They're like, when are we hanging him?
Yeah, and
I thought he got the.
He was asking to have a shower as well. He wanted to clean up as well. Get to go to the washroom, apparently.
But I thought he got the black eyes from the movie theater struggle. That was the impression I always got.
I heard there. I don't know about the struggle.
I don't think that ever was elaborated on.
Yeah, there was a struggle at the movie theater. That's right. There was a struggle. He could have sustained it there. That is a very good point. He could have sustained injuries there as well. But again, it would have been from the agents or the police officers that were trying to arrest him. And why they were trying to arrest him? Because apparently he took out Officer Bennett, the guy that looked like Kennedy, who they used as a double up.
Yeah, struggle as in they were beating the shit out of him and he didn't want to have the shit beat out of him. Because we know what the cops do, like when one of their own is shot or killed or hurt. Whoever they think did it is
now remember, ladies. Exactly. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, why would Lee Harvey Oswald leave the Texas book depository when he was downstairs and then start making his way out? He knew he was in trouble. He knew they were going to blame him, so he tried to hide in the cinema, and they found him, and then that's when they caught him. He definitely didn't shoot the gun. He didn't fire the rifle. The rifle that was known as the humanitarian rifle because it was absolutely useless as a sniper thing.
All of this is exactly why I would, like I said, I would love to spend like 3 hours breaking down this video as a group.
Well, set up an event. You know how to do that.
Yeah, but the whole video is based upon testimony done ex post facto. after they've talked to people, they've had their memory altered just by the mere fact of talking about it.
The news is a big.
Well, then we'll point that out.
I watched the part, and it's like, it's his wife, right? And like part of her testimony, just in the thing that you just linked, right? I just watched part of it. She's saying she asked him about the parade, and he said he didn't know anything about it, and she thought that was unusual. Like, who fucking cares what she thinks or how she feels? Right? That's not evidence. Like, her feelings about what somebody should or shouldn't do. Maybe he had to take a shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how is that relevant to whether he did it or not?
Well, we'll skip through those parts. We're going to skip through those parts. I hope Platypus agrees to that.
I mean, how is
like, okay, this is some bitch's
evidence
opinion.
though? I don't get it, Platypus. How would her impression of fucking what he should have said, and he didn't say the right thing at the right time, with the way she thought, just typically like a woman that all women do anyway, right? Oh, you didn't say that in the right way, like now you're fucking guilty. Right?
Okay, to the person, hold on, to the person that just said, we're going to skip through parts like, no, we're not. You know why we're not going to skip through parts like that? Because people like Indio are going to want to say something during those parts that's entertaining. That's why we're not going to end up skipping through any of it. 3 hours.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, I hope I'm not roboting.
Not right now, you're not.
I hope I'm not roboting.
We need to analyze
the reason I said that.
what we're going to be doing.
Shitty.
So many fucking people talking. Look, we're going to be analyzing the psychology behind what is being said. Yeah. That's what we're going to be doing. Remember, because there is a psychological pattern that they use to deceive us. That woman really has no bearing on the case, but of course, you're going to listen to what she says and analyze that. That's what we're going to be doing. Breaking down the
psychological I'm taking a shit right now, and I could give a fuck less, but the world is flat, and it could be round.
Somebody cue this shit up. Somebody cue this shit up. I know there's someone in here that can.
So
get
I
this
think
video
the
playing.
important thing is Platypus. What we should do is we take the official. The only way you can really evaluate it is, can the official story, the Warren Commission report, possibly have happened? Like, that's the only really way you can analyze it. It's like, can this story possibly be true? And there's no way the official story can possibly be true. Fucking impossible.
Nope.
The magic bullet alone, dude.
Governor Connolly. Yeah, Governor Connolly, right? When the bullets were flying, he says they're gonna kill us all. That means he knows who they are. They're gonna kill us all, he says. Okay? That's Governor Connolly saying that.
Indio, I am respectfully requesting permission to stream in the room right now.
You cannot
right now. You want to stream that shit?
No. Nobody.
No, let's not do that.
Let's save for a day, dude.
It's not allowed.
Make a date.
Watch party, man. We can do a watch party.
Yeah, do a watch party. I don't know when you want to do it.
Just set it up.
Just like DM me when you're free or whatever.
I'm free on the weekends. If we were to do it during a weekday, I wouldn't be available until midnight.
Saturday night.
She belongs to the streets. Isn't today a weekday?
Yes.
Oh.
So get the fuck out.
Busted, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
What? I said on a weekday I wouldn't be available until after midnight.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
I work 3 to 11.
Are you at work right now?
Indio, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, Jim. What's up?
Yeah, again, I've got some more news, more information from the Ulnus link that you gave me, yeah? The Apollo detectives. It's still giving more revelations, okay? Regarding the suits, when everybody settles down, we can go over it. We've been over it before, but more fine-tuning, this is unbelievable. When you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta D.E. Platypus, man. He revealed a chink in his armor regarding the moon hoax. So maybe he'll be receptive to it. So you want to talk about the moon hoax, Platypus?
You got some new news?
We interrupt your
more new news about the suits, the space suits. The space suits. Been through them before, but this is something that will really blow you away with the suits. Okay.
Literally.
And how and how they could never have been in a suit in the vacuum of space of the magnitude that they were supposed to be in. Survive it. It would have been totally impossible. Okay. Now, I'm sure some of you remember Ralph Rene, the self-proclaimed engineer, inventor, and a member of Mensa, high ranking. Do you remember? He made the book called NASA Really Mooned America, interviewed by Bart Sibrel. Remember
Yeah,
him?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Rene?
Yeah, I know.
Right. Now, he invented the rubber glove in the vacuum. Do you remember? 4 psi. Okay? When it wasn't switched on, a lot of dexterity, and he could pick up small things and that. Okay, good. Switched on the machine, and suddenly the glove had stiffened up, and he found it hard to clench the fist. Dexterity of the fingers was lost, and his arm was getting tired from the fist pumping and squeezing and opening and squeezing. Do you remember that? Anybody? Ralph Rene. Has anybody seen that?
I do. I've seen it. I've seen all that shit.
Okay, yeah. Fantastic. I know you would have. Anybody else? Okay, so about now is the spacesuits. Now, within the suit was said to be 3.7 psi. I usually round it up to 4 psi back in the day when I was talking about it, just to make it easy to remember, but it's actually 3.7 psi. Now, if the suit was pressurized to that level, it would mean that the human being inside wouldn't be comfortable, because we humans prefer to be in an environment where we have 14.7 psi. When you begin to reduce that in any degree, we begin to fail and become inoperable, and we may even collapse and faint and even die when you begin to reduce that air pressure. Okay? So there was no way they could have been in there. What would have happened had they been in that suit? Their bodies would have expanded inside of the suit because the pressure wasn't enough to keep the human body comfortable. Okay? They said in order for a human being to be Scott Henderson, what's his name? Marcus Allen. They're saying that in order for a human being to be comfortable in the suit would have to be pressurized 14.7 psi plus the 3.7 psi. That's 18.4 psi. The problem with that, when you have a suit that pressurized, that's double the pressurization of a basketball or a car tire. That means the suit becomes solid, rigid. You cannot move. Bearing in mind 4 psi, and what's his name? Ralph Rene had problems at 4 psi. So what you'd be looking like a robot in that thing. You'd be happy in there, but you couldn't move. You'd have your joints, your hip, and you know where all your packages and that. Your hip, your stomach would have to have a special joint. Your elbows, your wrist, your shoulders, kneecaps, ankles. Everything has to articulate. You wouldn't be able to move otherwise. But the suit, you'd be looking like a robot. So they said that it would have been impossible for them to do that.
4 psi is equivalent pressure is 42,000 feet.
You'd be the Michelin. You'd be the Michelin man.
Exactly, the Michelin man. That he would look like. He would need to look like that. That is the way the suit should have looked. Actually, the suit should have looked like that, and then having the relevant articulating joints so you can be mobile. So the linen suit would have torn to shreds immediately at 18.4 psi. Now remember, outside pushing in, and listen to the numbers now, ladies and gentlemen. 11/5,000ths of a percent is all that's pushing back. 11/1000ths of a percent. Zero. That's almost zero. Pushing back. Okay.
So what do they say to that? What's their answer? What's their answer to that?
Yeah.
Surely they have an answer to that.
It's called the luck of. Yeah. The answer is it was the luck of Apollo. That was the answer. Damn.
Okay.
Typically, when you box them into these technical questions, they just pretend you didn't ask them. That's their answer, or they'll say something generic like, "Oh, it's just really good engineering." Well, we know they did it because it happened. Some stupid shit like that. Well, we don't know how they did it, but it must have worked because it happened.
It's really good.
Which is obviously circus.
Yeah. Yeah, the luck of Apollo. That was the big one, the luck of Apollo. They said.
Except for 13. Except 13. No problem. Apollo 13 didn't make it to the moon, man. Had problems.
There's probably a strike in Hollywood, right? They just decided, like, there was like a freaking studio strike.
Okay,
They
I just
stopped in the
Googled
middle.
it.
They're like, we want higher wages to fake this shit, or we're walking.
That's pretty funny.
So on a Google search, the pressure in the suit is much lower than normal air pressure on Earth, 4.3 versus 14.7 psi. So that the suit doesn't balloon and so that it is as flexible as possible. Oxygen. Spacesuits must supply pure oxygen because of the low pressure. That's if you search, why don't the spacesuits blow up?
There you go.
I can't validate
Yes.
anything one way or the other.
That's interesting you say that. Interesting you say that. But in the NASA one, definitely 3.7 psi is the number. That's the official, irrefutable number. So after that, you're going to get numbers all over the place coming from different sources. NASA's number 3.7 psi. That's the number. And I used to just round it up to 4 psi. It's because there's so much knowledge coming into me. This is back in like 2001, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So much knowledge coming into me that my brain couldn't remember the numbers when it's 3 points. So I used to round them off. Okay. So it was actually 3.7. My brain is coping now. It's definitely
No, that
3.7 psi.
the pure oxygen thing, to me, I don't think it solves the problem, because that pure oxygen is also at 4 psi. So when you breathe in, right, like the gas has to have a certain pressure in it in order for it to mix with the alveoli, right? So like the air goes into your lungs,
Exactly.
it contacts the blood and shit. But there has to be a certain amount of pressure for it to actually cross that barrier. It doesn't just automatically, just because it's touching it, cross the barrier. It has to be under pressure. I don't think 4 psi is enough pressure.
Absolutely. It's not enough.
Yeah, and the jets, people that have pressure suits, man, they're pressure suits. It's pressurized inside that shit.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I don't. Hold on. I don't think I don't think the pressure has anything to do with it. I feel like if the pressure had something to do with it, then the people that dive, that do the deep water diving under great pressure, I feel like that would overload your system. Because if you did the opposite and it was much higher pressure.
Yeah, so they have a higher nitrogen amount, right? So the mix, so there's less oxygen to nitrogen.
Right, but
so when
what
they
they're saying
pressurize
is,
it, there's less. So you do that. It is under higher pressure, the gas, but because the gas is a different mix than regular air, you don't get hypoxia as too much oxygen.
So then,
very quickly,
but it sounds like that's what they're doing. It sounds like what they did for the moon suits was the opposite, though. Since it's lower pressure, they increased the oxygen concentration.
Yeah, but there's a limit. But there's a limit. Like there's like a minimum amount of pressure you can have for you to actually absorb oxygen. Like we're just having pure oxygen doesn't solve the problem. It has to be under some level of pressure.
See, that'd be an interesting one. I would have to look into all that and how that works.
I actually
remember my cousin was.
I know a nurse that's a respiratory. So you know how a respirator works is by increasing the amount of pressure in your lungs, right? Because it increases the pressure, it basically forces more oxygen to be transferred into the bloodstream.
Right. It's positive pressure breathing, whereas normal breathing is negative pressure breathing.
Yes. So, but they're at super negative pressure breathing, and just adding more fucking purity of oxygen doesn't solve the problem because you need pressure to cross the barrier. You can't just touch it, right? So if it was just like pure oxygen, it was like zero pressure, it would just be like contact, like oxygen would contact the inside of your lungs. There has to be some amount of force pushing on it to force the interaction.
Well, you couldn't have zero pressure. If you have gas present, there's some kind of pressure. But I get what you were saying there.
Yeah, it just has there has to be
Just real
some
quick.
amount of pressure. 4 is very low.
Real quick.
Actually, I was just going to say, my cousin was an underwater welder. Half of his job would be sitting in a decompression chamber, acclimating himself back to normality. So like they would go down there, and then for days, like 4 or 5 days, he would have to just sit in this decompression chamber as it got him back to normal.
Yep, you have to get the
so
you have to
that's the only
change
reason I had
the
that.
you have to change the nitrogen concentration in your blood. That's what gives you the bends.
Coming up too quick is what causes it. If you stabilize yourself as you're coming back up to the surface, you don't have a problem.
So they're going in reverse, right? So they're going into like a lower pressure environment. So was it 4 psi inside the Apollo capsule, the lander? Was it 4 psi in there? Like when
No,
did
that's
they
a good
start
question.
No,
acclimating
it
to the
was
4
11.
psi?
It was 11 psi. 11 psi in the LEM. 11 psi.
11 in the LEM. It rhymes.
Well, I'm wondering, is that why they have to be in a spacesuit, like even when they're getting in the rocket, like to launch? Do they spend all that time in the suit changing
No,
their?
they do not. No, they changed in the LEM, dude. But guess what? They had their
Okay.
transcript of everything they did, but they don't have a transcript of them changing into their spacesuits, which is another problem. So they wrote down everything. They
That's
took
right,
all the
and no
transcripts at
transcript.
Houston. No transcripts of them changing into their spacesuit, which should have took 2 hours. So they never talked to each other the entire fucking time, even though they literally have to help each other put them on.
I don't think there
No
was enough.
transcript of them going to the toilet. No transcript of the toilet. None of that was mentioned. None.
No, they
I
had the
remember
bag.
there was not enough room to change in the LAM either.
There's a lot of holes in this story, bro. That's all I'm saying. A lot of holes.
You just put your finger in the hole.
You got to put your finger in the hole and make sure you don't poo poo.
Yeah, that's what they were doing, man. They're having gay Mason sex inside the lunar lander.
Don't you be
Putting
making
their finger in the hole.
Don't you be dropping a deuce in that spacesuit, man. It costs $27 million, dude.
No, I said this is you want to bring up something that when I hear something I've never heard about it before, I got to think about it and go and look some stuff up to see what's going on. It's going to be the moon landings.
Yeah,
I'm
what do you care? You said
confident
you don't
not-
believe in the moon landings either, though.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe in the moon landings. I think it's far more likely that they happened than they didn't happen. But when I look at the moon landings, I can see, first and foremost, I can see a motive for lying about that. I can see why people would want to fake that.
80%? Didn't you say 80%?
Yeah, 80%.
Yeah, so that's not more likely. You said 80% that they didn't land on the moon, correct?
No. I said 80% that they landed on the moon, but it's not 100%.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
No, totally impossible. Anyway, I posted the link.
That was his olive branch.
Everyone talking. I have
The
posted
20
the
he gave you a
link.
20% olive branch. Sorry, Gin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, we'll
yes,
take
okay.
it though.
Okay, I've posted the link to the Apollo detectives of what I was discussing. It's just one drop in at least you've got a 2 or 3 year study from that site. Okay? Just one drop. One little 30 minutes. Okay? If you embark and you go into that link and you want to search, you're in for a 2 year at least of studying. No doubt. Okay? So good luck. And as for going to the space, that's totally and completely, utterly impossible. The vacuum will murder whatever you put in it, in that space, in space. Whatever you put in it is going to die. And whatever's inside the spacecraft will die with it. They're not making it to the moon. Okay?
Wait.
The outgassing phenomenon
Is
will
Platypus a
outstrip the rocket.
moon lander believer?
Yeah, 80%.
Yes, he is, isn't it?
I am
Well, that's no good.
80%. I am.
How do you quantify that? How do you quantify 80%?
Yeah.
I feel it's more likely than not that it happened, but I can see a lot of reasons
not?
why people would want to fake
Why
it.
not 55-45?
Because
Well,
then
it's just his internal feeling.
Yeah, but you can't quantify that.
somebody asked me to put a number on it earlier, so I put a number on it.
Yeah, I
Give me a
asked him
break.
to do it. He was 95%. Yeah, that's fair. He was 95% on the Trump and Lee Harvey Oswald situation. He's 80% on the moon. So he offered us that olive branch.
Okay, what about the globe?
An obvious
He's
ask.
already said
Hold on.
0.
Obvious
He said
asked
0.
me. Obvious asked me in the chat to elaborate on what I think the motive to lie would be. I think the motive to lie, the most likely one, would be the U.S. and the Soviet Union trying to get a one-up on one another, and just being able to say that it was just a matter of who's got the bigger dick. Being able to say that you actually managed to get to the moon
Russia and
before the
America are
Soviet
not
Union.
enemies.
That's called propaganda, bro.
Russia and America are not. Hang on a minute. Russia and America and China and Britain, they're not enemies. They're not enemies at all. So if you think Russia is an enemy of America, then you're very, very naive indeed. Okay? Because they're not enemies.
Now or at any point in history?
At any point in history.
No, come on.
Not enemies, bro. It's all made up, bro. It's the wars, you know. I think a lot of the
they're fighting they're fighting a common enemy, and it's the people. That's it.
It's
all part of the
destruction
show.
of the truth.
Yeah.
man. That's what they fight. I mean, hey man, we got a bunch of buildings over here we found.
Whilst
What do you guys want to do with them? Hey, let's have a couple world wars, and we'll destroy fucking 80% of them. What do you think? Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that, bro.
Cocksuckers.
Bastards.
Yeah. Whilst
hold on, real
America
quick.
supposedly went to. Hang on. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, go, Jen.
I was just going to ask him. We were talking about motive.
Jen,
you
started
go ahead.
first, mate.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. If you can hear me, I was just going to say that whilst America was supposedly going to the moon, Russia supposedly went to Mars at the same time. Okay? There you go.
How about that, Mongo? Check that out. That's a fascinating, interesting fact there, Jen. Wow. I like that. I love a left fucking curveball.
Can you imagine them both sitting around going, can you believe these guys believe that I went to the moon and you went to Mars?
I mean, hey, can you believe that the entire world was shut down for 2 weeks? I mean,
2 weeks?
To flatten the curve. I mean, it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. You guys know about that. And they flattened the curve, man.
Yeah, flatten the curve, yeah.
They did it in like 2 weeks. It was amazing. You guys remember that? I mean, why would they lie to us, man? I mean, whatever, man. You guys remember that shit? Anyway.
I remember
that.
Only 2 weeks.
2 years.
That was at 2020.
2 years?
2020.
Wait,
2 weeks to flatten the curve. Yeah, man.
You said it was 2 years?
What?
It took 2 years to flatten the curve, not 2 weeks. Oh
Yeah,
my
it's still
god!
going on
They
today.
told us 2 weeks.
They said
We
2
move,
weeks at the beginning.
we move a
They
little
said
bit
2
slower
weeks at
down
the
here.
beginning.
Hey, was there ever a news report that said, "Man, we flattened the curve, bro. We did it, bro. We did it."
Godspeed.
Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord would like to thank the government for flattening the curve.
Flatten the curve, bro. Thank you, government.
There was that video on YouTube where the White House representative said, "We're going to flatten the curve, and the Earth is not flat." Remember that one?
Dude, I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I'm just gonna ask.
I wasn't.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask very nicely. Whoever keeps changing my name,
Mongo. Quit changing his name, Mongos. Stop it.
Yeah, come on, that's the height of disrespect. That is the same. When you do that, that is the same as taking your shoe off and throwing it at somebody you don't like. Okay? That's what we do in Islam.
Wait.
Islam, that's what we do.
Does GE think the curve was real?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Where we go? All right, Flat. Go ahead, bro. Come on,
Depends what your name was changed to, whether it's funny or not.
It wasn't funny,
What?
man.
G.E. Platypus.
It's
Same name.
It's the same name. I didn't see the name change, man. What was it? Platypus. What did they change it to?
Somebody changed it to GE Mongo, which I don't even know what that means.
I'm only a silver here, man. I'm not a gold or anything. I can't change people's names, but that's what I would have changed your name to if I could have. But anyway, carry on. That was funny. Who did that?
Don't take it personally, Platypus. My name gets changed every time I come in here.
It's not that I'm taking it personally. It's just the one thing that I ask for when I hang out in here.
Good, man. I got one thing too, man.
Although I'm paying attention to when it happens and which mods are actually in here, and the case is building against Creation Bear, despite his frequent denials.
I think I know who it is.
The only other person I believe it could be is muted Indio, and I don't think Indio is doing that to me.
Nah, it's someone else, and I'm not telling you who it is. I think we all know who it is.
Well, I originally blamed Matrix, but I was assured that Gold Pluses cannot change names.
No, we can't change names.
Those guys can't change
No.
names. Only mods.
No, anyway, Platypus. Basically, what I'm trying to say to you is that if NASA did go, they would have to have contended with 3 radiation belts. Okay, the closest one to Earth is at 247 miles on the Earth's surface. At that time, would have been 250,000 rems. That's instantaneous death, without a doubt. Then they would have gone on to 400 miles, where the Van Allen radiation belts begin. Not only that, they've also got to contend with the cosmic ray particles traveling at 8,000 miles a second. Now, that's 670,616,629 miles per hour. And for every square centimeter of the spacecraft, they would be hit with 4 particles per second every second. So it would be like trying to fly a spacecraft through a monsoon of cosmic ray particles. What are cosmic ray particles? This is the material that is shot out across the so-called universe from when stars go supernova and die. Explode and shoot this material, and apparently the space is awash with all that. Then you've got the solar flare events, protons and photons coming off the sun that change your DNA, gamma rays, X-rays, neutron rays. Okay, and NASA was not prepared for that stuff at all. They did not have the required shielding. Cosmic ray particles, you're going to need 2 meters of shielding to contend with it. That's 6 feet of shielding around the spacecraft. That wasn't done. Radiation, minimum, you're going to need 4 centimeters. 10 centimeters, which is 4 inches thick of aluminium around the capsule. And according to Bill Woods, the rocket propulsion engineer for NASA, stated that NASA could not fabricate such a shielding because it would have been a problem for the F1 engines to lift the Saturn V rocket up. The payload would have been too heavy. That's in a documentary called What Happened on the Moon, Parts 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so this is what NASA would have had to contend with, and they were ill prepared. What say you, Platypus? What say you?
Oh God, I don't.
You weren't listening, were you?
No, I was listening. I'm not going to answer any. I'm not going to answer any questions until my name gets changed.
What did he say?
Wait a minute.
Wait, your name got changed?
What's your name now? What is your name now? Hold on.
It didn't change. What are you talking about?
Yes, it did.
That's kind of funny. Sorry.
No, your name's G.E.
name back.
It looks the same to me, man. Why am I just seeing it?
Flat,
yeah, bro.
You're acting like a big baby.
Hey,
or
hold
something.
on, hold on.
Oh,
It's not being a baby. It's just ask. I come in here and let you guys listen. I come in here because I like to hang out with you guys, and I sometimes just let you guys throw me against the ropes. Okay. I only ask for one thing.
And we
Just
earned
one
it.
thing.
And you earned our
Are you complaining?
You know, I only ask one thing of you guys is to not mute me when I'm drunk. I really would appreciate that. That'd be great.
Yeah, please, can we have his name reinstated, please? Because it's the height of disrespect. He's not asking for much. They do that to me in Gem Panda, and I don't operate unless they fix the name. I can do it myself, but it's a principle. You know, don't be changing people's names. Come on now.
I
Come on,
agree.
we're better
I agree.
than that. Yeah, we're better than
Move
that.
on.
Okay,
Let's move on.
like I said, let me just finish this off. In Islam, the highest insult you can give somebody is to throw your shoe at them. Throw your shoe. Take your shoe off and throw it. You might remember George Bush ducking twice from the Arabic reporter. Right, there you
Or
go.
you could shake people's hands with your left hand. That could be even worse.
Ooh, that's wicked.
That's right. That would be worse in Islam as well. Yeah.
Oh, I know it's it's not an Islamic thing, but I had a truck driver show up today to pick up an order, and I saw that he had I've never been able to say this to someone in real life, but he had some symbols hanging in his cab because I had to go give him the paperwork, and I know that the symbology is associated with Sikhism. And it was the first time in my life I ever had the opportunity to greet somebody with Sat Sri Akal, and his face lit up when I said that. It was really cool.
Oh,
That's great.
Balagadon?
It's called relating to people, man. When you know stuff that
You know, the next time you see a Sikh person, call him a Fuddu.
Oh, don't do that.
Or a Lund.
That's
I like Lund Bakota.
Respect.
Hey, now you got your name back, Platypus. Can you answer Jin's question?
I don't have my name back.
Yeah, what say you, Platypus?
Come on, bro.
You just got to go with it, man.
Dude, I was rolling in here for weeks, man, with a different name, and I just like dealt with it. You know, just get over it.
It happens to everybody, bro.
I almost want to. I was gonna say I needed to go at 2:30, but I almost want to sit and listen to Flat Earth Dude get drunker and drunker.
Hey, you know, I'm only gonna have one more beer. It's like it's not gonna go radical on you, bro. Wait till the weekend when we do that watch party.
Yeah,
your watch party.
What are we watching?
I will be getting racked.
Yeah, I might crack open a beer for the 7th time this year. Yeah,
It's good. Flat Earth Dude's done when he just leaves.
Yeah,
doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
He just goes.
That's right. That's what he does. He just disappears. Gone.
That's when I'm done. But reality sets.
So Platypus, what say you with all the problems NASA would have encountered back in 1969, 70, 71, 72? What say you?
I don't know about all that stuff. I know.
That's right.
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah.
Will you look into it though? Will you look into it?
Absolutely correct.
I have. I can try and look. It's not the first time. Jin's not bringing up anything that I haven't heard a bunch of times before. It's.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
The vacuum.
I've told you. I've looked into this.
So you know about. Hang on. So you know about the outgassing phenomena, then? You know about that, do you?
I don't. I don't answer questions when my name gets changed.
Look, Platypus. Please give me some credit.
Give it up, Jen.
What I said to you. Hang on a second. What I said to you, Platypus, you knew nothing about. Okay, don't try and smooth it over. Okay, because I'll grill you and I'll expose you and smack your bottom. So don't do that. Okay.
Hey, Jen, you misunderstood what I said. I was trying to tell you that I don't answer questions while my name has been changed because it was again.
I do understand that. I understood that 100%. I'm fighting to get your name back, actually.
Change, Mongos. Change his name back, man. Come on, please.
I was fighting to get your name back. I already made that claim, statement that it's not a good thing. It's the height of disrespect.
Come on.
Yeah. So can we reinstate his name, please?
It's back now.
Is that possible?
It's just whoever's doing that, you're gonna derail the conversation every time you do it. Because that's
Yeah,
what I'm going to
it's
say.
very
Everything.
childish,
Bongo, man. Just
pathetic.
roll with
In
it.
fact,
Talk about this.
it's
Now,
pathetic.
this just sounds like to me, there, Platypus, that you were trying to sidestep Jin putting you over his knee. That's all it
No,
sounded like to me.
no,
Yes, it did.
absolutely not. I've already gone. Jen already knows that I'm giving it to him that I am not 100% sold on the moon landing. We're already at
thank
that.
you.
He's just bringing up
Okay,
things for me to look at. This isn't a spanking.
Correct,
This isn't a
correct.
put down.
Thinking then, Jin, he asked for
No,
it.
not. Yeah. I've given you a link. It's in there. Jin CBR1 posted a link a few moments ago. Scroll back. You'll see that video. Go into their site and you will be drowning for 2 years of material easily if you're going to be looking into it properly. There's
I got it
easily
saved.
2 years worth.
I did. I put
Easily
it on
2
my
years
watch
worth.
later. That'll probably be that.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. The specific video that you posted is worth watching, or is this just to get me to their channel?
Absolutely. No. Absolutely. That's the one about the suits, the pressurized suits, and how they could never work. You've got to watch
You going to be on here tomorrow, Jen?
Let me tell you tomorrow. Yeah, yes, I will be. Yeah.
Okay, this is. I listen to a lot of YouTube at work. This will be on my
Now,
playlist at work tomorrow. So
please remember this. I don't put videos. Please hear me. Let me just get this out. I, as Jin CBR1, do not put videos that are going to waste your time. Whatever
I
video
got you.
I
I'm gonna
link
watch
you
it.
to, you must watch it because I'm not in the habit of wasting your time. Okay, it's
I'm
for
gonna watch
your benefit. I don't have people coming back to me and say, Jin, that video was shit. You wasted my time. Nobody can say that of me. No one. I don't waste anybody's time because time is precious. Even the Globers, everything I give them is a slam dunk. Take it to court and win. That's all I'm interested in. Not leading you around a mulberry bush. I don't play games. Quick takedowns, facts, no theories, no assumptions, no presumptions, no maybes, might be's, or ifs and buts. It is what it is. That's all I deal with. Jin CBR1. Send me to Antarctica now. I'm ready to go, ready to rumble. And all I'm going to do is talk flat earth to those Globers for the 4 days as they try to pretend about the 24-hour sun. And if they get into trouble, my word is to them, you're on your own, Jack. Man for himself. That's me.
Get back, Jack.
A monster.
Jin, when they get stuck down there, Jin's going to be the first one that they decide is sorry, man. We're hungry. You're the first one on the chop.
We're gonna eat.
Nah, you'd be surprised, man.
Wait a minute, man.
You wouldn't be able to eat gin. You know why? Find your legs missing.
Jin's not going.
Oh, I got no legs. I got no legs. And you see me munching. You know what?
I love
You know
that.
if you're going to
Checkmate.
catch gin,
Just
if you're going to
fucking
catch
checkmate.
gin, if you're going to
How you
catch
going to eat
gin,
me when I'm
if
eating?
you're going to catch gin, you cannot sleep.
Hey,
you gotta not sleep when I'm
cannibal
around.
for a moment. That'd be good. Can we move on to maybe upside down antipodal outer ponders? I don't know, something, anything would be great.
Yeah. Well, Flat Earth Banjo. Flat Earth Banjo says when December comes, when it's the 25th or whatever that event's going to happen, he's got some people working down there that are going to document it. He's got some connections down there already. He stated that in his latest video watched today. Okay, I'll post that video as well shortly. Okay, and in that video, there's a woman complaining. Put a video out a couple of years ago saying that we flat earthers were wrong and really it's wrong to be thinking the earth's flat, etc., etc. All right, and now she's complaining that flat earth hasn't gone away. In fact, it's increased because of TikTok. She's hitting on TikTok as a brilliant video. This one, got to watch it.
She's pissed off that flat Earth has not gone away. You know what? I'm
Yeah.
fucking pissed off that it hasn't gone away. I'm really pissed off because if the globe was a real thing, bro, we would have crushed that. The globe would have crushed us, man, like 5 years ago. Easy, bro. It would have just been like, here's your fucking globe proof bendy water right here, bitches. and it would have been over, man. But there's
Honestly, that is the most compelling argument of all. If it were true, it would. This wouldn't be a
we
quote debate.
wouldn't be here, man. None of us would be here
Nope.
tonight. We'd be like
Not at this point.
We'd be talking about the physics of something, but we wouldn't.
We'd be talking about the physics of being sideways on the ball. Yeah,
Sideways on a ball, upside down on a ball.
Yeah, perpendicular, you know.
Nobody's upside down on the ball. I'll bite on the bait. Nobody's upside down on the ball. There is no upside down.
Come on, bro.
Well, when you take a picture, somebody's upside down.
Fuck off, man. There's a ball.
Yeah.
Man. There's one top and one bottom of the ball.
Yeah, that's right. Australia's down under.
Down.
Under the ball, that's what they say. Yeah, Australia's down under. Antarctica's at the bottom of the world, they say. That's what the media tells us. Australia's at the down under, and Antarctica's at the bottom of the world. And you will notice, hang on, you will notice that those that are down there, supposedly walking, none of them say they're upside down. I know, I'd be saying it all the time. As I talk to you upside down from the bottom of the world, do you know what I mean? Because it'd be a magnificent thing. They don't even say it, do they? They don't even say it.
Oh, he's here. Timbo. You upside down, Timbo? You're upside down. Come on. Chime in.
He's got a head rush.
Definitely not.
Wait. Definitely not upside down? That's weird. I mean, how could you prove you're not upside down? What's wrong with you?
I looked up.
Hey, y'all want to know a T-shirt I've been thinking about making? It's the Mercator map upside down, and then Antarctica would be where my head comes out of the top. So it'd be a globe where it's flipped upside down, and then my head pops out of Antarctica, and then it'd be like
You have to dye your hair white.
And then I dye my hair white and grow a white beard.
I go with the mohawk myself, like that shit. Solid, man. You got to have a mohawk. If you're upside down, you got to have a mohawk.
All the way, mullet all the way, no matter where you're at.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I didn't know. I didn't catch that. There's a clip from the West Wing, the show, where I don't know if anybody's ever seen this, where they, basically make the argument that they should be flipping the Mercator upside down because, up is down, down is up. And it's interesting, if you search that on YouTube, it's like a 3 or 4 clip where they talk that out, but it's just kind of ironic. And essentially what they're saying is that there are biases because up is better than down, top is better than bottom, and America is top, and these other countries, South America is on the bottom, and there's a bunch of bias involved in that. And so therefore the liberal ideology is that we should flip it the other way in order to not create these biases.
That's
it's just
right.
that interesting
I saw that video. Yeah, I saw that.
And to be honest, if you look at a globe or a Mercator map that is flipped upside down, it does throw you off, because we're so used to seeing it a certain way. It's like, what?
Hey,
That's
genius.
wrong.
Hey, genius. Don't they call it the bottom of the world?
Yeah, why did they do that?
Why is it called the bottom of the world? I'm just, anybody can chime in. Why do they call it?
Well, that's why I think that it would be funny if we led a campaign because of this is a biased thing that you're trying to make America be on top and these countries be on top,
Gender thing,
and
man.
we need to flip the Mercator map.
But we're going to call it the geographical identification instead of the gender. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
We flip everything. We're going to flip everything, man.
Flip everything upside down. Yep.
Upside down is up, and up, not upside down is up, and we could flip it, man. I think you Australians need to really, really get on a campaign, Timbo.
Mm-hmm.
To say, hey, man, we're tired of being called upside downers. Fuck you guys.
On the bottom, yeah. Why are we on the bottom? Bottom feeders. Why are we?
It's a ball.
There is no argument to that, though. That's what's funny. Like, if you actually, that's what was funny about this clip. Like, if you propose that, like, there is no argument. That's a fair argument in their case.
Exactly. Timbo, you need to get together with your countrymen and figure out how to sue the world, because you're actually not upside down. You know, you're not actually upside. Wait.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it is past my bedtime. I have got to take off. I will be back on tomorrow night.
Platypuses are nocturnal, mate. So
Get some rest. Have a good day at work tomorrow. And he's gone. All right. So we move along, and somebody's upside down, somebody's not. But in Platypus' world, man,
Okay.
everybody, there is no upside down.
Hey, I'm not gone.
Somebody changed your name again. Fucker, Mongos. Quit changing. You just moved from my perspective. I could see there's the G. It goes alphabetically, right? Yeah. Anyway.
You know the platypus is nocturnal, though, don't you, platypus?
Yeah.
That's why he does night shift.
I'm nocturnal too. That's why I do the night shift.
You got to admit, Platypus and a flat Earth Discord is fun. Anyway. So are dinosaurs real?
They're so goddamn cute.
Oh, hey, they got a new
dinosaurs.
Did you guys?
No, not dinosaurs, platypuses, especially baby ones.
Yeah, would you say platypuses or platypi?
It's platypi.
So what's a group of them called?
A group of platypuses.
Flaggle.
Shit, I can't remember.
Oh fuck! You should know this off the top of your head, man.
Bunch of weird cunts.
Walk. You should know this shit. Come on, man. What's a group of platypuses, man? Come on. Do I have to?
If the internet is not lying to me, which I think it might be, they're called a paddle.
Paddle.
That's what I said.
Paddle.
That's what he said. He knew that answer. Timbo knew that.
See, a while ago, there was
That's pretty
actually no
dope.
name for a group of them because it was exceptionally rare for them to even be in a group.
Yeah.
Kind of like flat earthers, man. Exceptionally rare. I'm kidding, man. I just thought that I'd jump in with some comedy there because, you know, I like to bring things down to humor mostly because it is funny to look at the world and say, what the hell's going on here? And speculate about a million different ways it could work. But at the end of the day, man, you know, you have to accept reality for what it is. And we all do that every day because if there's a truck coming towards you, man, you get the fuck out of the way, man. I guarantee it, man. And that's reality. It's not a made up thing. You know, if somebody throws a rock at you, man, you're gonna duck. Yeah, it's a natural instinct. Natural instincts are what we rely on every day, man. And
that comes from that people saying that like physical things aren't actually physical, they're full of space. Oh yeah.
Dude, I sat
up
with
in front of a car.
Fucking like 6 years ago, I sat with a physicist from fucking Caltech for like 6 hours, man. I'm like, he tried to explain to me how the chair he was sitting in wasn't really there. It's just a bunch of molecules. And I'm like, dude, if I pick that chair up and hit you in the head, you're gonna tell me what the fuck to get out of. And he had no answer for me, man. I'm like, he had none. He's like, yeah, you're right. I mean,
yeah, it just appears to give you a black eye.
Years to give you a fucking concussion, bro. Yeah, that's not gonna work, bro. I love those, you know, millions and trillions of miles away, and the molecules in the chair are so far apart, you know, that yeah, shut the fuck up, man. I'll pick that chair up and hit you in the head, and you'll be like, that's a solid object hitting me in the head. No shit, Sherlock. You're fucking genius. And you'll go ahead and Go on with your fucking physical fucking reality and mathematics or whatever you think you.
Yep.
You live.
And there's still no trees and lakes anywhere else.
Yeah. Do you think calling the platypuses paddle is an Australian joke because their beaks look like paddle? That's strange.
Probably.
Someone sat around. The scientists left on a Friday afternoon. They went to the pub.
And
they said, "What are we going to call this group of platypus?" Fuck it, just call them a paddle.
Yeah.
It's a wonder they're not just called a group, knowing how lazy we are with some of our literature and terminology.
So, what would you call a group of flat earthers again? A paddle? No, not a paddle.
Dipshits.
Oh, you just got muted.
He didn't leave. He didn't leave.
He didn't leave.
How about a fladdle?
You got muted, dude. You can't call people names in here, bro. That doesn't work. I mean, I might have called you a Mongo, but it's
Now that's how that button works. Right. What do you call a group of flat earthers? Fucking legends.
Legends, bro. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking legends and people who actually are critical thinkers, man. Critical thinkers. And they're all right. Platypus is trying to get back in. There you go. What do you think of critical thinking?
We are your leaders. We are your leaders. That's what we are.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. And are we your leader? Is Russian Vids our leader? Who's our fucking leader in Flat Earth?
FED is so drunk right now.
No, I'm not drunk, bro.
It makes me wish I was.
Critical thinkers. Critical thinkers. Isn't that good, platypus? Critical thinkers.
For the record, I've been here just a little over 6 years now. That is the first time I have ever called you guys collectively a name. It was a joke.
I appreciate the joke. I like the comedy. Yeah, I'm down with the comedy, bro. I'm the first one to say, "Hey, man, let's."
I've been in this long enough to have a pretty
let's
thick
make
skin.
fun of where we live, because guess what, man? We can go political, or we can go into assassinations. We can go into the curvature. We can go into all kinds of fun things, and we can make fun of it at the same time as we actually learn about it. I mean, is that a crime? I mean,
Well, we could go into horizons, but these doofuses don't want to accept that there is a physical horizon.
well, that is a thing, man. There is a horizon. Everybody can check it out. We're not lying to you about it, and we're just like, hey, man, check out the horizon. What is it?
They just keep on arguing. They use this stupid circular argument. Well,
What is the horizon, bro?
We never see the physical horizon. It's always the Jim. It's always the apparent horizon.
It's apparent wind, apparent horizon, apparent sun, apparent moon, apparent stars.
Apparent black eye from the chair.
Which apparent fucking story are we going to go with today, bro? I mean, give me the fucking apparent magical Disneyland stars are trillions of miles away. Yeah, give me that one today.
Apparently.
Apparently. But the star you're seeing, man, it could be dead, like, millions and billions of years ago. You don't know.
It could be. That's the crazy part.
It
But everything's everything's apparent until they start using fucking theodolites, and then the measurements are perfect.
Exactly. Thank you. That fucking drives me crazy, that word apparent.
Fucking drives me crazy. I just laugh at it. I hope you guys laugh at it too. I mean, apparently I'm so drunk. I don't
apparent size of the sun.
Apparently I'm drunk. I mean, platypus.
Apparently, yeah. Maybe you are. Maybe you are.
not.
No,
It could
apparently.
be, possibly.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna say the same thing I said on FED and a couple of other. I popped open a beer. Confession. 15 minutes ago.
Geometrically drunk.
So the globe is just the simplest explanation for the most things at the same time.
What's fucking?
It's not, dude.
Simple about the globe, bro.
It's not.
Come on, bro. Get on.
It's literally the opposite.
It is whether it's not speaking to whether it's actually true or not. it is simple.
So simple.
It is
It's
simply
so
what you've been
no, being on a
indoctrinated
path
into.
and not moving is simple. Yeah, it's the opposite, dude. That's what's so.
Because then you gotta. Okay, listen. For example, if for your on your
Show
flat
me,
Earth.
show me.
thought you were
Hold on.
My flat Earth. Wait.
No, I'm glad he's still here. I'm glad he's still here.
Big brush, man.
Go
It's
ahead.
big brush. My flat Earth. Go ahead.
Wait, we got someone new. Hello.
Davey.
We got to go over.
Davey?
Oh, it's Davey. Where you
Is
been?
that your name? Davey? Is that your name? What's up, bro? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We've been out here for like 7-8 years.
Hey,
Talking-
Davey's a
FE,
regular.
He's a regular, man.
Oh,
He's got the
shit.
valued tag and everything.
All right, never mind. Welcome back, man. I'm glad to see you back, brother. We were talking about
Hey, good to see you.
How do I recognize?
So
the
tell
flat
us how the
earthers
globe is
before
more
other
simple.
flat earthers do?
Right, can you guys? Oh, didn't you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Timbo. Go ahead.
Yes.
No, I was just saying. Well, I said it way before you, Platypus. So I don't know why you're saying that. Have you got me fucking muted?
No, he doesn't.
No, I can hear you.
He can hear you.
Platypus,
No,
can
not
you hear Timbo?
Platypus.
I can hear Timbo, but I can also read, and I can see that my name is not correct.
Oh shoot, he doesn't
Oh,
answer.
no.
Guys, come
You
on.
know what? I'm gonna
What happened
fucking
with him?
disconnect you because you fucking giving me the shits.
Um,
Go, press the.
hey.
I'm not gonna disconnect you. Just press the red button and fuck off for the night.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, my pussy hurts. Oh.
Everybody chill
I
out.
thought you left though.
Fucking
For real.
hell. Yeah, what?
He was gonna leave like
Why
15
does
minutes.
everyone
ago.
complain
Is it-
so much?
I get it. He couldn't let it go, dude. Couldn't let it go. I get it. You can't let this shit go. Why? Because it's super fucking interesting, and there's not anything on television that's more interesting than what the fuck we're talking about tonight.
Like,
And I love that.
who cares? Every time I come in, I get my name changed. I still haven't worked out who it is. I've got my inklings, but
I was going to say, if anyone's got the right to bitch and whinge about it, it's Timbo. Because every fucking time I've seen him in here, he's got a different last name.
Timbo.
and I never complain about it.
Never. Not once.
But in saying that, some of them are bloody funny, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Some of them are great, man. I mean, you got Timbo Hardball, Timbo Softy, Timbo. I mean,
Timbo Bimbo.
Stardust. Timbo Stardust.
Anyway,
Everyone just stop complaining about things. Just get on with your conversation, and then Platypus complain and go, "Oh, I'm not talking until you change my name."
Why isn't my name changed? That's what I want to figure out. I'm mad. Not trying.
Neil,
watch what you wish for.
You asked for it.
You'll end up with space
I'm gonna go Neil Mongo. If I had the choice, I'd go Neil Mongo. But it's all right. Let's carry on with the physics conversation we were having about the horizon, man. You guys remember that one? Oh my God, we've never talked about this before. It's never been brought up in any flat Earth or globe discussion ever. Wait, what? It's been talked about for centuries? Really? Oh shit. I mean, that's crazy. Wow. I didn't know that. They talked about horizons for centuries? Maybe even millennial. They've talked about horizons.
Yeah, they said it was the edge of the sphere.
The Earth, it's the edge of Earth's sphere, bro. I mean, what else could it be? It doesn't work on a flat Earth. I mean, there's no way it could work. What? What do you mean it couldn't? What do you mean it couldn't work on a flat Earth? I mean, a flat table, I can see the horizon on the flat table, bro. I mean, I checked it out in my kitchen with the little camera, iPhone, just bringing it up to the edge of I could see the horizon on my flat table. Horizons
FED,
don't work on a flat Earth.
How did you work out that it was curved? Did you look up at the ceiling?
Well, the lights in the ceiling. It wasn't just the ceiling. It was the lights in the ceiling.
Oh, nice.
It tipped me off to that I lived on a globe. It was just amazing. I mean, the lights, you can't deny that the lights in the sky go like, they go in different directions, and they all like, are above our heads. And without that, man, you can't do that on a flat earth. I mean, there's no way, man. You can't do it.
I can't believe he said the globe is so simple.
The globe is so simple.
That's the exact opposite I hear for globe. It's just too complicated for you flat earthers. You guys just don't understand.
That's it. You're too complicated. You guys are too stupid to get it. You guys didn't go. My name's Brenda. You guys know that you don't have the understanding. You have not been through the economic.
Oh my God, he is the worst. I had a conversation with him yesterday.
Brenda, I mean, like
Ugh.
Brenda would say, like, you guys are just not in the same level as these people in, at.
I needed a shower after that fucking conversation.
Oh, dude, that's so fucking bad, dude. I went up with a physicist from Caltech for like 6 hours, man, 3 different times, 2 hours apiece, and it was like, we got to reload. Each of us got to reload our information, and he didn't do his homework, bro. And I made him look stupid, man. Me, of all people, but made this guy look stupid. And it's available for viewing purposes if you guys want to check it out. But I could probably find the link. But in reality, man, all he could say was just imagine. It's like the movie, it's like this. It's like that. It doesn't comport to reality. And when you have to break down reality in the most simplest terms, and that's what I'm here to do. It's, no, the globe is real simple. Wait a minute, bro. No, flat Earth is real simple. That's the problem. Hey, new perspective, man. You ever flown a plane over a spinning globe? I mean, I know
How'd you land it?
How did you land that shit, bro?
Yeah, flying's easy. Just throw yourself at the ground and miss.
Well, we want to talk about tangential speeds and actual speeds. Do you guys know the difference between the two, between tangential and actual? Anybody? Maybe. Anyway,
Tangential would be what, just from ground surface? Would it?
it's on a globe.
Something flying over you, because what the tangent is the point of the
right,
like where a straight line would meet the sphere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So would that be as the crow flies on a ball? Straight line distance.
Yeah. Totally straight line, bro. 100%.
How they measure that?
From
without
Toronto,
a radius.
from Toronto, Canada to the equator, straight line, bro. 100%, guaranteed, without a doubt. There's no pilot in here that was going to give me any other explanation why it's not a straight line. And I've talked to at least 5 pilots over the years, and they're all like, "Yep, straight line." Okay, well, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. And that's all you got to know, man. Like, and they just land the plane when they get there. Well, it just happens magically, bro. You guys don't understand the physics behind the globe, because all the physics behind the globe are based off a flat Earth. What? That's crazy, man. Who said that? Many globers have said that, bro. I've caught them. New Perspectives caught them in their own bullshit. And they're like, well, all the plane flying is based off flat Earth, but it's still a globe, bro. It's still a globe. Neil. I mean, you ever flown in an airplane, Neil? I mean, anybody else? Rarely. Dave, new perspective, man. Anybody? Creation Bear. Man, Matrix.
Hey, new perspective. What do you see? What do you hear? What about NASA owning 21 film studios, highly technologically equipped, more so than Hollywood combined? Can you imagine that? 21 film studios.
Think
Why would
about
you
it.
need that many?
Well, I mean, do you know that Werner von Braun, which was a exile from World War II, he was a SS officer.
War criminal. An SS war criminal is what he was.
Yeah, I could go there, but him and Walt Disney got to hook up, bro.
Yeah, I've got pictures of him.
Yeah. Walt Disney is like, hey man, we're gonna go. We got space hotels coming. We're gonna go to the moon and this cool stuff, man. I mean,
I think there's a picture of Walt Disney and Von Braun. They're holding the Saturn V rocket up above their heads. Yeah, do you remember that one?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So what does that mean when he's holding it above his head? I mean, like we're going to the moon.
We own the world.
We own the world.
We own the moon.
Our
We own...
rockets, bitches. We own the world, bitches.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah, that's what it means. I mean, there are people out there, man, that want to continue their riches, and they're willing to do whatever, man, whatever it takes. And
yeah,
if I could own a whole country, I mean, I would lie to the entire world, right? To own a country. I mean,
yeah,
some people would, man. Not
that's
me.
what they would do.
I wouldn't do that, but
not me. No, I don't want to own a country. Why would I want to own a country for?
There are people out there that want to own the whole world, man, and we've seen evidence of this throughout history, and they've tried here and there, and they've changed their tactics. They changed their tactics, and the rest of us, you know, people out here in the real world, have to kind of adjust to their tactics. I mean, there were some tactics back in 2020 that were just like, what kind of tactics are these, man? I'm going to shut down the entire world for 2 weeks. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro.
Yeah, we're going to be flattening the curve.
Flatten the curve, bro. Hey, my wife came out.
For you flat earthers.
I was in the shop. My wife come running out. She goes, you got to see this. And she had the TV and it's like, it said, just 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And I was like, no.
As soon as I
fuck out
heard it, to flat earthers. That was a message.
Yep, my wife.
Yeah.
But she
was
brought it out to me. She
message to me straight off the bat.
And you the curve, man.
Know what I was glad about? We fast forward to 20 and the military, the Navy, the Air Force called flatten the curve. And I thought, yes, we brought it back. Yes.
So,
that
Jen,
video,
let me ask you. I mean,
it's where the military is speaking.
That was a direct hit at the flat earthers. What do you? I mean, that was a
That was.
Like an uppercut, you know, right in your face. Nobody's hiding a punch. They brought
that was a newspaper rolled up and smashed into your face like a ramrod.
2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I was like, no, I can't believe they're going with that.
Yeah, you didn't just say that. You didn't just say that.
We're going to shut the entire world down for 2 weeks. Well, it turned out to be like 2 years, right? Basically. It was crazy, man. It was crazy times, people. That's all I'm saying. Genius, man.
People. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But we took that back with that video. We took that back with the video called Flatten the Curve. It came out 2022.
That's right.
With the helicopter gunship, flight instructors, aircraft carrier, naval personnel, submariners. Yeah, all of them speaking out, flat Earth, saying that the Earth is flat. Beautiful, beautiful, man. 2 hours. They said we don't fly upside down. We don't fly antipodal on the Earth. At what point does your artificial horizon flip when you're doing it north to south? It doesn't flip. That's what they said. We don't fly antipodal. Yeah.
Oh, that's
brilliant,
the
man.
Oh.
They're bringing out PDFs of the books that they used to become pilots, and they're bringing out the latest PDFs in that video. One of them was, his name's Joshua. He said, because he used to think that the Earth was a globe, of course, he's flying. But when he found out that his training was all about being on a horizontal plane, he couldn't believe it. So he downloaded the latest PDFs just to confirm. And he shows us the books. Man, it's cool, man.
Hey,
yeah.
I've met. Who's that?
Yeah. Welcome.
Hey, Bear.
Whoever you
Bear.
are.
I think Bear was trying to chime in, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Please chime in.
Go ahead, man.
I know what it's like when you can't get a word in. I know what it's like when you can't get a word in, so please go ahead.
Hey, all right, we'll continue, Jen.
I yield to my esteemed colleague. I yield.
We yield the floor. We yield the floor.
Yes, we yield the floor and the mic to our esteemed. What's being said, though? Scrutinizers. Yes.
Hey, Jen, man, let me ask you real quick. Since I got you on the
Yeah,
line,
go ahead.
do you think there's been several resets in the world, or no? Are you not down with that? Resets, like,
Oh, yeah.
like,
Yeah, I reckon there has been. Maybe there's been one before this one. Wow, what's going on?
I don't know. Someone's
Someone's
driving.
being this. Audio went out.
Yeah. Oh.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're crashing and burning. You're breaking up. Wow. I think there might have been one reset. One or two, maybe. We've lived through one just now. Right? We've just lived through one. We're living through a reset now. But I reckon there was one or two before, yes. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, man.
What about you? What do you think about that?
Oh, I'm thinking there was two that we can confirm, but
Yeah.
after that, man,
Yeah.
I don't think I can confirm more than two, but at least two.
No,
man.
there seems, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you with that. There seems to be more of a lot of freedom going on back then, you know. But there was definitely two resets in recent times. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
The Renaissance. The Renaissance was a reset. The Renaissance. They were burning all the books in that. Do you remember?
Burning the books. Hey, they burned the entire fucking library of Alexandria.
Library.
I mean,
there you go. That was a
how the
reset right
fuck-
there.
I mean, you talk about a reset, man. That's the one they admit to. It's like, yeah, man, sorry, we lost a bunch of.
Sorry, you're not allowed to read this material because you are slaves and we're going to control you. So we're going to burn the books in front of. Come and stop us if you dare.
Hey, guess what, Jen? They did the same thing with us with the internet, bro.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because we were rolling and they were like, oh my God.
What are you doing about flat Earth? What are you doing about the flat Earth problem?
Flat Earth. I mean, well, we're going to censor that shit because it's ridiculous. Who could ever think that the Earth is flat? I mean, we're going to put like banners. We're not going to.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean? Are you going to put the Are you going to put the videos as Earth is not flat? What do you mean?
Well, I mean that we're going to censor the more authoritative content versus the unauthoritated content. We're not going to promote flat Earth anymore because it's a content that doesn't agree with our guidelines in information smuggling and information
So
suppression.
if somebody clicks on a flat Earth video, what's going to happen? They're going to get a Earth is not flat video? What do you mean?
Well, exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen is that when somebody types in flat Earth on YouTube, they're going to get a banner.
Debunk videos.
They're going to get a banner that says that this is an archaic way of thinking and you need to think differently. That's what they're going to give you.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay. That's the problem solved. Okay. Next, please. Yeah, that's what it was like, man. It was like
That's
that.
what it's like, bro. I mean, we went through it, and
I saw it. I saw it as we were going through it. I watched it, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and the action of the man in the seat dictating and asking the woman of the CEO of YouTube at the time, what is she doing? If she was the CEO, I don't know who she was, but she was high up in YouTube anyway.
Right.
Fuck.
Well,
And she was panicking to speak. She couldn't even speak properly. Silly cow.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. She was nervous.
Well, the evidence for a globe or a flat Earth is in the pudding, man. And
that's right.
You want to get out there in the real world and experience the real world, then we can talk and say, hey, man, what do you?
That's where the pudding is, man. That's where the pudding is.
And that's where the sweet spot is. And just ask anybody in here that if you ever seen the globe with your own two eyes from outer space, man. Have you? And if anybody answers,
The word is no. The word is no.
The word is no. If they have answered that question, they're one of the Apollo astronauts, and we need to welcome them in here and question them about their experience. But guess what, man? Most of them are fucking dead. Most of them are.
No. Most of them are not dead. No, most of them are not dead yet. You've got. Let's see. There's a few of them that have died. You've had was it Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, I think, has just gone recently.
Yes.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, there's only a few of them that's gone. A handful, not many, less than a handful even.
Hey,
they're all still alive.
Listen to my litmus test. If you want to talk to anybody about Earth, just get them to admit that they've never seen the globe
from space
with their own two eyes from outer space. And if they admit that they've never seen it, you can talk to them. If they want to Gish Gallop or head off to fucking the weeds, wherever, you just don't even talk to them, bro. That's what I'm saying. What do you think of that as a litmus test for a reality?
It's excellent because you can take that anywhere across the flat Earth, anytime, anywhere, any place, really. And that's Gin Martini. Yeah. Anytime, anywhere, any place. The right one, the true one, Gin CBR1. There you go. I am that man. Like I said. Go ahead.
We just want to establish somebody that can extinguish reality from fantasy.
Yes.
And that's all I'm trying to do, man.
Hey, somebody's doing a vacuum cleaning there.
Have you ever seen the fucking globe with your own two eyes? No. Okay, then. Let's start from there. Do you see how simple that is? I mean, it's fuck the three questions. I love the three questions, but the simple fact.
The three questions can come after that, can't they?
Yeah, they can come after that. Because if you're willing to admit, of course I've never seen the fucking globe with my own two eyes, then you're welcome here, bro. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's an honest answer. Let's begin. And then I would say to them, don't you think it's odd that you've never, all the life that you've been born so far, that you've never experienced living on a globe? You can't point to one aspect where you've been living on a globe.
Exactly, Jim. That's my point. You can't point to one thing that says, well, it's the stars, it's the sun, it's the seasons, it's the earthquakes, it's I mean, which one do you want to go? They can go down any road they want, but they can't prove without a doubt. There's no way. They've never seen the globe with their own two eyes. And that's it, man. Just admit that. If you admit that, we can hang out. If not, good luck with you, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I do that when I'm on holiday and wherever I go. The only problem is sometimes it's not well received because it's a black guy that's giving it to them. And they know they're inadequate. They know themselves. Because I always say to them, look to yourself. How did you prove it was a globe without somebody else telling you? You haven't done that yet, have you? And then you can see they're beginning to feel uncomfortable. They're taking more sips of their drink. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I mean, I've been there, done that actually.
Yeah, exactly.
A little heavier, really.
Yeah, the husband's questions are getting a little bit more tense and aggressive.
This guy's asking me questions I can't answer. I mean,
And I'm being polite about it. I'm polite. I'm on holiday with that Cockney English voice. And you think, what is this?
I've ever heard you say a cuss word ever. Maybe once. Maybe. And
somebody's dropped. Are you okay there, mate?
Did you fall down the stairs, Izzy Dog? What just happened?
Fuck fell down the stairs, man. What the hell happened?
What was that, Izzy Dog?
All right.
Is he okay?
Hot micer.
Sure, 80. I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is the Earth flat?
Flat as a pancake, man. You better believe it.
All right. You got any proof of that or not?
Yeah,
we got loads of proof of that. Loads of too.
All right, but
Over
how does it
200.
make sense? Well,
Over
if
200.
there's something, if there's something called a globe, how does that make sense?
That doesn't make any pounds and pence. Sorry.
It does.
Globe
It
doesn't
does.
make
No,
any pounds
no,
and pence.
bro. If there's a globe, it's a circle. You know what I mean?
So because you say globe,
yeah.
Well, how come when planes go in the sky, we can see it?
No, you can't see it.
Well, then what do you see?
Well, we see a leveled horizon, leveled surface. We don't see.
Nah. I can see a circle.
No, you can't, sir.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're on about, but I know that when I'm on a plane and NASA's got proof of this as well. But
nah, you're out of your mind, man.
NASA is real. What are you on about?
NASA's got proof of this as well.
No, they
NASA's
haven't.
got proof of what? Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. He's just made a claim. NASA has proof of this. So he's tried to knock the burden off of himself. So go and get NASA's proof and bring it into us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bro, just search up.
No, we don't have to search.
We're waiting on your proof here, Izzy Dog.
Wait, can someone screen share? Wait, am I allowed to screen share?
No.
No.
Alright, so how am I going to show you? Because if you just search up Earth, it will come up as a circle. So I don't know what you're on about.
That's not the real thing. That's a CGI image by Robert Simmons.
This is not NASA. This is just you Googling something.
Yeah.
Alright, then what's NASA? How does NASA have proof of this?
NASA doesn't have it. That's the thing. They tell us that they don't have a photograph of Earth from space. They don't have it.
Well, then what's the image I'm looking at right now? What's the image?
You're looking at a CGI image. You're looking at a CGI image created by Robert Simmons, NASA employee.
You fucking lost the plot.
No, man. Not at all.
If you think that's CGI, if you think they can edit a picture,
NASA employee Robert Simeon.
Bro, I'm on the phone right now to a NASA employee.
Yeah, sure.
I'm on the phone right now to one.
Yeah. Well,
I'm asking him.
Put him on.
Yeah.
Put him on.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. What's your name? Who's talking the most? Jin Sibur.
Jin CBR1. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, Jin CBR. Hey, Mike. I'm just calling in regards of Jin CBR. He's been a bit of a gonk here. He thinks that.
Well, no, I'm not. You're being a bit of a lemon and a hole of an ass and a head of a dick. But carry on anyway. Well, he's disappeared. He seems to have disappeared.
Did someone mute him?
Oh shit!
Unfortunately.
Yeah. He was being a bit of a head of a dick and a hole of an
Yeah,
ass.
but I really wanted to see that NASA proof. Honestly, I was waiting
so
on
did
it.
I. So did I. Yeah.
Dude, that's why I'm still here. I mean, I want to see it. I mean, come on.
Can someone unmute him? I really want to see this NASA proof.
Come on. Somebody unmute him. We want to see the proof, man.
Yeah. Let's give him a chance.
Give him a chance. Give him a chance.
Just
let's
one
give
more.
him a chance
one
to
more
wreck himself.
Please, man, just for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, I'm back. I just got off the phone with Mike and we just had a nice chat. Basically, he just said the Earth's flat and you guys are all wrong. And there's actually proof of this.
No, we're right. What do you mean? The Earth is flat. We're
No,
right.
see how he's saying you're right? That's actually narcissistic traits and gaslighting.
No, it's not at all. That's correct.
You're trying to
We're
gaslight me.
No.
You guys
You're
don't
gaslighting. You're gaslighting yourself, mate.
Hey, wait, what's your name again? Jin Sabia. Can you turn the camera on real quick?
Yeah,
There's
can
no
you speak
cameras allowed in here.
No cameras. No.
Oh, no cameras.
we
Bro,
don't-
I want to turn my camera on.
It's
I
just
want to
a
turn my camera on.
line,
Am I
bro.
allowed?
We have another server for that, bro. We got a different server.
All right. Well, anyway, so back to what I was saying. Wait, what was I talking about? Yeah.
You were talking about
Yeah. So like,
curvature of
you know how there's like birds and stuff.
What about it?
Yeah.
You think the birds wouldn't like notice that it's flat?
The birds know it's flat. They know it. They know it more than you.
Bro, the birds don't know shit, bro.
They know
They
more
just
than
know
you.
that
They
it's
know how to
fucking round
fly.
Earth.
They know
Alright,
they
hold
don't
on,
fly
hold on,
upside down.
hold on.
That's for sure.
Wait, listen. So you're questioning
don't
me, but how
fly
about
upside down. They know that.
listen, dickhead. How about I question you? Where's your proof of the Earth being flat?
I'm
No, but where's
telling
your
you right
NASA
now,
proof you were
it's
talking about
measurable flat.
before?
Wait,
Where's the
no,
NASA
hold on.
proof?
Shut the fuck up, bro. Okay, where's your proof?
Listen, don't be rude to the woman, yeah? Excuse me, look. If you're going to come
Oh,
in and just be
excuse me, sorry.
obnoxious, yeah, so hold your fucking nonsense together, will you?
Whoa, what's up with that language, old man? Relax there, bro. I'm just trying to ask a
Excuse
question.
me, don't call me an old man, because I'll put you into the fucking, put you in your coffin pretty quick. Okay? So don't do that. Yeah, don't be doing that. Okay?
Oh, man. Young shit.
You don't even know who I am. That's
Listen
the
to
thing.
him cackle like a little
You
bitch.
don't even know who I am.
Cackling
That's
bitch.
the problem.
My bad.
Yeah. So just get on with it.
So, where's your proof?
Well, like I just told you, it's the
Unc,
lack of
where's your proof?
curvature.
Unc, I'm waiting for
Are
it.
you
Unc,
listening?
I'm waiting
Are
for
you
your proof.
listening? Look, you can't talk. Ask me a question, and as I answer, you're talking. That's retarded. A lump of shit's got more brains than you at this point. It knows when not to talk. So can you stop the verbal diarrhea, put 2 tampons in there, and give me a chance to speak? Can you do that? Can you? Right. Let me know when you can. What a wally.
Oh, he got muted again.
Yeah, he got.
Thank God.
Well, he's a silly ass, isn't he?
Yeah, okay, I'm back. Unc, bro, what are you talking about? Answer my question. Where's your proof?
I'm going to answer your question when you shut up.
Okay,
Can you
hold
shut
on.
up now?
Jin,
I'm quiet
Jin, hold
right
on
now.
for a second. Jin, Izzy Dog, if you don't
Sure.
know, there's everyone in here is from different places across the world, yeah? Some of us have got this shit called lag. So when you ask them a question, give them a couple of seconds to answer. Don't just go, hey, what's your name? Hey, I don't really like that name. They need
Are you talking to
time
me?
because of the shit lag. No,
Are you
I'm
talking
sure
to
not.
me?
I know
Yes,
it's bad
he's
for you
talking
too.
to you. Yes.
Oh,
To you.
wait. Can you repeat that? 'Cause I actually didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
shut up for a second. Just shut up for a second.
I didn't hear that. Can you please repeat that?
No, don't repeat it. He heard it. He heard it. Right.
On Unc's life, I didn't hear that.
Shut up.
Okay,
what
this
we're
is how
telling
it
you.
works. When you drop into someone else's house, you behave yourself. When you ask
Yep,
a
I'm
question,
on my best behavior.
yeah, cool. When you ask a question, shut up and let him answer because we've got really nasty lag from some of the people here. All right?
Sorry,
That's
yeah.
it. That's it. So give him some time. Let him answer the question. Now,
Right.
Izzy Dog, ask your question.
Okay, so my question was, where's your proof of the Earth being flat?
Okay. Because you're blind as a bat and you don't want to look, just listen with your ears. When you look out over vast distances, we are seeing too far than the curvature of the Earth would allow. Let me give you an example. 273-mile camera shot that's in the Guinness Book of Records So it's not a pie in the sky. You can check it out. 273 miles taken with a Japanese camera called the Nikon P900 over the France mountain range. There should have been 9 miles of curvature blocking the sight of the camera, but the camera shot was taken. Okay, I can see Mount Fuji 200 miles away from Fukushima. Yeah, from Fukushima, because I'm in Japan talking to you right now, and I can see Mount Fuji. There should be 4 miles of curvature blocking my line of sight, but it's not there, and I can see the mountain in its entirety. Okay, so long distance observation is one of my first proofs. Second, oceans are level. Okay, so there's no curvature to be seen on the horizon of any ocean that I've been on. I've been traveling since 1969. That makes me well older than you young whippersnapper, okay? So now, I've not seen the curvature of the Earth in 62 years. That's my evidence right there. I've flown in aeroplanes and jumped out of aeroplanes when I was in the army. Again, all I saw was horizontality. I didn't realize that the Earth was flat back then, but when I look back, that's my evidence. Never to have seen the curvature of the Earth. And the Earth is not rotating is the other proof. No proof, because if the Earth was rotating, it would mean that an aeroplane that I'm on would be landing on a rotating Earth. But the aeroplane doesn't land on a rotating Earth. Does it now? Does it? There you go, look. He's gone quiet now.
No, that's actually because I was on mute. Oh, that's why I was quiet. Anyways, so all that talk, basically all I heard was the curvature and all that stuff. Like, I mean, you got a point.
That's the main crux of the model, isn't it? The curvature has never been seen by any human being. Neil deGrasse Tyson told you that. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Felix von Gardner jump, you would never be able to see the curvature from 120,000 feet up. Okay, that stuff is flat. That's what he says. You won't see curvature there. So you've never seen curvature in your life.
I've seen curvature.
What location was that? Where?
Your belly.
There you go. All right, you can mute this guy now. He's only here to be silly, really. Yeah. You can see he's a time waster. We've destroyed him just with a few personal points. Silly.
Did we hear or see his NASA proof towards round?
Yeah, do you have your NASA personnel? Mike, I think he's gone. He never had it. He was lying. He was
he's staying as he is muted, not letting that off. Sorry.
Yeah, he was lying anyway. We knew he was lying because he didn't have this NASA personnel there. He's just making it up on the fly. You've got to be quick with these guys. Yeah, because if he really did have a NASA personnel, we would have met him without a doubt. He would have put him on. He would have. You know, but he didn't really have that. He hasn't got that kind of connection. He's a brat. You can see he's just being a nuisance. You know, he's in his very, very late teens, I would have to say. Late teens, very early 20s, that's it. I prefer the late teens myself. I think that's where he's at. 18, 19, 20. He's had a few drinks. And he's come in loud thinking flat earthers are stupid. But as you could see, he couldn't answer the questions we put to him. He just had to keep on joking, and that's what they do, you see. I'd love to have him in the military. Yeah. I'll make him jump shit, shave and shampoo, believe you me.
He's just indoctrinated, man.
Yeah. I love those those wild horses that they buck. I love those ones. They're the ones I like to attack. I feel totally inadequate. Yeah. So I cut my teeth on those kind of people. And it's good to see the transformation from the prick to the mature, coherent, thinking soldier. Yeah, it's good to see that. The wise guy to the realization that yes, now your training is kicking in. Yeah, you may have to kill somebody. Yeah, can you do that? Serious thing. I'm glad I didn't kill anybody anyway, myself. I'd left before that could happen. And I'm glad I did, because I would have ended up killing for the elite and risking my own life as a very polished, very shiny cannon fodder, because that's all we are when we're in our uniforms. Very shiny cannon fodder. They don't give a toss about us. They will throw us into any war. Don't care whatever legs you've lost or even if you get killed. They really do not care, because it's not the people that make the wars. The citizens do not create the wars. The leaders create the wars that the soldiers die, that you pay for. Terrible situation that is. That is just criminal in itself. And the way they brainwash you to think you're doing a good thing. It is noble to want to protect your countrymen and women and protect your country, but it's absolutely foolishness when your leaders are creating the wars that you're going to go and die in. Terrible. That is just not good. Yeah. Dishonorable. That's what it is.
Hey, so I don't know if you can hear me at all.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can hear you clearly. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So knowing all of that, are you glad that you did go through that process? Are you glad you joined the military?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad I went through that process.
See, isn't that interesting?
I have an insight that makes me very powerful to persuade all the Navy men and the sailors and the Air Force men and the soldiers, because the way I'm going to tell them, when I'm in my own uniform as well, shiny as they are, I will tell them the history of what soldiering has been going on and how we haven't facilitated freedom on this earth. Look around you, look at the taxes people are paying, look at the homelessness, look at the state of the medical. This is not freedom. This is hell. And we've been brainwashed to think we are fighting for the freedom, and we're not free. Not even the soldier is free. We are enslaved.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, let me ask you a hypothetical question.
Go on.
That's what I do. Let's suppose that you were not allowed to tell any of your fellow countrymen or anybody the truths that you know. Let's just say there is like a gag, or God comes down every time you speak about it. It silences you. Would you still be glad that you went through the military experience? But you can't convince anybody of anything for whatever reason.
Well, I'm going to be glad because I know. Of course, I'm still going to be glad because I actually know. So I'm going to be glad without a doubt. And I will always try to tell my countrymen and women what's actually going on. So I will always, that is instinctive of me breathing air. I'm going to be doing that. Nothing's going to stop.
Do you think it shaped your character in certain ways? Like, despite what you know, despite what you can convince?
It definitely has, without a doubt. Without a doubt, it has shaped me. I use it in my life. 62. People say, you don't sound like a 62. That's right. I said, I'm getting younger as I'm getting older. You're getting older and you're younger than me. It's terrible. You want to start looking at your life. So no, it has shaped me well. I love it. I love that I did it, without a doubt. Glad I did that.
And so isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that folks go through that experience, and oftentimes it can be brutal, right?
Yeah, it is
but they
brutal.
almost always don't regret it. They almost very, very rarely do they regret it, which is even knowing what they know. Like, I've got a good friend of mine, my best friend, I'll say that. He did 2 tours in Iraq, fought in Fallujah. I mean, he's a screwed up cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even looking back on it, like, even with all of his nightmares and everything, he would sit here and tell you, I'd do it again. And that's just interesting to me because, by the way, he's a truther too. Like, he knows. We talk about it all the time. We get to shit getting drunk with him just a week ago, talking about all of it. So it's just kind of an interesting phenomenon. Like, even the people who know after the fact that they were being being used. They were cannon fodder. They were this. They were that.
Mm.
They still look like the crux of it. They still look back on it and
Yeah.
see it as a overall positive experience.
Yeah, it was a positive experience, but I'll never want to do it again. I don't want to be cannon fodder for the elite. So that's not my position. I am the man that's advising all the youth, don't do it, because all you're doing is putting yourself on the line to be killed for the elites. That's all you're doing. You're not facilitating freedom. And when you're not doing that, what the hell are you doing then? You're risking your
Okay, so there's a good hypothetical. If your son came up to you and said, "Hey, I think this is going to shape my character. I think this is going to be good for me, and I think I should join the military for however long, not that long. Let's just say, presumably for this hypothetical.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dad? What do you think? Should I do that, Dad?"
Yeah, he actually did ask me, and I said, no, don't do it. I told him why, and he agreed. I just told him straight that you're not going to be facilitating freedom for anybody. You're going to be working for the elites who are going to send you into danger. You die, we get the flag, and that's what we get. And then my son is.
It's funny. My buddy Reed, my buddy that went through everything, we've been very outspoken with each other. I feel like I know his experience very well. He would say the same thing actually to his son. We both have sons, and he would, despite looking back on it as a positive experience, despite looking back on it as a net positive, despite all of those things.
No.
Well, once again, he is a truther. He is a true I think where the breaking point on that is when you realize, yes, it is positive and you're part of something bigger and all of this.
Yeah.
But once you realize it is for, not the right reasons.
Yeah.
That's when you don't want your son to do it.
That's right. That's exactly what I said to my son, that you will not be facilitating freedom for humanity. You're going to put yourself in dangers, in harm's way. They're going to put you in harm's way because they're playing the games. They're making the money off of your effort. They train you to shiny your boots and your buckles. You look really good, but they don't care about that really, as long as you can pull that trigger and play the game and kill the enemy when they tell you to. And what enemy are you? You're killing innocent people. So no, we're not doing that. I don't want you to go and do that. So no. That's why I gave them my version of the military training, all my boys. Canoeing, hiking, mountain bike trekking, snowboarding, camping, of course, targets in the forest, pinned up, hit the target and find your dad in the bush. That's what we were doing. Okay? I gave them the training myself. I'm a fitness instructor anyway, so I can easily create a theme where they have to find daddy, but you've got to hit the targets and then find me, in the bush, in the mountains. Yeah. You ask my children, they will tell you. And they were using BBs only. It's only a BB gun, but the targets, we got the targets from Hawaii because we went shooting in Hawaii. So I asked for some targets and then I photocopied several here and then I set them up in my kit. I've got them in the SUV. We're off. Boom. And let's go now. I'm at the foot of the mountain. So we got radio walkie-talkies. So I said, sit down, relax, get ready. When I've set everything up, I'm going to call you and you come up one at a time. That's what I used to do, man, with my kids. Yeah. So I did that.
That's good.
Yeah. Because I didn't want them to go into the army and be used like that. So I did it. I gave them the training. I've got pictures of them looking very grumpy because I made them go up the mountain, I said, you can eat well and you play the games. Okay, now it's the training. Now it's games with nature. Get up there and shut up. Move your fucking asses. Hurry up. Do you know what I mean? And they had to, they got to the top, tired. Pictures I took and they looked very pissed off. But there you go. They still did it. That's the thing. But yeah, good. You like? And they still say I'm a good dad. Do you know what I mean? They don't hate me. Just that, they're glad they did it because it's an achievement, isn't it? To climb these mountains. I've climbed Mount Fuji 14 times. They've climbed it twice. I've climbed Mount Scuba 350 times. They've climbed it a good 100 and so. I've climbed Mount Ohira with my mountain bike as well. Another 150. They've climbed it about 100 or so with me. So, they've done, we did it. And then we done the snowboarding and then we did the camping, of course, which we love, and tree trekking. where you're climbing through trees. You're about 3 to 4 meters off the ground, and you're circumnavigating ropes and everything, rope slides, and it's brilliant. I put them through that. In fact, they went to this course and they were asking for me. Where's your dad? Oh, your dad is really strict. That's what they said to my children. And then my children said, no, he's not. He's not strict at all. But they thought I was strict, the people who owned the course. Because they could hear me shouting, yeah, get a move on your left. Yeah, come on. You know you can do it. Go. Do you know what I mean? Motivator.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, that's me with my mic. I do apologize. Let me do that now. That's me.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry about that. Yeah, but that's what I did with my children.
So you're in Japan.
Yeah.
I'm breaking it.
That is a shame. Yeah. Yes, I'm in Japan. Yes. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you now, but I lost everything there for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I said yes. I am in Japan. Thanks for that, Matrix. Yeah, I'm in Japan at the moment. Yeah, been here 25 years. We've had 4 kids in that time. The eldest one is 24, youngest 15, and I put them all through.
Where did you come from before? Where did you come from
London,
before?
England.
Where's the accent?
London.
Where's the accent from?
Yeah, London, UK.
Yeah,
London.
that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah. I was in the army in London, the UK. Royal Engineers, 2 years, and then 3 years of Army Cadet life, London Scottish Regiment. So I did.
What year? What years? What years would you have been in?
Okay, so 1980, 82, 83, 84, and then cadet life was 1970s, in the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
all.
60. I'm 62 now. You see, and I still wear the military clothing because I like it. I like the rough and tumble.
Yeah.
I don't really like suits and jeans and all that. So that's what I wear. My life is. I dress practical. I'm not really. When I used to dress fancy. I've got those clothes, but I don't really associate myself with that now. I'm more of an outdoor guy, you know. And that's the kind of clothes I wear. Hiking equipment and stuff like that is what I wear. You know, I'm not this. You know, wear a.
Yeah, I think I'm still getting an echo.
Yeah, that would be me.
Is everybody else hearing that? Yeah, I don't know if maybe a headset or I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest with you. I'm new on all this, but I don't hear myself now, actually. That's fine. Well,
Yeah,
hey,
it's
I
good.
want to talk for a second. If I can revert back, we'll take it back to Flat Earth if that's okay. Because that guy
go
asked,
ahead.
"What's your best proof?" I'm always in. This is an interesting question. I'm relatively new to all this. I found it very interesting when Huey was talking about flatten the curve, because like I didn't know anything about flat Earth then. Like I didn't. I can only imagine, had I been, we'll use the word woke, or if I knew about this, at the time, and then they're saying flatten the curve. I can just only imagine what I would have thought hearing that. But once again, at the time, I didn't know anything. But I do find that an interesting question of what's your best proof, and it's a common question. And I think if we were smart, and I'm saying we as in the FE, there would be like a very strategic, coherent answer that like we could all memorize, for lack of a better term, get behind, understand, memorize. That's the most compelling arguments for the fact that we're not living on a spinning ball. Now, I have I've gone into this before. I have my personal opinions on that, and I can go into those, but I am curious to know what other folks think, the most compelling, and when I say this addressing like a newer type person, like the guy that came in, not an anti-flat earther that knows all the rebuttals of all the arguments. I'm talking about a new person that's not really exposed to this, issue. Basically, they would say a normie. A normie says, "Why? Why do you think that? What's the best proof?" I'm just curious of what. And by the way, I think you had a perfectly coherent answer to that. I think that's all like compelling arguments, obviously. But I'm just, I answer it in my own mind, so I'm just throwing that out there. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. Yeah, what you're saying, we should have a standard response, and we all do, and that's really basically it's the long distance observation, lack of curvature, of course, with the 8 inches per mile squared, and then the non-rotating of the Earth. So that, and then the third one is you can't have this pressurized system of Earth hurtling through the universe without a container to contain the air pressure in a vacuum. You see what I mean? You've got to have a container there. So those are the three things. I was going through step by step, slowly, and then bringing in my own personal experiences, because that's definitely a must. Have I experienced living on a globe? I have not, and I told him in 62 years. So, and you can't argue with that. Do you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I agree with everything you're saying for sure, obviously. But when I heard that, the very first thing, and I think of certain folks and how they would answer it, and I think a lot of folks would answer, kind of we measure it flat, if you've heard that term, and I think that's like if I had to poll. How would you first go about answering that question? I think most folks, at least in this Discord, would say would go that route, if you will. Would say we measure it flat. I know I would, but I actually would kind of a different right. I'm getting way feedback. I don't know what's going on there, but I know that the way that I answer it is probably a lot different than other folks for sure. Because typically when I have a friend or somebody say that, the very first thing I go to is I ask them, do they believe that they're moving right now at this very minute at 1.3 million miles per hour? Like, I appeal to their senses first. That's just my personal, I think, way to go about it. But I've been thinking about this of what is like the best way. And when I say a quick, easy, quick and dirty, everyone can understand it way to explain, or at least to get their little radar up of maybe this guy's telling me the truth type thing. And I'm talking normies, of course. I'm not talking anti-flat earthers that are, totally all into it. I'm going to mute now and you can go.
I've tried that because I used to work at a warehouse, and whatever I say, oh, the water is flat and it's 70 whatever % of the earth. The majority of the normies want to fill in the blank. They say gravity, and that's their little blanket. Their gravity blanket fixes everything. But go on, Jen.
Oh yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, I've had that same experience. So the answer is there are many roads to getting the individual to understand that they're not on a globe, and the idea that you used. We're not moving at 1.3 miles an hour right now. That's a good avenue. So it depends on the person, the situation. So there are many roads. Each one we've got over 200 proofs that we can actually bring to bear. So that's why, yes, it measures flat. And I always say that to them, that it measures flat. I do say that because I say to them, always the standard for me is, how did you validate the Earth? What did you do? What methodology did you use to confirm that the Earth is a globe? And they say, but how did you prove the Earth is flat? I measured it. That's what I told them straight away. I measured it. And then, if you're thinking coherently, you're going to think, how did you do that? But they don't even ask that question. They just rebut. They try to rebut it without even addressing what I've said. You get my meaning? So, but I carry on with it. I go with the way they are.
That's why I think an appeal to their senses, in my opinion, one way or the other, whether that's looking at the horizon or, in my opinion, just going with the paradigm of what Google says. I typically like to say that is like, hey, you can Google it. They say that you're moving at 1.3 million miles per hour through the galaxy at 4 different directions. So, like, do you believe right now that you're moving at, you know what I mean? Like that appeal. And I'm not just saying that. I'm just saying, I think an appeal to the senses at first. We're talking a normie here, somebody not familiar with the debate, and I consider that kid that came in here a normie. He's clearly not familiar with the debate, and so I think an appeal to the senses, and then in my opinion, the next best arguments is, for my opinion, is to explain rise over run surveys and how geodetic surveys manipulate the data to put curve on it after the fact.
Okay.
And I think that goes into the measure. So you would say, I would appeal to the senses. Do you believe you're moving at 1.3 million miles per hour? And then, first thing I would say is, because we measure the Earth flat. We measure that in several ways. And then I would appeal to senses, and then I would go into the survey situation, because at the end of the day, there are surveys all over the world that do not show curvature. And those are people who have no axe to grind. They're simply going out there, they're making measurements, rise over run. They're shorter measurements, so you can't take into account refraction and all this other stuff. And you butt those surveys up, it shows the Earth is flat. And then only until the geodetic survey guys get and manipulate the data do you have a situation where you can make an argument that there's a ball. There is no ball. If you look at how the planar surveyors measure it, they measure it flat. And so I think that's the most compelling argument. And I think, and I've been kind of working on how to really coherently put that in, like, I was even thinking about making a short on my channel. It would be my first short of, like, in this, like, 1 minute synopsis of, like, how I can specifically explain how that is. Because it is so compelling to me. When we say measured flat, that is measured flat. And we can take angles to the stars and all the other things we see in the sky. But to me, that's not as definitive as our surveyors who have no axe to grind. When they go out there and they measure the land, they measure it flat. To the point where they had to create, it was a problem. And so they had to create the OCAA or whatever it's called. Here, I got it actually over here. To manipulate the data to assume that it has to be flat. Or, I mean, a ball. So basically, these and that was the problem. You have all these surveyors that go out there, they survey rise over run, and you butt them all together, all these different plats of land, and it turns out there is no curvature. And when you butt them all up, well, that's a problem. And so they figured out how to solve that. They created something called geodetic surveyors, totally different than surveyors on the ground. And then they make assertions like geodetic surveys, they're more accurate. They have to be, of course, because it takes into account a curvature. But they're actually not more accurate, they're less accurate. And when people actually build on these surveys, on these pieces of the land that have been surveyed, they always want to go back to the planar surveyor because that's the most accurate. It's not the geodetic survey, it's the planar survey. The guy on the ground that actually measured it, when it comes time to build, you want his calculations. You don't want the calculations from the OCAA that has manipulated the data. So it is a conspiracy. It is. They have gone way out of their way. And they've done that because, indeed, the Earth is measured flat.
Right, yeah. Now that you've said all that, your methodology is excellent. but it depends on the intellect of the person you're talking to. Because when you go into the plane surveyors and the geodetic surveying now, most Joe blog and Sue blogs on the streets, that's way above their head. You'd have to be talking to someone of a high intellect that understands surveying. So if you go that route, although compelling is a slam dunk, they won't get that. That's over their head. So it depends on the individual. Yeah. It's still a great method, don't get me wrong. But it depends on the
Yeah, no, I'm gonna make a short. I'm working on a short, and I know exactly how it's gonna look, and it is going to explain this in a very simplistic way. Because like when you understand rise over run, you're literally going at 90-degree angles. You go 2 feet this way, you go up 2 feet this way, you go over 2 feet that way. Not 2 feet, a lot more feet. But when you go over hill, so it's like a 90-degree. It's like you're boxing the hills essentially. That's rise over run survey. You're boxing the hills in your measurements.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so,
I understand that.
I feel like through so I feel like through a very cohesive, just even short, to just simply show that it's not hard to show. Like it really isn't. People can understand what I'm saying. Well, just understand the truth. The truth is when you rise over run it, you don't get 8 inches per mile squared when you butt them all together. And that's a problem.
Yeah. Now, in my case, when you were talking about showing visuals, appealing to their senses, I show them the video of the Earth and the planets and the sun hurtling through the universe. A simulation, CGI, it's there. I show them that, and I say that's what's
the corkscrew.
Yeah, the
You're talking about
exactly.
You're
The
talking
vortex,
about the
yes.
okay. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yes, that's a great
I
one.
show them that. I say, now that's what we're doing right now. Okay, as we're speaking, this is what's going on. It's the first time they're going to ever see it, and I know that because they've never seen it before. So this is what they're telling us with it. This is the most latest simulation we've got today. They didn't show us at school because they didn't have it at school. Now you're looking at it. Do you think we're doing that? And leave them looking. Okay, I had them eating out of my hand. And then I showed them the Rob Skibber, sun and moon over the flat earth with the seasons. And I say, is this more like what's going on? The earth is not moving, the sun and the moon are there. You can see the seasons and the calendars clicking away each day as the sun goes. You see that? And you see that we're in summer now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I showed them the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, and then they start to think, I said, which one makes more sense to what you've been living for the last how many years? How old are you? 42. How old are you? 38. Right. So, look at it. Look at it. Now, which one makes more sense? Planets floating through the universe, or is it this sun and moon over the earth? And you're looking at this is in.
Yeah, and I would add, I think that's brilliant. Actually, that corkscrew CGI thing that I have it too. I've saved it. Is a brilliant thing to show because it shows the ridiculousness. And when you add the speed at which you are moving, now when you get an anti-flat earther, of course, the very first way they want to go is, well, that's relative, which is a total BS, and I can beat that down. I mean, at the end of the day, you're moving according to Google, and I like to do that too. I'll search Google. How fast are you moving through the Milky Way? 1.3 million miles per hour. That's what they're saying through the Milky Way. That's so. When you add what Google says, plus that spiral, plus that CGI thing, most people are going to look at that and think a second. Like that to me is the most compelling thing. That spiral thing and saying the speeds at which they're saying that's happening is the most compelling thing that you can show a normie. Say that is what they say we are doing through a space vacuum.
Yeah, I had 5 Jehovah's Witness, right, eating out of my hands. Okay, they wanted to kind of like flat smack me with the Jehovah's Witness. I said, excuse me, with the Jehovah's Witness, Back in the 1970s, we had a guy called Frank. He used to come to our house every Wednesday. Right when I wanted to watch a program, I couldn't watch it because Frank came in. And I know about your watchtower. But let me introduce you to the flat Earth, is what I said. Look behind you. This is Honolulu, Waikiki, right there. Look at that. Look at that ocean. Look at how level that horizon is. Yeah. Where's the curvature? And then I showed them the corkscrew. And they said, have you got any more links? I was there with them for 1 hour, right? Giving them links and everything else. I said, before you start teaching this watchtower, you need to know what the Earth is first. Okay. And then secondly, you need to be helping the homeless and the disadvantaged of Hawaii, because every Japanese person you see here is wealthy and affluent. Look at them. 4 shopping bags, 5 shopping bags. Kids have got toys. They don't need anything. They're on holiday here. And in Japan, there is a Jehovah's Witness already. So your services will be better received, I think, if you went to the homeless people, the Hawaiians themselves. They could use your help. That's what I said to them. Do you know what I mean? And that's, when you see my avatar, that was me in 2018, Hawaii. I'd climbed Diamond Head, sweating buckets, because it only took me 25 minutes, because I literally ran down, okay? And I'm on my way back to the hotel, and I flat smacked 5 of these Jehovah's Witnesses for 1 hour. Brilliant, you know?
That honestly sounds awesome. Yeah, I wish I could have been there, to be honest with you. It sounds pretty awesome.
And the very next day, I went to Waikiki Beach. The next day, my wife went window shopping with my sons. So I've gone to the beach because I didn't want to do the shopping thing. I've done it so many times. I said, you know where I'm going to be? I'm going to be here. I'm going to talk to the public. So I started shouting out flat Earth and that. And they all came. I had a crowd of about 25. And they were all asking questions. And I was showing them the memes from the Discord memes and that. And yeah, eating out of my hands. One really strange question was this: is North Korea going to send a missile to hit Hawaii? I goes, no, they're not going to do that. Because back in 2018, that's what was going on. They were going to, fire missiles across to Japan and that. And they were worried that North Korea would send a missile to Hawaii. I said, they're not going to do that. And if they did, there's going to be a new world map, because North Korea will be missing off of that map. So they all laughed. And I said, you needn't worry. There's no chance of that happening. That was the most weirdest question that I was asked that day.
That is interesting. Yeah. It's funny, is I saw a surveyor on the road the other day. I'm over in Houston, Texas, and he had his tripod up and he was doing it. And I had my son with me. I had my son with me too. It's kind of funny. And I rolled down my passenger side window, and as I passed him, I yelled, "The Earth is flat!" And he held up his hand and gave me, I guess almost like a Trumpian ball fist, like shaking, like he knew it too.
Yeah,
but it was so. I actually almost wrecked my car doing that, though. So, to be honest with you, but it was just a funny moment. Be careful if you're going to do that kind of stuff, because.
Oh yeah, no, I've spoken to surveyors here in Japan as well, myself, back in 2017, you see, right? And I asked them if they took the Earth's curvature. That would be Kyokuritsu Kankearu. That means I've just asked him, are you considering the Earth's curvature when you do your work? And they all said no. And then they asked me, why did you ask that? I said, because the Earth is flat. Because if you're not seeing the curvature of the Earth, that means it's flat. Okay? And then I showed them a few memes again, showed them the globe. Where did you see this? And then the meme with the curved ocean, this is what you believe. And then underneath it, the horizontal ocean, this is what you see. And then they went, yeah, 3 Japanese men in all their outfits with their theodolites out and that. And I asked them, and they said, no, they don't take Earth's curvature. Earth's curvature wa Chikyu no Kokuritsu. Kokuritsu is curvature. Chikyu means Earth. Okay? And they said, no, they don't. They don't. There you go.
Well, and honestly, that's why they created such a convoluted geodetic survey situation with all of this. Because they know the one people that can know that the Earth is indeed measured flat are the surveyors, which it is. So they've created a situation where they have to report to the agency and turn in their measurements for the agency to manipulate it, which they literally do. They manipulate it. They actually shorten everything in order to shrink it down to a ball, is what they do. Which is interesting to me. I've thought about this because they could have gone bigger. So like they could have gone bigger, they could have gone smaller. So why did they go smaller? And I thought about it, and if I'm going to manipulate the data of a survey, I'm going to make the land a little smaller than bigger. That makes sense to me. But it's just interesting to me that they've created such a convoluted system with tables where you have to constantly make adjustments. Well, by the way, the surveyors don't even do that anymore. You have to talk to a surveyor who's been doing this for 20, 30 years, who when geodetic surveying first came on the scene, where they started having to do it themselves. Now it's on the system. So now a surveyor, he just goes and takes his measurements. He just sends it into the OCAA, whatever it's called. I would say it wrong, but whatever it is, the atmospheric, whatever it is, the powers that be, and they manipulate it for them. And so now these surveyors, basically the new surveyors, aren't as keen on all this as the older surveyors, who used to have to look at the tables and do the calculations themselves. And all those tables are readily available. I should probably post them. Actually, I could post them right now.
Yeah. They need to be readily available because they want anyone who's interested to be dissuaded from the flat Earth. They've got to be on the globe. So I'm not surprised to hear that at all. And when you look into some of their citations, it's fraudulent. They're lying. They're actually lying in a citation. And because they put it under a citation, it's a lie, and they put it under as a citation, people think it's a fact, don't they? I had this argument in Jem Panda's server this year, last year, and the year before last about geodetic surveying and how they lie. Because all they see is straight lines. They don't see curvature anywhere. It's all straight lines, even with their theodolites. When they're looking through the crosshairs, it's all level. They're not finding curvature. Right? And we had a big argument on that, and then he brought out a citation. I said, that citation is fraudulent. Of course it's going to be there under the citation because they have to lie to keep everybody invested in the globe, ladies and gentlemen. So you can look on the Google and Google the citation and what the theodolites do and what the surveyors are doing, and they're lying to you because they're not. But because it's under the citation, you think it's real and truthful.
Well, it's funny. The globe earthers always, like I heard McToon make the argument. He said, if the Earth's not curved, why do we have geodetic surveyors? Which is the irony of all ironies, because geodetic surveyors would not exist if the surveyors actually measured the curve. The only reason the geodetic surveyors exist is in order to manipulate the data to make it curved. If it were indeed actually just curved, you just have a normal planar survey, which is interesting they call it planar survey, but you would just have surveyors. If it indeed showed curve, you would just have surveyors. He would survey this plat to its elevations, and the next guy over here, he would survey his plat. These two surveyors have nothing to do with each other. You can butt them up together, and you would show 8 inches per mile squared or thereabouts. You would see that. But we don't. And so that's the problem. And that's why the whole system was created.
So that's what I discovered through 2016 and 2017, because I got into the flat Earth in 2015, okay? And I couldn't work out why they had two types of surveyors, geodetic and plane surveyors. I was confused. But as I learned slowly and steadily learning, I realized that one of them had to be there to keep us invested in the globe. That's why they're there. And they're hiding
It's
the flat
the
Earth.
only reason.
That's why I discovered
Only reason they're there.
Yeah, I had to work that one out myself.
Which does show that it is a global conspiracy.
Yeah.
By the way, because they all do it. So, like, to me, that's why I need to find time. I've got a kid and I got a job, but I've heard other people have made the argument, by the way, I'm not, some whatever special person, but I just feel like that this explanation is really simple if you just lay it out and can show it. And it's so
Yeah, you know what though? That's only. Sorry to
and
cut you off.
it shows. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to cut you off. That's only going to work with those who are engineers and engineer minded. The ordinary man on the streets, they don't give it. It will be confusing to them. I guarantee you. I'm talking to people like newbies on other servers every day, yeah, and I have to keep it simple. I'm armed with this knowledge you've got here. It's in my head, but I can't drop it because it's going to confuse them. I've got to go with the visuals that we've got, like the corkscrew and that, and asking them for their personal experiences. Where did you see? And when they're lying, I know, because I say to them, what location was that? Where did you see the curvature? Yeah, really? Yeah. What did you see? And you can just see them lying, and then you hit them with the facts. You see, the mathematics alone proves that you are lying, okay? It's proving that you're lying now. The maths. Yeah, but that's bullshit, man. Goes, no. That's your maths. The maths from the model that you do not know. It's not my maths. I didn't make this up. This is the Pythagorean theorem, curvature maths. This is what you need if you want to measure curvature. It's yours, your model. This is what I mean. You don't even know your model. You don't know how to measure the curvature. I know the model inside out. I know how to measure the curvature, but I'm wrong. How can you be right when you don't know anything? How can you be right? That's retarded. That's what I'm dealing with. People like that. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
they know nothing of the model, and I'm wrong. Fucking hell.
And to me, it goes back to what QE said earlier tonight, which I think is actually the most compelling argument. If it were indeed true that the Earth was curved, we would have so many smoking guns. We wouldn't have geodetic surveyors. We would have pictures of it, like pictures that everybody acknowledged, like everybody could go take the picture type thing. We would have overwhelming evidence that it were true. And I know that's so hard to actually make that argument but it's just one of those things. Like, if it were true, it would be unequivocally true. And so the fact that it's not unequivocally true, to me, is an indictment in and of itself that it is not true.
Exactly. That is my argument entirely. I said that when we were at school, they would have taken us on the school excursion when we're doing science and geology and that. They would have taken us to the place where we could see the curvature of the Earth, group shot with the classroom, then the individual shots, because this is where the Earth, look at the curvature of the Earth. And then shortly afterwards, we would have gone into a capsule suspended by a helium balloon and go up for 1 hour, 15 degrees, and notice the Earth move 1 hour. That would have happened, and then you would have got a transportation back to school. That didn't happen. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, honestly, if everything, we would have a base on Mars. Like, let's be honest. Like, not Mars, maybe Mars, but I meant the moon. Like, let's be honest. If we went to the moon in 1969 and that was real, we would have people there right now. Like, we would have people there. We would have cameras. We would have, and I know that's an appeal. Like I say, this is an appeal to normies, like people who are already in the anti-flat Earth, situation. They're invested. They don't want it to be true. They don't want it. When I say it, like, nobody wants to feel like they've been lied to their whole life. So I get it. But my point is to me, to like the normie, the person brand new to the debate, to me, that is actually the most appealing to their senses. And saying, if it were true, we would have so many smoking guns that we wouldn't exist. I wouldn't exist. I wouldn't be asking these questions, because it would be like saying, are there really pyramids in Egypt?
Right, yeah. You see,
You know, like I know there are pyramids in Egypt because I know people who have been there. You know what I mean? It's like, and had like I grew up in the 80s. So I grew up thinking I was going to vacation to the moon, basically. Or I thought I actually did think I might go there. I'm in Houston too, by the way. So every one of our little field trips, we go over to the Lyndon B. Johnson Center and look at all the spaceships, and which is so funny when I look back on it because I knew it was bullshit back then. Even as a kid, I have a memory. I believe it was the first grade. I can tell you exactly where I was in my elementary school when they showed me the model of the sun where they had all the planets spinning around it. And I remember not even buying it. I have a very specific memory going, that just seems like bullshit. Of course, I'm honestly like a 6-year-old kid. But I have I can tell you where I was in Hancock Elementary. Where I was when I saw that solar system. And I said, man, I ain't buying that.
No, I accepted it because at that time there was a lot of space programs on TV and in schools as well. They were teaching us about space and everything else. So I accepted it hook, line, and sinker. We even went to the planetarium. So, you know, I bought that hook, line, and sinker.
And by the way, I don't hold it against anybody, especially who lived through the moon landing, who because I've often thought about this because I've talked about this with my father. I don't talk about these things anymore, but you know, like that was such a big deal to him, that moon landing. And you know, it's funny. Even when I talk to him today, I'll ask him questions, but I ask as if I'm a Glober. But I ask questions like, isn't that weird? Like, you know, I would like to see during the eclipse, like the moon approach the sun. Like, don't we have some cameras that can like show that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's weird, you know.
Well, that's a good point you make because there's the aeroplane known as the Sophia. Now they know when it's going to happen. They should have had the Sophia up in the air, you know, capturing that moon. You know the Sophia? It has it's a Boeing 747, and inside it has the same kind of lens and setup as the supposed Hubble telescope, okay, and can take the same images, okay. So yeah, they should have had that up without a doubt.
I mean, to me, you have I mean, going to the eclipse real quick, you have the moon that's crossing you, that's going to cross in front of the sun, but you never see the moon before it crosses the sun. Are you telling me there are no technologies that exist on this earth that can record the moon approaching the sun?
That's a good point because that's what we've been saying. It's a great question.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that during the eclipse. Now, how am I going to ask that to my father, who's a baller, who believes I'm a baller? Because I mean, I don't go around saying. To be honest with you, I love the Discord because I feel like I can be myself here, but I do not talk about this in my real life at all. I mean, I could not afford to do that. But anyway, so yeah, when I talk to my father, though, I'll ask him those questions, but I always ask it in a way like, isn't that weird? You know, man, I would love to see that. You know, that would be so cool to see like a video of like the moon crossing over the sun. And he'll go, yeah, that is interesting, right? Yeah, that is. And then I'll just shake it off as if like nothing ever happened. But
yeah, of course.
And
yeah.
And in a way, I'm kind of trolling him, to be honest with you, in a way. But
yeah. I mean, you're trying to tell him about things are not what they always seem, but you know, you're in two minds. But yeah, it's a pity that you can't talk about it outside of your family. I talk about it. My family, as soon as I knew, my family knew here in Japan and in America and in London and in Africa. Everybody had to know. Okay, some of them thought I'd gone a bit crazy, you know. But I said, I said to them, you've got to look at it for yourself. You see, I keep reminding them, but you haven't checked. You were told it, but you didn't validate. So I went to check it. That's how I know. You know, do you understand? I've actually gone to check.
Yeah.
You have not You haven't left the house and gone to check and measure. You haven't done that yet. bloody hell, you're saying I'm wrong, and you haven't checked it yet. That's what I say to them.
And honestly, God bless you for all of that. And I'm 42 with a 4-year-old kid, and I've got a full-time job that's, I got a reputation to protect type thing. So but if I were in your shoes, well, I don't. I mean, I don't know if you're working or whatever, but
yeah, I'm an English teacher here in Japan. I've been for 25 years. I'm 62 years of age, very fit, very robust, ex-military, like I was saying earlier.
So what would happen if they found out you're a flat earther?
Well, they know I wear the flat earth t-shirts. They know that already. I don't wear a suit. I've told you. I wear camouflage.
Yeah, see, I would be fired. I would be fired without a single breath.
Yeah, well, that would be discrimination.
Like my boss would be like,
discrimination,
you cannot be doing
unfair
this.
dismissal. There's a law protecting you. That's unfair dismissal and discrimination. You can have your job reinstated and be compensated for the time you're off, and emotional stress money as well. Compensation's coming. You just got to get the right lawyers. That's all. Yeah.
Well, my job, I am, and I've already said this, but people thought I was a lawyer for a while. I'm not. I'm actually a commercial real estate broker in Houston.
Yeah, okay, I know what that is.
So I work. So essentially, I am a independent employee, or not an employee, an independent contractor, and so they can ditch me in a heartbeat, and I don't have any recourse or any of that because I'm not like a W-2 employee, which probably makes, I shouldn't even say that to somebody who's not in the United States. But so my point is, like, I work on commissions type thing, and I work under a commercial real estate brokerage, a big one, a well-known one.
Yeah, I know. You're working through an agency that's got you the job. You're working through a broker, but you've still got legal rights. They can't just dismiss you like that. They can't.
I mean,
that's a crime.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm a broker myself. Like, I have my broker's license and all of that stuff, and so I have. They would honestly, I don't have any recourse, to make a long story short. I mean, they could just simply say, "We don't like the way you're representing our company," and they would, by the way. And I work with some high-level CEO people.
Yeah, but if you argue your point to the point where you take it to court, the court's going to find in your favor. They don't have the right to say that to you, especially if you're not doing anything wrong. You're not breaking any laws. You're not bringing the corporate company you work for into disrepute. You're not doing that. You haven't lost them any money. You've done your job correctly. So that's unfair dismissal. They'd be paying you to be there. More money to you is what's going to happen.
Okay, let's put it. Actually, the truth is, let's put it this way. If I were we have some top producers in the company that bring in a lot of business. And if they were flat earthers, our broker in charge, BIC, would probably say, "Hey, man, you got to quit doing that. I ain't gonna let you go." A guy like me, I don't bring in that kind of bit. And when I say bring in that kind of business, I mean we're talking. I'm not obviously names, but I work with a lot of people who do bring in some very high level. And so my point is, a guy like me, they would absolutely say, "Hey, man, you got to go find another broker. You can go do. You're a broker yourself. You can go open your own shop. You can do whatever you want, but you can't. We are not affiliated with you." And they would say that in a heartbeat. I'm an independent contractor. I would have no case whatsoever in a legal system.
So you're an independent. You've still got rights that protect you. I guarantee you that you'd win your case as an independent as well, because it cannot be that the laws that govern for those who are full-time doesn't cover you. You're all living under one country, one God, under one law. That law will protect you. Should do.
Well, I'll tell you real quick. I'll tell you about the American legal system for a moment.
Yeah, go on.
Because I've been in 3 lawsuits. Okay, it happens if you're in the business that I'm in. And I'll tell you this right now. That ain't the way it works. The way it works is if I left, let's just say supposedly, and I brought a lawsuit, well, they would actually have the law on their side in this case. So I would be just essentially trying to shake them down, which, by the way, in one of the 3 lawsuits, I was doing that, to be honest with you. And I'm only telling you that because I hope I'm anonymous. And I got screwed. That's a whole separate issue in and of itself. But my point is I've been frivolously sued and settled. That's the way it goes in America. And so the legal system here is super fucked. Sorry for saying that. It's super screwed up. And so, like, however it is in Japan or whatever, it ain't like that here. You cannot count on it here. It's essentially whoever has the best lawyer, whoever has the most money is going to win type thing. And by the way, I've been in a lawsuit where I put $100,000 into a retainer just to prove how serious. And I walked away from that, and I felt nobody felt like a winner. I didn't feel like a winner. Neither did they. So I've been through it. I know how this shit works. And I'm telling you, if they knew I was on here talking about all this shit over here, they would say thank you for your service and wish you the best.
Like I said, that would be a crime in itself, and I'd win my case. I don't care what you say.
It's obviously a crime.
Yeah, I'd be winning my case if they did that here, if they did that in Britain, and if they did that in the US. I'd win my case. I guarantee you. It cannot be that I can be dismissed for my own personal views of life, which are not hampering the business at all. In that, no, I'm going to have them paying me money. I'm going to be a rich man. Guarantee you. I'm going to be a rich man.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't think that would happen, but there's no point in going down that road because nobody really knows. But I'll tell you this, I'm not in a place where I can pony up a whole bunch of money to go fight them if that were the case. So the whole point of this is, like, I am censored, and there are people who don't have that upon them. And I feel like those people, like yourself perhaps, should wear flat earth. If I could wear a flat earth t-shirt, I would. I think we should all do that. Like I told you about my t-shirt where I have the Mercator map upside down globe with my head sticking out of Antarctica. Like, I think that's funny. And it just throws the paradigm all off. I mean, people look at it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be nice to do that. Exactly. That's the thing, you'd be sending a very strong message and a very strong prompt to look into it. And it would be a good conversation starter as well. So, no, man. That's what.
Yeah, I've even thought about hashtag research flat earth shirt. Hashtag research flat earth right across the front.
Those t-shirts are there already. They've been around for a long time.
Man, I'll tell you, man, I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that so much. I really do.
You should be able to do it in your own free time anyway.
You absolutely, well, I mean, here I am, I'm talking, I'm trying to change as many minds as I can, I guess. And I'm trying to learn,
Yeah.
But it
should be able to
just
do it in
is
your
what
free
it
time.
is.
I mean, at the weekends and that when you're not working in your own free time, you should be able to promote all this stuff. No one can tell you how to live your life because of where you work and the people are you could lose your job. That's not living, is it? That's not living at all. That's slavery still. I mean, it's slavery anyway, but, it's like they're dictating to you what you can be as well. No one can do that to me. Like I said, I don't care if I have no money in my pocket and I'm a poor man. I'm still going to be myself. That's the thing. I'm a bastard like that, you see.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way, by the way. I'll rest on those laurels. That doesn't bother me. I would do the same thing. But, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I personally am trying to change hearts and minds in the way that I think is best to do.
Yeah, you're doing it
And
your way. You're doing it your way.
and if that's me being a keyboard warrior, by the way, I went into a Micktoon live chat one time, and honestly, I would love to go see it again, like just reread it. I just went in there and just started. I mean, you want to talk about ruffling feathers? It was like Micktoon was doing one of his live shows, and I went into that live chat and just, I mean, kicked dirt in everybody's face. It was pretty amazing because they couldn't answer my questions. At least I felt like I got the better end of it by far. But that's my little. My point is like those are the little things that I can
debated
do.
Micktoon twice. I've actually debated
Oh, really?
Micktoon twice.
In
Yeah.
person? In person?
In person, I did it. Yeah, didn't
Wow.
once. Yeah, I did it. I did him twice, and in the first one, he had to mute me because he knew that I wasn't going to give up on what I was asking him to do. Show me that curvature, and I just kept ramming that in his head. That there is no curvature. You can't even prove it. And I'm representing the children of the world. I said, so I'm speaking on behalf of the children. So please explain what you're saying so that the children can understand, because they're going overhead. You're talking refraction and they don't know what that is. So explain it better. You know what I mean? No, really had him on the ropes, both on two separate occasions. Lovely.
And he muted you. And he muted you, or who had the mute button? Who had the mute button?
Micktoon had it, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he was ignoring me. Yeah, he muted me his end.
What?
See, and then he proceeded.
What
Proceeded to read a book.
platform? What?
It was on YouTube, of course, and I came in via Skype, and Micktoon was there, and he messed up the time and everything. I gave him the correct time because I'm in Japan, so I have to be careful of the time all the time, and he deliberately messed up the time. So I could only, the first one I said I could only be there. It was meant to be 2 hours. I could only do an hour because he messed up the time. Okay, and I made sure I told him, I wrote it down. Because I wrote it down for you exactly your time and Japan time. How could you get it wrong? You did that deliberately. That's what I said.
What channel? What channel did you debate on? Was it like?
It's been on YouTube.
It
was. It was on Micktoon's channel, wasn't it?
Okay. I'll check that out. What did you go by? What was your? Did you go by Jin CBR1 or did you have it?
Yeah, Jin CBR1. Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. I'll try to find it. I'm sure you got nowhere with that.
Well, the thing is, right, I got him to concede. It took 30 minutes for him to admit that he had the burden of proof. And I said, I'm sitting here with the children of Earth, okay? You cannot and I explained it like this. You cannot expect the children of Earth who are going to school for the first time, who are told that the Earth is a globe, to have the burden of proof. They didn't even know what it was. So you have the burden of proof. You must be get on with it. You can't expect the children. How can they prove it? They don't even know what it is. They're being told for the first time. This is all live, yeah, YouTube. I said, okay. So it took him 30 minutes to try and reverse the burden of proof. I wasn't letting it happen. He had to explain it. I said, I'm not moving from this spot. I'm a child. Everybody here is a child now. How can you expect a child who doesn't know anything about the globe to prove it? No, you have to prove it. Thank you. Get proving. That's what I said. I just rammed him with the truth. He didn't get a chance. He didn't have a chance, man. He had to give in. And from that moment onwards, it was just plain sailing.
I'll throw a philosophy past you that I have, and I'll tell you my pet project if you may for a moment. So I have a channel called One Mic Debates. Now, I have never posted a debate on there. I've posted some pretty cringe, like drunken, deep dives that I go into some stuff. Whatever, not nothing worth watching. To be honest with you. Well, maybe. But the whole point of the channel is there's only one microphone, so you pass it back and forth. So you don't get to talk until the next guy passes you the mic. And but one of the other things about burden of proof, and I'm just throwing this out there. I got some feedback the other day that wasn't so great, so and just like I say, I'm still on the idealizing factor side. But basically, whoever is certain of their position holds the burden of proof first. Now, if both people are certain, we can move to the next phase. So that's, I'm just curious your feedback on that. Like, so if you have two people debating, let's suppose it's not flat Earth, let's suppose it's whatever, the Trump assassination, whatever. Are both of you certain that your position is right? And if both people can say, I could be wrong, which is a term that I have kind of dubbed, can you say out loud, I could be wrong? And if you can say that out loud, you relieved yourself of the first layer of the burden of truth. Now, I know a lot of flat earthers probably aren't going to like that, but I am curious of your feedback of that first layer of burden of proof on one microphone debates that, I don't know. I'm just curious of your feedback.
Yeah. Well, with the flat Earth, my answer would be I cannot be wrong on that one. So that's it, because that's something that I know.
And
it would depend on the topic. It would depend on the topic matter that we're about to debate. Because if I could be wrong on that, I would state that categorically that I could be wrong because I'm not fully versed. That would be the reason why.
Yeah, so I would expect in a flat Earth debate between like you and McToon, I would say, okay, can anybody here say that they could be wrong? And both people would say, no, I'm not going to say that. Okay, now we move to the next layer of burden of truth. Okay, who holds the burden of proof? I said truth. And then, quite frankly, that is a debate between the two debaters. By the way, on this show, I would be like a totally unbiased moderator, and I wouldn't really jump in much on the show on One Mic Debates. Obviously, I have Hypothetical Genius, where I give all my opinions and whatever. So I'm like kind of trying to separate the two, or at least that's the idea. But yeah, then you can say, well, hey, look, everything we observe, I'm on a stationary flat Earth. And then, frankly, he can say, hey, he can appeal to authority and appeal to consensus and say, the whole world thinks we're on a spinning ball. So you got to tell me why you're not. And,
yeah, the thing is, in a court of law, you see, the thing is, in a court of law, those who are making the claim that the Earth is a globe have the burden of proof. Because that's it. That's what it is. Remember, as a child, you go to school, you don't know the Earth is a globe until you're told. From that moment onwards, that person, that organization, that education authority has the burden of proof, not the child. So that's how I run that. That's how I controlled that in the McToon debate, that he had the burden of proof because you're claiming that the Earth is a globe. Where's that proof? I represent the children of Earth. We're sitting here asking you, how do you know that? What evidence? Start proving. That was my argument. In a court of law, that's what established.
And I think that's a great appeal. I believe that to be true personally. If I were a moderator, of course, I would never say that. But once again, I think like there's a single layer of the burden of proof, and that is whoever's certain, no matter what it is. If you're certain of it, and the other guy says I could be wrong, the guy who's certain holds the burden of proof on that particular issue. Once that's gone, like if you both either are certain or you both either are not certain, then you go into these kinds of, I don't know if esoterics are right, these other kinds of debates where it's like, well, hey, my feet are on the ground. I never see that I'm moving. and he'll say, "Well, the whole world says you're telling me there's a big conspiracy. You hold the burden of truth. You're going against what everybody's saying, and you're going to say, hey, trust your eyes, your feet, your sound." Yeah, and that is an argument that can play out within the debate.
Yeah, but that's an
But
that's
in
an appeal
my
to that's an appeal. Hang on, that's an appeal to an authority and a fallacy, which is wrong. That's not allowed in a debate. So he would be getting minus points there. Fallacies are definitely not allowed. So
And so
he
on
couldn't do that. He would have to follow the logic, and the logic is those who are making the claim that the Earth is a globe, because it goes against all our senses normally, have to have the burden of proof. That's it. They're the ones.
and I agree with. By the way, I agree. I'm going to say some things here that are, frankly, going to challenge,
Yeah.
you or
Go
whatever
ahead.
people.
Yeah.
Okay, so what my job as a moderator, outside of that first layer of burden of proof, and by the way, I think you make a compelling argument there, and I agree with you. Now, I would never say that in debate, obviously, but that is to be argued out, and fallacies in my debate show are to be called out by the two people. I would never do anything more than a 1v1. At least that's where I'm going with this. So it'd be a 1v1, and it's your job to call out his fallacy. With that said, now I'm going to a hypothetical genius idea here. I'm not sure we should use the word fallacy on all the things that we call fallacy, especially consensus and appeal to authority. I'm not sure that's like a real quote fallacy. It is fallacious in a certain way, because just because, obviously, just because authorities say it, or the consensus says it, doesn't make it true. So in that way, it's fallacious, and that's something you should point out if you believe that to be true. But to me, it's still an argument that needs to be considered in a debate. So, and I know I'm going against the grain here, but that's the whole point of my debate show, is like, it's your job to call out why that's fallacious and why you should not consider the fact that everybody thinks a certain way. It's not my job as a moderator; it's your job as a debater.
Yeah, that's why
I'm not.
but it's a good show. You got a possibility of a good show. I like the one mic situation where one person has it first. When they finish, they pass it on. Okay, that's fantastic. I like that. That controls it. As long as we're sharing the amount of time we're speaking with it. Okay, fine. Don't go on too long, because that has to be limited. The length of time.
Yeah. So on that, I want to have like kind of a quick opening statement, like a minute, but I want to keep things about 30 seconds or less. So after about 30 seconds, and the main thing is one issue at a time. You don't get to ask two questions. Once you ask one question, you got to pass the mic. And then I would basically, as a moderator, almost with the chess clock, hit as the mic got passed, I would hit the chess clock and just keep an eye on it. And the 30 seconds isn't a hard deadline. I'm not going to, almost like in soccer, I'm going to let you kind of finish your, y'all don't call it soccer. I'm sure you call it football.
Yeah.
You get the idea.
With me now, 30 seconds is way too short. Way too short. Minimum 3 minutes. 3 minutes minimum, because there are certain things that need more time to articulate. 30 seconds can't be. It cannot be done in 30 seconds. Because there is a situation where you might want to be explaining what cosmic ray particles are and how that would have hampered NASA's ability to go to space because of the required ship. So
Hold on.
hang on. Let me just explain that quickly. That would take
I agree with you.
a minute and a half to 3 minutes, for example. See what I mean? So 30 seconds.
So the back and forth should be 30 seconds, but at multiple times throughout the debate, each party should have the opportunity to screen share and show something And so that's not part. When I said 30 seconds, I'm talking about the back and forth. What I really want is a back and forth. But obviously, I want people to be able to screen share and show, what they're talking about and make a cohesive argument, which will take way more than 30 seconds. I'm separating that. But I do want to, once one party shows that, I want to have a 30 seconds or less back and forth, one issue at a time, to get at the crux of what was just shown and keep it all within one issue at a time, and then we can move on. And I'm sure it will constantly be, let's agree to disagree, let's move to the next issue. And then one other party will show their video, which will take way more than 30 seconds. And then now we'll have a 30 seconds or less back and forth where we literally mic pass, I just passed it type thing.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to work because I like the idea and that. Once you get the time constraints sorted out and the presentations are there, yeah, it's not much more than what I've seen when I was on McToons and everything else. We had a 5-minute opening statements first and foremost, and I got everything out as my introduction of who I am and where I'm from and what I'm doing in Japan and that. And I went on to explain how in the 60s, at that time I would have been, 2 years back, so I would have been 60 years of age at that time, that I hadn't experienced living on a globe. Not one moment of my life has that ever happened. So this is what I'm going to be bringing to the table, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see how we get, So 5-minute introduction. And
yeah, well, actually what's interesting is you just made a point there. What 30 seconds allows you to do is you are just able right now to go into where you came from, where you're coming from, and you were able to talk to that, and you were about to pass the mic, it sounded like. And so what I think in this, once the argument is displayed, I think, and by the way, 30 seconds isn't hard. That's my job as a moderator, is to keep you at 30. If you're starting a monologue and you're telling me all about your life story, I'll say, hey, you wrap it up and pass the mic. And so, but I want you to have that opportunity to tell the audience where you are coming from. And I want him to have the other person to have that opportunity. So anyway, I started that YouTube channel, I don't know, a few years ago, and I didn't really do much with it. I got drunk and went on it, but I have made a commitment to revitalize that because I see such a need for that. There is no honest and fair debate platform like that exists, and if it did, I wouldn't even consider doing this. But that's something I'm really, and by the way, I'm open to any feedback or suggestions on what I want to do is create the most fair debate platform in the world, is what I want to do. The more,
you can do that, and there's plenty of candidates on these servers who would like to join in and have a debate with some of these globers and that. So if you can get that sorted out, loads of people will come and join it, myself included. So just get it started. If you've got it going, get it started, because it sounds like you're ready to do it now. Actually,
yeah, I am
fine-tuned and that. Yeah, get it up and running. Get it up and running. That's all I say to you. Just get it up and running, because we don't, like you said, sometimes it's not fair. Because, for example, where was it? McToon was somewhere where he was getting muted. And I enjoyed watching McToon getting muted because he was interrupting the guy, calling the guy a liar. Right, you know what I mean? And the guy's a flat earther, and he was just trying to articulate, but the guy had the mute button, so he muted McToon. And then McToon had to sit down and wait till the guy had finished. And he goes, now, can you answer the question that I asked you? So he had to control it because McToon went to that guy's show. So it was nice to see that McToon was being muted for his obnoxious behavior, because that's all he does. He's just obnoxious. The same with fight to the FE sort of thing, But I'm ready. I'm the fighter of the FEs, the number one. So, you want to fight somebody, come and fight Jin CBR1, because you're going to be destroyed. You'll have you kissing my hand by the time I'm finished with you. Yeah.
And that's the thing. There are there are really, I mean, in my opinion, and this is why I'm so drawn to this. I think the best debate on the internet is, frankly, the flat Earth debate. Obviously, it's the most
Yeah.
interesting, and it's just
Yeah, the flat Earth
there's
debate
so
with the
many
moon
facets.
landings.
Yeah, I mean, it has so many facets, so many ways.
Yes.
So
many tentacles. Yeah. Yeah.
and what's interesting is it's like clearly gathering steam. You have mainstream people getting into it, and so I, in a way, I'm almost doubling down, or if you will. Like, I think that this debate is going to be like in 5 years from now, it will be so robust and so interesting, and so you're going to have like people you've never heard of on both sides that are very good at what they do, and I just think honestly, it's just I think it's a good time to be a flat earther. To be honest with you, is what it sounds like, or what it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. Because whilst I'm debating, I'm always going to be bringing in the ladies and gentlemen. This is what you've got to consider, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Because it's for you that I'm here. I already know. No matter what's said here today, I'm going to leave here like a helium balloon because I know the earth is flat. It is for you to discern whether or not I'm presenting a flat earth or is the other guy presenting a globe which you've never seen in your life, okay? That's what I'm dealing with here. I'm appealing to your own experiences and your grandmother and grandfather. Go look at the photographs. Were there any curvatures captured when they were at the beach? Start looking, because you haven't even checked this yet, ladies and gentlemen, whilst you're sitting there waiting to listen to the debate. The integrity of your position is you haven't checked it yet. Start checking, okay? Thank you. Anyway, let's get this debate on. So you think you're
Mike Pass, right?
You think you're on a
Yep.
spinning ball, do you? What evidence have you got for that? How did you confirm that? Can you please let everybody know your methodology, okay? And please don't go to the stars. That's a mistake right away. When you want to check something properly on the ground, whether the ground is curving, you don't look to the stars. You measure the ground, yeah? So he's going to take you to the stars. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first mistake. He's taking you away from what you want to check. Okay, that's a fallacy right there. Be ready, ladies and gentlemen. Please carry on, though. How did you confirm on Earth, please? Not to the stars. See what I mean? That's
Mike
what I'm
Pass,
like
yeah.
as a debater.
That's
I'm a
that's
monster,
the
man.
way. Yeah, no, and I don't know. Well, yeah. No, anyway, so yeah, and kind of to pull it full circle. Essentially,
Yeah,
I am
I just say
very.
get it on, get it up and running,
Yeah,
because it's
I am.
gonna be good.
Well, I think
Yeah, it's
it.
gonna
I
be
think
good.
it only benefits. I think it only benefits flat earthers, frankly.
Yes, yeah, of course it does, because flat earthers have the truth. Okay,
That's
so
right.
the globers are going to be embarrassing themselves. That's what's going to happen at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
when they start to insult, I say, you see, ladies and gentlemen. So now he can't prove his case. He starts to insult and ad homs. How does that prove the globe? Am I insulting the man? No, I'm not. I'm stating that what he's saying doesn't fit the reality that we've been living and currently living right now. None of you have experienced what he said, because if you had done, you'd have photographs and recordings of it. You're running
And
on
you're at
what
and
you've
you're
been
at 30
told.
seconds. You're at
Yeah,
30
there you go.
seconds.
Okay,
Okay,
you're
so
running,
like,
ladies and
but
gentlemen,
you see,
last
you
point.
see,
You're
right?
running on what you've been told. That's it. Carry on.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is I think that 30-second ish mark
Yeah.
will allow you to do that and
Yeah.
keep the conversation going back and forth.
Yeah, backwards and forwards.
But
yeah.
I'm open to whatever. I just
Yeah,
see your ideas.
I'm very quick.
Anyway.
I'm very quick though, because if he's asked a question, I said I'm going to require 2 minutes to answer this question. Otherwise, I won't answer it. That's what I'm like.
Yeah. And by the way, in this platform, you absolutely have that. Hey, I need to do a screen share and really talk about this. You got it, and he'll have those too. And so, I'm just honestly, I'm kind of spitballing with you right now as I'm thinking about it. Obviously,
Yeah, I know. Yeah. We're getting we're getting a little flavour of what it could be like. So that's good.
Right.
I'm giving you some good feedback, and you're getting the ideas. So you know what it will be like in a way. Yeah, I'm liking it. It's
Yeah.
okay. You know.
Yeah.
I'm a very special type of flat earther. Though. I like the rumble. I like the discords and the discussion, and I like to involve the listener. I am that kind of guy. Like I said, I'm a very powerful, persuasive man. Once those people are listening, they're going to say, "This guy here, he's not stupid, because he's actually telling me that I haven't checked, and he's right. So I need to check to know that he's wrong or he's right. How can I be telling him he's wrong when I haven't checked myself? That's a retarded situation." Exactly. So they're going to, and that's how I win. It's a slam dunk. CBR1 does again. The undisputed champion. Yeah, bring it on. And that's what I'm like. You know what I mean? Very noisy.
Yeah,
very
and
precise.
going back to the 30-second mark, I think the 30-second mark, and I'm just throwing this out there again, I know beating a dead horse, but I think the 30-second mark allows you to do that, yet
It's
still
too short.
give
It's
the
still
other.
too short.
It might
Too
be.
short.
It might be. I may need to raise it.
I'm telling you, I've done a lot of debates. I don't like 30 seconds. I'll tell you that now. You see, for me, that's the Globers tactics to try and restrict how much you can say because when you start to speak as a flat earther, when it comes out, it is compelling and damning. When you break it into bits and pieces, it doesn't have the same impact, and you can lose your chain of thought. You've got to start making notes all the time. That's why I don't like the 30 seconds. Don't like it at all. Not
Yeah.
at
How
all.
long do you think? How long do you think it should be?
Minimum for me, for any person to speak and what they want to do, 3 minutes, I can handle that. They can get everything out in 3 minutes. Quite easily.
Well, here's what I'm.
Sometimes the Globers don't have 3 minutes. But with the flat earthers now, like I said, when I'm articulating the vacuum and what actually happens into it now, that's going to require 3 minutes, because I've got to get the listener to understand what the vacuum is, the power of that vacuum, and then what happens when you put something in there, and what happens to that thing, what is actually going on. That cannot be said in 30 seconds. Sorry.
No, yeah,
And then when I'm finished,
Yeah,
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
be telling them where to get that source from. I'll be capping it with the link. So as they're listening, they think, "Oh yeah, he said the link as well. Shit, let me go and check. He said the Apollo detectives." You see what I mean? That's what I'm like. Huh? The 30 seconds is just way too short.
Yeah.
For the,
So I'm
for the
thinking.
type of flat earther I am, yeah. Way too short.
What I'm afraid of is if you extend it to 3 minutes, you're just going to have simple 3-minute monologues back and forth, which
No,
that's
not really, because not everything is 3 minutes. You see, there are certain things that can be said, bang, 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 and then he will respond.
Yeah.
Well, bomb, 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 bomb. And I say, well, bomb, bomb, bomb plus bomb equals bomb, bomb, bomb. So that can still be happening. But then when he starts to, when it will get technical and complicated a little bit, we're going to need a little bit of time. So basically, you leave it at like the 30 seconds. And if I think I'm going to need more than 30 seconds, I'm going to state that before I even answer the question. I'm that good. I know my stuff.
Yeah. No. I like all this feedback. I think this is great stuff. And frankly, maybe you don't even need to set it at 30 seconds. There will be with the one mic passing back and forth, there will be that alone may hold the thing together.
Yes, I like the one mic thing, because that's going to control everything down. But like I said, one man can have it too long, but like I said, I will be making my statements straight away. Ladies and gentlemen, this question that was asked, I'm going to require 2 to 3 minutes. Please pay close attention. Okay, here we go. You see, because the whole point of the debate is to have the debate, but I want the listeners to learn, because I know some of them are going to be new to this, and they're the ones I'm appealing to. That's the kind of debate.
Yeah, so maybe it's just a simple chess clock. It's a simple chess clock. When you pass the mic, it's just like when you play chess.
Yeah.
And if you want to use 2 minutes of your time, you use 2 minutes of your time. That's fine. However, whenever you want.
Yeah.
And whoever's left with time left, they get to make their closing statement without you making a rebuttal, which is what I've thought about.
But at the end of the day, you're still going to have I'm still going to have a closing statement because
Yeah,
that's
I
it.
thought
You know,
about that too.
yeah, I'm going to
You
have to
give
have a closing
everybody at
statement.
least,
Regardless,
at
you see,
least,
look, you see, the thing is,
regardless.
hang
Yeah.
on. The thing is, the flat Earth is the truth. Okay, the globe is the lie. So it cannot be that the truth, the person with the truth, doesn't get his final closing statements. That's a ridiculous situation in itself. Secondly, we're going the flat earthers have so much proof, they're going to need the time to articulate that. So it's that's how it is. They've made a claim that the earth is a globe. We're saying it's not because we don't, in engineering, etc., 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 it's not considered. Geodetic surveying, they don't do that. It's not there. In plane surveying as well, when they look through their instruments, they're not seeing curvature. Okay, and we can explain why. So you see what I mean? We're bringing many proofs to the table. So we're going to need time to articulate that, and it doesn't mean we forfeit because we're needing 2 minutes for this, 3 minutes for that, a minute and a half for those. That we lose the right to have our closing statement. That's not good at all. That's a punishment.
Yeah.
That's not what it's
No,
about. It's a debate.
I definitely agree. No matter how, if you have a chess clock
Penalizing.
and the chess clock is up,
Penalize. Yeah, chess
every
clock.
person should have.
Chess clock is there. I like the chess clock. I like that, but don't penalize the flat earthers because they've said a lot and then they don't get a chance to make a closing statement. That's ridiculous.
Yes, both. And by the way, even when I thought about the chess clock idea, I acknowledge like both sides need to at least make a closing statement. No
Yeah,
doubt about
absolutely.
that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm spitballing here too. By the way, I'm totally down to try all kinds of different versions of this until people go, okay, this is the right
Yeah,
way.
until you get the right model. Yeah, it's going to work. It's definitely going to work. You're going to have a lot of people wanting to join in. I guarantee you, you're going to be inundated. Inundated.
Man,
if it ever
I'd
gets
love
as
to hear
popular
that.
as Nathan Oakley, if it gets as popular as Nathan Oakley, you're going to have a lot of people coming in. In fact,
I mean, I would love
might
to have
happen-
him on the show. I would love to host a debate between him and Professor Dave. You know, that would be amazing to me.
Yeah, I want to do Professor Dave myself. I want to have a go.
I would love to have you and you know, anybody high profile like that. Now I'm new. You know, I got to get it off the ground. I have the channel. I just got to really start doing
just fire it up. Yeah, Professor Dave, I'll have him for mincemeat. I'm going to muller him on your show. He will be destroyed. Yeah, because when he starts throwing ad homs, I'll make a point to the moderators. Are we accepting ad homs? Because if that's the case, I don't mind. I'm going to start my ad homs. Can I do that? Okay. And then when I start to hit this man, he's going to end up crying by the time I finish with him. So it can be one of them smash bang wallop type shows. I can do that. I can do the intellectual or the smash bang wallop. Yeah, that's me. You just roll the dice and I'm ready. Okay?
Man, I am so glad I had this conversation, man. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. You know, my biggest fear was I ain't gonna find nobody who wants to actually do it. I was like, I'm gonna have to debate people, which I didn't want to do.
Now you're going to find a lot of people are willing to do that, especially if new Globers come in, because there are so many people in the 24/7 alone who are very articulate and want to do it, you know, and have it, but have the mic for themselves, share it with their opponent. Of course, they want that opportunity. Do you see what I mean? So yeah, no, you start it up. You watch the response.
Man, you inspired me. Check it out. I'm going to do this.
The problem might only be you might not have enough Globers who have got the confidence to come in. That would be the problem. Okay? No end of flat earthers. We're ready. Loads of us. You know?
Yeah, I have no doubt that we can find plenty of FE guys.
I can send you a link to have you heard of the Earth Awakening server? Earth Awakening.
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, the next time we meet, I'll send you a link so you can go in there and introduce yourself. Once you begin this show, that is, then you can go in there and get the flat earthers and the Globers to come and join you there. I've got lots. I belong to a lot of servers, okay, so I can actually send you some links where you can have a lot of customers. Okay, that's Jin CBR1. You see, I'm the man who rolls around the Discord and then brings it out to the people on the streets. I am that man. I done 12 and a half years as youth work for the disadvantaged kids in Britain. I gave that time of my time, volunteer worker. Yeah. So I know how to communicate. I communicate with the young here in Japan now, 25 years. The young, the old, the students, the housewife, the house husband, everybody, old lady, young lady, kids, everyone. So I'm ready. I've got a lot of people for you to meet. Yeah.
I do want to be sensitive that I'm not poaching people out of other people's servers in a way. I mean, obviously that
Well, no,
might,
well, that's not
there be
the case because
crossover.
you're a free agent to move around the world. So that's not poaching.
Yes, and I know
That's
that.
you
I know
looking
that.
for business. That's not a crime. Okay.
I agree. I agree. I just want to be sensitive to that.
Well, you're not. How are
That's
you
all I'm saying.
poaching? You're not poaching. Everybody's free to move around. So if they want to come and have a debate on your server, they will. If they don't, they won't. Simple as that. It's not a crime, is it? Come on now.
No, it's not.
Yeah, right. So don't be thinking of that. That's not poaching. Why would you be poaching? Why would you even put it under that banner?
Yeah, I mean, I just like I say, I'm going to be sensitive
That's
to
not
that,
poaching.
but
That's not poaching at all. When you want to meet new people, you will ask, do any of you have any other servers I can go to? Because I'm looking for more Globers to bring to my show and you can join in. Anybody help me there? Yeah. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And the good people will give you those links. Okay?
it is, and I believe in the concept enough that it's important enough. But at the end of the day, I would feel bad going into another debate server and being like, "Hey, don't debate here. Come debate on my fair platform."
No, but they might only come once or twice and then that's it. They're going to still be loyal to their own favorite server.
I agree.
Of course they are.
I don't
Of course
disagree.
they are.
Right, I don't disagree with
Yeah,
that.
you
I mean,
know.
I just want to be sensitive to that.
Yeah,
That's
no,
all.
I'm just moving. I'm just like the wind. I just flow, mate. Sort all that nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
No,
is what
hey
it
man,
is.
you definitely you gave me the inspiration I needed tonight because, like I say, I think it's one of those things I think about. Like I say, I created the show.
Yeah,
So
let's
I
get it
changed.
started up. Let's start the engine,
Let's
man.
go.
Get it running. Get it
Yeah,
running. You know?
pass the microphone. Mic
Yeah,
pass.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Mic pass. That's it. It can be
Yep.
done, and I think you're going to have some serious fireworks kind of shows, and I think that's necessary. They're really entertaining. I haven't seen it. It's not happening enough. It's not happening enough. We want more. You're going to bring it in. Yeah, let's have it. Let's get it running. Yes, and then
I
you're going
love
to have the undisputed champion with Jim CBR1 coming in with the neck rolls like Mike Tyson. Yeah, you know.
Man, hey, you'll yeah.
Okay.
100%. 100%. You always got a spot for sure, man.
Yeah, I'm just limbering up, you know, just limbering up. Neck rolls, shoulder rolls, stretch, do the splits like Bruce Lee with the hands. You know, when he puts his hands together. Yeah. And then the one
Yeah.
finger. And doing the finger, no finger, yeah. Don't go there. That's what I'll be doing, you know, entertaining them. And they're going to think, who is this guy? Wow, what we got going on here? Yes. And then I'm addressing the YouTube listeners as I'm addressing my opponent. Yes, well, ladies and gentlemen, my opponent has given me a question. I think it's a bit of a strange one, but let's see how we get on with it. you've got the potential to have a great show because of the variety, the diversity of the people, different walks of life. It's coming, man. Sounds good. Just get it up and running.
Cool. Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah. Get it
I
up
love
and running. Yeah, I reckon you got a chance to get a good show going, man. Because there's so many good articulated people on this server, and they do a good job already in the YouTube live stream and that. But if you want to have a nice debate where people are sitting there, yeah, I think that would be fantastic. You know, yeah, and you got the nice music in the background and that, introducing a good show, and you announce what's going down, and yeah. Jin CBR1, he bills himself as the loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. And then you hear me say, yeah, that's correct. Get ready. Yes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I want everybody to have, an opportunity to make their point and even, make their point plus some.
Yeah.
But,
I know there's loads of because when you look at this Discord, sometimes they don't get a chance to speak and they're there listening. They want to say something, but they're just too many heads, too many mouths, so they just end up listening. But if you like a chance to go on a debate and you're inviting them in now, yes, and there's some really good ones that can articulate very well, quick takedowns. I'm liking it like a karate kumite, that's sparring, if you will, or competition, Ippon, Wazari, yeah. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, man.
Cool. You have definitely inspired me to make it happen. So just remember on this day.
Yeah, on this day, you mentioned CBR1, loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. And he motivated you to start up the show you already had waiting to start up. That's all I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Like I told you, I'm a motivator. I gave my children the military training that I got to a certain degree. Yeah. Do you know? For example, right? For example, if my children were misbehaving and they did something bad in the house, all of them, I'd make them run. There's a park right near where I live. They had to do 10 laps of the park and then 10 climb over the jungle gym 10 times without touching the floor. And I'd be watching from the window. I've got my camera with my zoom-in lens. And I'd be shouting, carry on. I can see you're not doing it. I'm coming down. You know what I mean? As punishment. So they had to be good kids. Yeah.
You've actually, honestly, you've even inspired, because I've got a 4-year-old who, raising a 4-year-old today is very difficult because they want phones and stuff already.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of wild.
Yeah. My kids had PSP. They had PSP games. No phones. They had the PSP and the Nintendo Wii. They had that stuff. And then they also had the outdoor stuff, the canoeing, the cycling, the mountain bike trekking, hiking, snowboarding. They had all that stuff. Roller skating, ice skating. What else did I do with them? Camping, of course. Then we traveled around the world. And when we traveled around the world, we brought our own life jackets, because the life jackets at these places are so ropey and very threadbare that we brought our own. So I knew that my children are going to be safe. When we do the jet skiing and the canoeing, sit on top. And then everyone used to say, "Guy, you guys look like professionals." I said, "Yeah, we do this back in Japan. That's why we brought our own stuff. Yeah, our own flippers and everything." Yeah, so it's how you approach it. And
Hey, so when you told your
yeah, go on.
kids to run, when you told your kids to run laps, how did they deal with that? Did they do it?
They knew they had to go and do it. They knew they had to go and do it. They knew. I told them, I said, if you make noise or you don't do as you're told and things go wrong, you're going to go and do the exercise. And why am I doing that? That's to make you strong. Get out there. You're lucky. I'm not smacking you, am I? I'm not smacking you. Get out there. Thank you. And they have to go and do
Honestly, I'm going to start doing that, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to start doing that with my kid.
Yeah, that's how they got strong. If you ask them now, do they hate their dad? No, they love me to death. They're actually informing me of additives in food, because I used to say to them, don't eat that because of that. Don't eat because of that. But sometimes I can't read the kanji. When they find things that are unhealthy in the food, they're telling me now. My own children. I'm fucking like that. over the moon. Even my students are also warning me. Yeah. So I've come full circle. Yeah, I've come full circle. The people who have advised. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I grew up with a hard ass father. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
And it's weird because now I have a son.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not going to do that to him. But of course, like when you it's so interesting when you have a kid because like you realize all the human nature. Like you give them an inch, they take a mile. You know, they take advantage of you.
Yeah.
And so it's like a really difficult thing because I don't want to, you know, I've never hit him because I was hit as, you know, growing up, and it created a monster in me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, in all their lives, the eldest boy got hit twice by me. The second eldest boy twice. The third one once, and the youngest one twice. That's it. And it wasn't a smack on the controlled, measured smack. You know, that was it. Nothing crazy with a whip or a stick or anything. Open hand, measured force. That's it. Nothing else. And that's not bad when the eldest one is 24 now and the youngest one is 15. So, you know, I didn't
think that's, I mean, honestly, I think that's great. Like I was hit as a kid, right? A lot.
Yeah,
like
so
I had to go pull a switch. It's so interesting. People like you and me, we don't want to really do that.
No, I had to go and get an electric cable. My dad used to beat me with electric cable, sticks. My mum used to beat me with sticks. And when the sticks was breaking on my head or on my forearm, my mum used to give up. You're getting too strong. Wait till daddy comes back. You know what I mean? And daddy was too tired anyway, you know. It got to a point I just became too strong, you know. But I didn't do that to my children. What I did with my children was get out there and do the exercises like I showed you. And then when we went out to play,
I like that.
When we play with the BBs, okay, and we're finished, we pick up every single one of them and put them back in the container. Start looking. So you're training the eyes to pick up now. They're very bright yellow and orange. Let's go, because I don't want to buy another one, and we mustn't litter and pollute. Pick up. So we have to pick them up as well. Yeah. There you go. That's what we used to do with my children.
You're talking about the little soft BBs that
those little plastic BBs that come out. Yeah. Because they, when they're gone, you got to go and buy another one. I said we don't have to do that. We can recycle. Start picking them up. You've had the fun.
See, I love that.
You know what I used to do? I used to put on the motorcycle helmet, leather jacket, and I'd be the bad guy, the enemy, and they'd shoot me to pieces. Do you know what I mean? With their friends. Yeah.
That's so awesome. Actually, that's wonderful.
Because they want to hit somebody. They want to shoot someone. So I was the one that shot up. Yeah.
Shoot daddy on the motorcycle. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, because I run a motorcycle. Yeah, I do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I've been riding a motorcycle since I was 16. So yeah, and my son rides a motorcycle now, and he's now working for Honda because I like Honda. You see. Yeah, he's in his final year. He's in the internship, so he's actually working at the Honda dealership. When he finishes, he would then either go into the racing or the factory side. He's not sure where they're going to send him yet. He wants to go into racing, you see, and he's put that down. We'll wait and see, because I used to do racing myself. So now, yeah. So yeah, I put on the leather jackets and that. Put my leather jacket on, put my helmet on and the gloves, and I'm the target. I'm the bad guy, you know. And they'll be shooting me to smithereens, little sods.
Hey, so let me kind of take back for a second. Do you think that you're like military service in a way made you this almost adrenaline junkie in a way, or do you think
I was always an adrenaline junkie from
that's built
before
interesting.
Because when we used to have like the assault courses at elementary school, I was always winning them. Okay, so I was always that. How does it? Everyone used to say, "How does he do that?" Even my friends today at school, I still keep in contact. Jin, when I think about people who's fit, you always come up. How do you do it? And I send them the pictures of me exercising and everything, and the training I do, so they can see that Jin still at it, hasn't stopped. No.
Well, let me throw a theory past you here, real quick.
Yeah, go on.
So I've always been adverse to adrenaline. Like I just know for whatever reason it is what it is. Like I remember the first time I got on a motorcycle, I was like, I ain't having that. You know, no, you know what I mean? And so like I've always been that way. And so I'm curious if that's a nature versus nurture thing. Do you think that's like built within you when you were born? You were, for lack of a better
it was
way
already
to
in
put it, like an
it's in every
adrenaline.
human being.
Yeah.
Usually, it's in every human being. You just want to live, okay, without restriction. That energy is there, and what I've noticed is that governments restrict freedom and the freedom for you to be free with your spirit. There's always some kind of constraint. I don't follow that. I've always been aware of that, and I've always been. My mind must be free. I cannot be imprisoned. So I don't imprison myself, and I always try to help other people as well at the same time. That way we can all have a nice, happy existence. That's how I've always been. But I'm lucky. I'm one of those ones I haven't been sick in 45 years. So glad. 45 years, no illness.
How much medication do you take at all?
Zero.
I knew
Zero
the answer.
medication in 45
I
years.
obviously knew the answer. Well, by the way,
Zero.
I'm the same way. What's interesting is I'm a smoker. I'm a drunk. I mean, I hate to say that, and I need to stop. I know.
I used to smoke cannabis. I smoked cannabis for 19 years on and off. The off periods could be as long as 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. Not smoking at all. But 19 years. But I haven't had a spliff in 25 years in Japan.
Neither have. By the way, neither have I. I was a pothead in college and after college, but for whatever reason, I started smoking, and it started making me super paranoid. And I was okay. This ain't for me anymore. But going back to my original point is, I'm not a really healthy person per se, but I just never go to the doctor. I never take pills.
Yeah.
I mean, I drink, of course, but what's interesting is like I'm never sick.
Yeah, well, that's good then. You have to keep that going. Whatever you're doing is good, but don't drink too much because.
Well, obviously that's terrible, but yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
ruin your liver.
I guess
your liver and your kidneys, so you've got to be careful there.
No doubt about it. But I guess my overarching point is I find it interesting. Well, and I have a kid, of course, who came up in America where they have a bunch of shots that they have to take.
Yeah, I know that. But
I never gave him.
Yeah.
I never gave him any of this. This is before COVID.
Oh,
so
well
I was
done.
woke on this.
Well done. Yeah, good. Yeah.
And honestly, that kid has never been sick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a joke that in the United States, before they get to elementary school, they would have had 72 shots. Okay, but yet in England, they would have had only 6 shots.
That is outrageous. I did not know that.
72 versus 6 to live on the earth.
That is crazy.
What a joke. And soon it's going to be 80 in the US. You're going up to 80. I mean, fucking
Hey,
hell.
can I tell you? Like, I went down this rabbit hole. I know we're switching gears here, but I went down this rabbit hole. This is all pre-COVID when I had my kid, because you don't think about these things until you have a child.
Yeah.
And then you got to make these
We can't talk about
decisions.
this subject matter. Actually, we cannot talk about this on this server.
Okay, we'll pass.
We've got to
we'll
pass. Yeah,
pass on
sorry.
this.
Yeah, we've got to definitely not do that.
I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up with a bow. Point is, sometimes going against the paradigm
Yeah.
can pay off, and that's what simply happened in my personal
Yeah,
anecdotal.
me and you are alike. Me and you are the same. Because I decided at the age of 19 to live a healthy, 18, 19, to live a healthy lifestyle where I don't get cancer, because I was scared of getting cancer. Because at the age of 18 and 19, I didn't know what it was, but yet people around me were dying of it, and famous people as well. And I didn't know what it was. And it wasn't until 2006, that's when somebody famous died in Britain. His name was Brian Hoare. He was the guy who protested against the Iraq war and Afghanistan war. Protest 10 years outside Parliament, the government building. He never went home for 10 years. Channel 4, the Channel 4 TV channel, they awarded him Most Inspiring Person of 2005, I think it was. Okay? He won an award. He had a tent outside the government and a placard with all the babies that have been deformed from the depleted uranium and everything else. They're killing the children with this war. He was an ex-military man himself. He died in the end. And when he died of cancer because he was smoking so much cigarettes. And then I looked up cures for cancer, 2006, and that's when I found the cures. Right there. But I'm not going to say any more than that. Okay, that's it. Okay?
Okay,
So,
you and I we'll talk about that another time because I go deep dive into those issues.
So do I, man.
And
I've
we'll
got
talk about
lots of
that
material.
oh bro.
A lot of material.
I got lots of things to talk about, bro. I got
Yeah.
lots of things to talk about.
Yeah.
That's one of my little pet projects or something, when they say, what are you passionate about? That's one of those things, man.
Yeah,
So,
I'm the same. Again, on the Gem Panda server, I tsunami them with the facts. I'm the loudest voice there because they're trying to drown me because they know that what I'm saying is compelling and damning. And it's not coming from me. It's coming from the profession. I'm telling you what the professionals are telling me. These are the experts in the field, doctors with honor and integrity, telling you that you shouldn't be doing this and you shouldn't be doing that, etc., etc. I don't make any money from it. Remember, I'm the one that hasn't been sick in 45 years here, okay? Because I've been following my own road anyway, okay? So, and then I blast them with pictures of me exercising. This is me. You know what I look like. There you go. Can you do this? Yeah, I'm 62. Can you do this now? Can you? You keyboard warrior, you unfit bum. 3 years of the boogie, and you've now blown out like a balloon because they said you had on a lockdown. We didn't have a lockdown in Japan. I said, nah, man. I wound them up. So praise be to God that I haven't had any illnesses for 45 years now.
yeah.
My children have never seen me sick. Can you believe that one? Never seen me sick, and they've never seen me drunk ever. They never will.
I mean, I believe both of those things in our heart. Absolutely.
Yeah, my children.
I know that to be true.
Yeah, my children. They've never seen me sick, and they've never seen me drunk, and they never will. Yeah, you know why? Because I said to them that if Daddy gets sick, then something is wrong. But nothing is wrong. That's right. So there we go. That means each year that goes past that Daddy's not sick means that you can do the same. Okay? Why is Daddy not getting sick? Daddy doesn't do drugs. Okay. What about alcohol? You only drink little. Do I smoke? No. What about exercise? Oh, you do lots of it. Okay. Am I happy? Yeah. Any stress? No. Do we do good things? Yeah. You see? So they know, né? And then I draw a graph of my life and how I'm getting older and how my health is. And it's not, I said, if I wasn't looking after my health, then it'd be a diagonal straight down. But that is trying to hang on to health, né? So I drop a little bit, I rise up a little bit. Drop a little bit, I rise. But I'm going down, but it's a very slow decline, yeah? Okay. That's what you want to try and do. If you don't do that, then you're going to decline quickly, straight down, and there you go. What a waste of your life.
Can I tell you a story? Hey, let me tell you a
Please, go
story.
ahead.
Some stories. Okay. Everything you're saying, I absolutely, obviously agree with 100%. With that said, well, obviously, I don't think that you are susceptible to this issue. But my father was a perfectly healthy 72-year-old and went in for I forget what they even call it, some new test. I forget what they even call it, about how clogged his arteries. And essentially, the medical, to make a long story short, they convinced him he needed a triple bypass. And we're talking about the most healthy 72-year-old that you could even imagine. I mean, my father is he was just super healthy. I mean, he would go hang out at the bar with all his friends, all of this. But they convinced him he needed a triple bypass. This recently happened. Of course, the triple bypass went south. By the way, now keep in mind, I'm the conspiracy kid, right? So I got to keep it chill. I can't, once again, I think I was talking about how I deal with my father earlier. So I can't, just be like, hey, man, these guys are bullshitting you. You don't need to get a triple bypass. You're perfectly fine, which is what I was saying. Well, anyway, you got the triple bypass. Of course, there were complications, had to go back in, all kinds of problems. And the dude is not the same. And so, why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this story because I'm hoping, and this is for the silent listener.
Yeah.
If you have somebody out there where the medical community is telling you, they scare you, dude. They scare you to death. Here's the other thing: my father's not spiritual. He is he's an engineer. His parents were Baptist or Catholic. My mother's parents were Baptist, so they promised they would never raise their kid in religion because of all the infighting and whatever. So that's the way I grew up, with no religion. And I went through all kinds of phases. Dude, I was like a diehard atheist for a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And so,
I'm listening.
and so basically, I guess the only reason I'm telling this story is because there's a silent listener out there who has a family member, whatever, who they are scaring the shit out of them. My father was so scared. And the thing is my father, he thought about death. He had never thought about death before in his life. It's such a weird thing. And I admire my father, right? But
yeah.
it was just
In
such an
my
odd
case,
thing.
yeah. In my case, I'm never going to be susceptible to that because I know too much. You know, I mean, my heart rate is
And I know that.
52 beats.
And I know
52
that.
beats. Listen, 52 beats a minute. That's the norm is 78. I'm 62, 85 kg, 52 beats a minute heart rate. Brilliant. I did 15 miles today, 6 miles cycling, 5 miles cycling, 5 mile jogging, 5 miles cycling. Split it like that. Okay, there's 15 miles done. 24 kilometers. 8 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 8 kilometers. Okay? Today.
Let me push
this
back
morning.
on you a little bit. Let me push
Yeah, go
back
on.
on you a little bit.
Yeah, go on.
So my father, who by the way, once again, is an engineer. That's what he is. He believes the doctors know what they do, and he trusts every little number that comes out. That's who he is. And the only reason I'm telling you this is you say 52 beats per blah 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 or whatever it was. My father lives and dies on all the diagnostics that he receives. So he's constantly taking his blood pressure and all of his oxygen levels, and it's a crazy way to live. It sounds like you do that perhaps. And so I'm making the case to you, perhaps maybe you should quit taking that stuff and just live life. Perhaps, maybe not. Actually, it sounds like you're very healthy in the way that you do it. But like my father, it just instills this fear in him every time something doesn't meet, what it quote unquote should be. And we're talking about all these tests. So he's constantly taking his oxygen level, his blood pressure, and we need blood pressure meds, and you get the idea. And
I don't do that. I don't do any of that stuff. Don't take any medicines. I don't do that. What I do is this. I do my regular exercises because as a teacher, it's not manual work. I'm used to manual work. So as a teacher, I'm sitting down a lot. So I'm not burning any calories enough. So obviously I need to get up early in the morning and get out there. It's best time to go is early in the morning. There's less traffic, so I can get the 15 miles done. I can do a 6 mile comeback, 5 miles comeback, 5 miles cycling, 5 miles jogging, 5 miles cycling. Then the next day I'll do the 5 miles, stop off in the park and do, work off with the parallel bars, chin up bars, Olympic rings, sit-ups, okay? So I'm doing muscle toning there it's called circuit training. And then I'm jogging in the park, and then I come out on the bicycle, finish that off. That's another day's, on a couple of days later, I'll do that again. So that's what I do. I do it in cycles like that. And then I check my heart rate. I check my heart rate, and I check my blood's pH. My urine pH is what I check. Not my blood, but my urine and my saliva. And that's it. And I know I'm healthy. Perfect. No problem.
Okay, let
Do it all
me
myself.
make two very quick points. Number one, I believe the reason you do that is because you went through the military upbringing that you did. Like, you would not do that today if you hadn't have done that. That's point number one. Let me make point number two. Point number two is I don't think you should be even looking at those things that you're looking at. Those are just a way to instill fear. They give you all kinds of things diagnostics to look at. If it doesn't meet certain levels, and I'm curious if I ask you, like, honestly, tell me, when it doesn't meet where you want it to be, do you have like fear? Oh my gosh, I'm not doing this right. And
No,
is that a
no,
good
I
thing?
don't have any of that. No, I don't have any fear because I'm not out of sync. I haven't been sick in 45 years. Everything is normal. That's what I'm saying. Everything is normal.
What I'm saying
I
is,
have no fear.
what I'm saying is, hypothetically, if it didn't match up, you would have fear.
No,
Because
I
you
wouldn't
take
have
these
fear.
diagnostics. You take these
No,
diagnostics
I
every
wouldn't
day.
have
They
fear.
match up.
I wouldn't be scared. I wouldn't be scared because I'm doing everything that I do normally and nothing's gone wrong. So, and I'm going to keep on doing that. The things that I do don't cost money. It's just I needed the time to do that. So as long as I'm fit and able, I don't have any injuries, I will continue. It's not costing me any money to do this. Maybe if I have a puncture, I've got a puncture repair kit, so I fix the puncture on the tire. Yeah. The rest of it is me, my physical. I don't spend any money. So nah. And as for the what was the other one you said at the very first thing you said?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I said, do you think your military service
Oh, the
and
military
what
training.
made you do
Well,
this
I've always
today?
No, it's me. It's me. That's me doing that because I've always been that rough and tumble type guy. That's why I'm doing that. I experienced the military. I've learned a lot. I'm a fitness instructor. I learned even more. So obviously I don't want to lose the fitness. That's why I do it. And the
Okay.
fact
Gotcha.
and the fact that I had the military training, I know where my limitations are. I know how far I can push myself. And I know I'm getting older as well. So I'm working all that out. So it's a nice smooth decline in health as I get older. But my health is, remember, I'm 62 and I'm doing things that people younger than me can't do now because they'd be knackered. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I
Even though they're
do.
fit enough to do it. Fit enough to do it.
Go
They
back.
just can't do it because they're not doing it. That's all. Yeah.
Let me go back to the first point. And
Yeah.
honestly, the whole reason of my name, hypothetical quote genius, is I find it ironic and funny, but I do believe hypotheticals can get to the principle of issues. I like hypotheticals.
Yeah,
That was kind of what
sometimes,
started
yeah.
it. Okay, so with all that said, we can argue that's a separate situation. So I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's hypothetically say one day these diagnostics that you look at don't look, good. Would you have? How would? I'm not even going to lead you on. How would you respond if one day they change? Because everything you do is good, and everything you've been doing is good. You're a trainer. You do this good, and then one day something changes, like dramatically. Let's
Yeah.
just say, hypothetically. Like,
Well,
what
it
would
would have to
you
be
tell
a
me? What
natural
you would
cycle.
do?
It would have to be something that is age related and a natural cycle of life. That's how it could only be. Other than that, I don't do any
Okay,
drugs. So that's not going to happen.
let's say hypothetical, you don't know the answer for whatever reason. This diagnostic has changed. You don't know why. If you feel the same, but for whatever reason, and let's say you've taken it a few times. And so when I talk about fear, like, that's the fear that happened to my father, right? And I've had that fear. It's like you have
Yeah.
you have this
I don't go
measurement,
to
and
the
then all of a
doctors then.
sudden,
Yeah, I am my own doctor. You say I don't go to the doctors,
yeah.
so I'm not going to be getting
So
any messages from them. I am my own doctor, so I know my own health condition, and that's why I continue to do what I do. Good health. That's the key, isn't it? When you know what to do, you keep on doing what you know is correct, and then that's it. No one. I don't have to listen to anybody else out there. I already know. I don't go to the doctors. Haven't been to the doctors in Japan 25 years now. Why would I? Nothing's gone wrong. If it's not broken, don't fix it. See what I mean?
bro,
Yeah?
I want to give you. If I could give you a hug, I would give you a hug right now. You and I are so
Yeah.
on the same page regarding this. But
Yeah.
here's my point. Going back to that hypothetical, when that number changes out of nowhere, for whatever reason, that freaks people out. And I've seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
And so what happens is people freak out
I
and
can't
see in
imagine that
America.
happening. I can't imagine that happening. But if it were to happen, I would be concerned to a little bit because because if nothing's gone wrong in my schedule, how did that happen? Then I'd put it down to it's old. I'd have to put it down to aging. I'd have to because I haven't taken any medicines. I haven't taken any poison. My diet hasn't changed. So whatever that ailment or whatever that was, I don't know what it can be. I'll be putting it down to old age.
And
That's what it has to be. I'm 62 now, so I can't put it down to
okay, so
anything else.
this is a great, perfect example because I'm telling you this because this is what happened to my father, basically. And all of a sudden, things were not good. And it was very scary. It was all of a sudden. And by the way, he's perfectly healthy. He's as healthy as, I'm sure he's not as healthy as you are, but he is a very healthy man. And all of a sudden, doctors take tests. Hold on. Let me tell you what happened. Doctors take tests, and all of a sudden, we need to do an emergency biopsy. We cannot let you leave this hospital. You're on the cusp of dying, brother. That's what happened to my father.
Yeah.
And now keep in mind, my father.
That,
thank you. I know you're a flat earther. You wouldn't. But what I'm saying is most people do. And so my father did.
I know.
And so, and keep in mind,
sorry, man.
just to tell you this, I know, man. And the whole time, this just happened too, by the way. The whole time, I'm like, dude,
Yeah, I
Dad,
know.
let's get the fuck out of this hospital. Let's leave. We can
Yeah.
leave, dude. They're not trapping us. Let's get the fuck out of here. Do some research. You're not
Exactly. Let's get out of
dying.
here.
You're not dying, dude.
Yeah.
But he trusts the, he's an engineer type. He trusts when the doctor says this is what it is.
He trusted them implicitly. He trusted them, yeah. Whereas I'm the opposite to that, I want to do it for myself. Like your dad, I'm an engineer. So I understand about engines. So I understand about my body. I'm a fitness instructor as well. So I'm just trying to do the correct things that help me to maintain health. That's what I'm doing. And I'm I'm the kind of person that I need the manual work. I need it because that's how I'm alive. I love the heat. So when they're saying there's a heat wave, Din's out there exercising or doing something. Do you know what I mean? Because that's me. I don't let the heat get to me to the point where now I've got the air conditioning on all day long. No, I'm not that guy. I don't even run the aircon in my car when I'm driving. I open the window. Do you know what I mean? That's how I am. I try to be as natural with nature as best I can.
100%, bro. You can never go wrong if you do that.
Yeah, I don't want to hang on to
allow me to expand on this story, and I swear I'll make it quick. I feel like I'm airing out my bullshit. I'll make it quick. Okay, so my father says, yes, I have to have this biopsy. I'm like, no, don't do it. He does it. It goes south. It's not good.
Yeah.
And now we're worried about his life. He's worried about his life. We're all worried about his life because he's got infections. Things are going wrong.
Yeah.
And for the first time in his life, he's not a spiritual man. And And so that affected him in ways that I can't even explain to you what the changes that I saw what happened. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm quite lucky in that sense because I'm actually still enjoying my 60th decade, my sixth decade, yeah? So that's 60 years now. I'm still enjoying it. I'm playing with my life. I'm playing with it. You see what I mean? I'm still able to cycle. I'm listening to high tempo house, progressive house music as I'm cycling because I'm
I
in the
love
zone.
that, dude.
You
I
see what I
love
mean?
house
Yeah.
music, man. We should talk,
Yeah, and then
bro.
I'm
We should
shouting
talk.
out. Yeah, occasionally I'm shouting out to people, the Earth's flat, it's a flat Earth, go check it out, whilst I'm cycling. I might be balancing at the light. Can you imagine at 60 and I'm balancing at the lights? You know what I mean? Come on. Like
I
I was
love
doing
it,
when I
bro.
was 20 and that. And I'm balancing
Man,
and the people looking.
I
And
go
I say, it's a flat
I
Earth.
go dance with you at a rave, bro. Man. I'm the first guy to go dance with you at a rave, bro. I'd be right there
Yeah.
with you.
I love dancing. I dance with my children. When we're on camp, we
I
have
dance
dancing
too, man.
competitions.
I know.
Dancing
I'm a
competitions on
dancer.
camp.
I
Everyone's
love
laughing.
dancing, man.
That's
It's
what I'm
all
saying.
in
So
your
I'm
body, bro.
playing. So I'm still playing. Clean, no drugs, real adrenaline, real endorphins, play. That's what I do. Keeping it
That's
natural,
awesome.
keeping it real. Yeah. That's it.
100%, bro.
You know what I say to the people? I am the drug. I can chemically mobilize my body to give me those endorphins and get that feel good factor without the drugs. That's the real
Yes.
deal. When you can do that, that's when you know you're alive. That's what I told them. You haven't begun
I
to
know.
live yet. You don't know what it's about.
I know. And here's the thing. I already know what you're telling me. I almost feel like divine intervention is having you tell
It
me
is.
this.
It's obviously
Because
divine
I've been
intervention.
wanting I've been wanting to get sober for a while, man. But I like drinking. I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
Most
drinking.
people do. Most people I meet do, you see, whereas I enjoy my drink with my meal. That's it. And that, maybe
Well,
one
that's a
glass a
whole
week.
different story. Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
true.
that's what I do.
That's
No,
not true.
that's just enjoying. That's me enjoying the drink with my meal. And you know what I watch when I'm having my lunch? Sometimes I'm watching American Dad animation because those one-liner jokes are so funny, man.
It's a
Yeah,
good show.
yeah. I watched all the episodes, all of them, and I still watch them again and again because they're just so funny. Yeah.
What's interesting, I have to say, you said an interesting comment right there that maybe you just passed over. You said something to the effect of like your real life hasn't begun or something like that. Did I hear that right?
No, yeah, I
Something
said
like that?
I said their lives haven't begun. Those who don't understand how to connect with nature and themselves.
You was roboting.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you
No,
got
I said you was robot.
Yeah, please carry on. What was you saying, sir? The new.
Oh no, I just said he was roboting.
Ah, sorry. Okay, thanks.
Robotham?
Sketchy's coming. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Sketchy.
Yeah, I haven't quite
I
learned how to say your name
know
properly.
this guy. I know this guy. I just worked out because that's I said like people sound different on Discord,
Yeah.
and I was listening to this. I'm pretty sure. I know it.
Who, me?
I know it, not indirect. I know him to directly, but indirectly. We have a common friend. Well, yeah. I just say his first name. Yeah, just the initial I.
I'm so
I'm not
confused.
going
Are
to
you
say
talking about
nothing.
me?
Yeah. I
You know
you're
me?
someone very. I think not. I don't know you as in I know you, but
No,
I know
yeah. In the
someone
real world.
who's close to you. Yeah. So like I won't say nothing. Like, I'm not going to give anything away.
Yeah, no problem,
But I
man.
just said
Hey,
like
the
the
Lord
guy's name
works
begins
in
with I.
mysterious ways. The guy's
Yeah.
name begins with
Because you
I.
just sound different towards. Yeah, you sound different on Telegram.
Well, I can tell you
to
right now, I
Discord.
am definitely slurring my words. So there's that. Oh, I
That's
see.
all right.
Hold on,
You
I
had
see what
to.
you're saying. Hold on, let me make clear. Whoever you think
Been
I
up
might be on
late.
this. Hold on.
I haven't seen him for
Let
a
me
while.
make
That's why I
clear.
was gonna. Yeah.
Whoever you think I might be on whatever platform you named, I can assure you that you got the wrong guy. Not that there's any problem. I hope I hope that guy's a cool guy, and maybe he sounds like me and I sound like him, but that ain't me. I'm just a random dude who's trying to start a debate show, who's proposing hypotheticals to try to get at the core of principles.
Do that.
That's all. Yeah.
That might be your
Yeah. Yeah.
your goal in life.
I'm just glad that God has given me. I'm not religious in any way at all, but obviously the Creator has given us all brains to work things out. Look at what humanity has created in one aspect, but unfortunately, the Earth has been hijacked, and we're under this tyranny thing, and the products that are being made that we use could be made much better. More biodegradableness could be achieved. More of the hemp using should be used. Less chemicals. These things can happen, and the earth will be more clean than it is now, cleaner. Recyclable products, biodegradable. This is what we should be doing. They're not moving towards that, unfortunately. This is why I maintain my health so that I can keep sending out that message, because one day that's got to happen. Got to have that revolution and then change everything and get rid of chemicals, outlaw them completely. If it doesn't biodegrade, you do not make it. Simple as that. Because
I think
it's a poison to earth.
I think there's a fallacy, a big fallacy, that capitalism sorts that out in the most efficient way. Because what I find is it doesn't actually. And I'm not saying there's a better way to run a society. I think probably is. Who knows?
Oh, there is.
I almost
There
look at
certainly
it.
is.
A better way to run a society?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
In
there
what
is.
way? How?
How?
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? They say this skin cancer is it's cancer, but they want to cut it out. It's not like the normal run of the mill tumor.
Yeah, I know
What do you
exactly
think?
where you're going.
What do you think that is?
I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
I think.
Unfortunately,
do you
this is
think
a
that
flat
is?
Earth. Unfortunately, this is a flat Earth server, and we can't go into that. That's the thing. And we've been talking about cancers earlier on,
Right.
so we can't go down that road now. Unfortunately, we've got to keep it related to flat Earth. To be quite honest, so we got to we got to dial it in. Got to dial it in.
We'll keep it dialed in. What I think he is saying, though, just for clarity, is there is a movement of people calling skin conditions cancer, essentially, and it is a big money situation. And I'm familiar with it because I even thought about investing money into it, to be honest with you.
Yes. And all this is happening on the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's the thing
And
we've got to remember. All this nonsense that we've been talking about, related to health and that, it's all happening on a beautiful, non-rotating, flat plane. And there are 194 documents to that regard, okay? In that, it states that if you are going to fly an aeroplane, for example, you need to consider Earth flat, stationary, non-rotating. The documents actually say flat Earth, a non-rotating plane. Okay, that's what they've said.
Have you heard NASA freaks say? Yeah, they always say things like that because they just come on. It was like written years and years ago. There weren't no debate whether Earth was flat or was it a globe.
Yeah.
In their own documents.
Yes, that's correct.
I've seen those documents.
Yeah. And the reason that, listen, ladies and gentlemen, the reason those documents exist, One, obviously, if someone who's learning to fly a plane wants to ignore the instruments and try to fly the curvature of the Earth, will end up in a crash, obviously. So that's to neutralize that. Right? So they're hiding the fact that the Earth is flat.
It's literally every way, every possible way.
Yeah.
The Earth is treated as flat. The way it's measured, the way it's built on, the way it's flown over, everything is as if it were flat. That's the problem, actually.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. That's it. You see, so the documents are there to keep the pilots, for example, not crashing because, like I said, a pilot might get it into his head. I'm fed up of flying horizontal. Let me follow the curvature of the Earth now. And suddenly, he's into a crash, nosedive, he's dead. Okay, so that's one reason why that's there, to ensure that the pilots fly horizontal, which is the way the plane is flying anyway. But they preface it with that. Okay, and then the other one is when you're firing your weapons of mass destruction. Again, you have to consider Earth a non-rotating flat Earth. Now, really, why? You see, the thing is, if you're thinking out of the box, you're going to think, why? Why should I think the Earth is flat and not rotating when it's a ball that's actually rotating? I would have to consider that, surely, because it's happening, it's moving, the Earth, apparently. You see?
Yeah, but then they come
Clever
out
bit
with
of
all the
deceptive
nonsense,
work.
isn't it? That we're in inertia and everything's moving with us, which doesn't make any sense anyway.
Well, even then, though, even then, okay, grant them that. You still have so many issues that
Hang on a
cannot
second.
become
Let me just
overcome.
get this out. If people try to measure the curvature of the Earth and get that, and then factor in the rotation of, I'm trying to get this out. And then they try to factor in the rotation of the Earth, and they're doing the maths, and then they set the missile off. It's going to miss the target, ladies and gentlemen, because the Earth isn't moving. So in
That's
order
exactly right.
for them not going to fire the missile, we'll be doing the maths. Yeah, we're doing the maths and the curvature, and then do that. So obviously they put that document there so that the individual doesn't do that, and now they fire it like it is on a real flat Earth, and they're unsuspecting, aren't they? There you go. Sorry.
Does anyone know the descent of a like a standard 747 plane, commercial, like passenger plane coming into land? What the as it comes to descend, because it flies at a certain level, and then it's coming in for its descent and landing. Does anyone know what that mileage? How much it
hold
would
on.
cover?
Allow me to take this. That's what's so interesting. There's big talk right now because of the quote unquote final experiment of flying down to Antarctica. Don't want to mention that. What people are actually proposing is that we just simply get the telemetry data, the data of the nose angle and the altitude, and that will actually show us is this thing actually a ball? And as it turns out, the ball earthers, they don't want to touch that at all. They'll pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, apparently, which we'll see if that even happens, to go to Antarctica. But when it's proposed to them, let's just look at the data from the plane, from a commercial airplane, of pitch and altitude. They don't want to do that. And I'll tell you why they don't want to do that. Because when you look at that, it's flat, just like surveys, just like everything else. It is what it is.
That's right.
Last time I remember I had a flight in COVID, and there was 3 people on the plane, and we had a delay. I don't know why we had a fucking delay, because there's 3 people on the plane. I've got the picture of me sitting next to the pilot in the cabin, and I just asked him. I said, like, I just want to ask you, when you're flying, you just fly straight as the crow flies. Yeah, that's exactly right. Why would there's adjustments due to, changes like where we've drifted for the wind, or as we're coming into the airport, there's slight adjustments, or maybe if we're following a trade wind, we can catch it and we may adjust to that. So basically, you're just flying from A to B, and you're just flying straight. Like you're not following a path. No, we're going flat. Basically, without saying flat, I didn't want to say flat because I didn't want him to go. But there was no indication that they was following the contour of a ball. And I could see even he was looking at me as though, like, go on, say it. And I thought, I just wanted to say it in a way without saying it. And yeah, otherwise, I think he would have just cut me off and said, look, we do fly around the ball, but there was no indication. And I think he knew where I was going.
Here's the thing: every pilot knows that. Every pilot knows that. There was a pilot on this Discord server not too long ago, like a week ago, and he's like, "Look, I ain't a flat earther, and I'm a pilot." And he went through his credentials. Everybody questioned his credentials. He goes, "But it sure looks flat." And he said that kind of jokingly. It seemed like he had been drinking, but I've heard so many other pilots like that. To me, the pilots know. Once they know to look for it. Once they're in tune on the debate, they struggle with it. Even the guy who came on is like, "Look, I ain't on your team. I ain't a flat earther. I'm a baller, but it does look flat." And he admitted that. So like even pilots, once they are in tune with to look for it, they don't see it. And those are the kinds of things. It's like one thing after another that it's like, okay, well, where's the smoking gun that we're on a ball? Because everything is telling me I'm not. The way I measure it. The pilots who fly over, every pilot. You won't find a single pilot when you ask them up there, "Hey, are you saying you're flying over a ball?" There's not a pilot in the world that I know who can intellectually honestly say, "Yeah, I feel like I'm flying over a ball." They all say they feel they're flying over a flat Earth. So that's
right. Because that's right. When I spoke to the pilots at the end of the journey, like in Hawaii or Saipan and Guam, okay, spoke to the pilots. I had my flat Earth T-shirts on, okay, and I'd put my arm down and say, "That was a nice leveled flight, wasn't it? Leveled like the Earth is flat, level, yeah." And you know what they did? They laughed. They were laughing. I said, "Yeah, but you know, but listen." I said, "Yeah, I know," but I said, "No, level, yeah, leveled flight. It was a leveled flight right across the flat Earth, wasn't it?" And they still laughed. Okay, so I said it the third time. I pointed to my T-shirt. Look, flat Earth. Do you get my meaning now? It's a flat Earth, isn't it? It's not a ball. And then I got off the plane. I said, "Thanks for a nice level flight."
I'm telling you, it's the pilots and surveyors are the ones who can, in their day-to-day job, see that it is actually flat.
Yeah, and also those who operate ships and submarines as well. They know. Okay? Ship operators and submariners, they know. Because they don't factor in the Earth's curvature when they're operating their machines. They don't.
Yeah.
And I've travelled by ship 2 weeks from Southampton to Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, and it was horizontal all the way. Remember, I was only a kid at the time, 9 years old, but I remember that ship being level. 2 weeks, and all you see is level horizon. We stopped off at many places, including the Canary Islands. Okay, but it's all. And I felt when I used to look out the window and see the horizon, the sea. I was always thinking, "Where's the land? Where's the land? Where's the land?" And as a kid, 2 weeks is a long time, isn't it? To be on the ocean, leaving England to Nigeria. and then on the way back, we came back by plane. Then the very first time we went to Nigeria in 1969, 1970, we went by plane and came back by boat. That was the first time I'd ever travelled on a boat for 2 weeks in 1970. And I tell you, man, was it 70 or 71? 1969, yeah, maybe 1970, 71. And that ship took 2 weeks to get to England. We stopped off at many places along the way, but it was beautiful. I learned to play table tennis on that ship.
It would be quite good to see where you stopped in it. You know, like to map that route, where you stopped and see how.
Yeah, I can remember the places. Oh yeah.
You can remember them.
Oh yeah, because
Like if you did it to a globe, I would imagine it's kind of strange how you went. But you know, like if there was a more accurate map, it would most probably be not too far off a straight line. You're not going to veer off.
Navigation is purely an argument of method. It's not going to prove any shape, because you can say it's whatever shape I want it to be and whatever orientation I would prefer it to be. You're not.
That's correct. He's correct in that point. It doesn't prove a shape, but it proves that one. If you plot the route and you can see that the route is taking you out of the way on the globe, but yet on the flat Earth it's a more direct straight line, then you know that one of them doesn't fit. You see what I mean? That's it.
Well,
in that way,
I
you
think
can prove it.
You can see the modern navigation. You know, longitude lines is manufactured by man. That's obvious. Regardless of whether you want to prove anything, the proof is this is put in place to you know, basically endorse their depiction of the world.
The globe. Yeah. It's the same thing with geodetic surveying. Like I say, they've created, when you really look at the core of it, they have created ways to get around the problems of the obvious problems. Like I say, with surveying, it's obvious it's measured flat, so they have to create geodetic survey. Just like with navigation, it's obvious that latitude lines at least present itself as if it were flat. I think it does. And so they've created ways to obfuscate that. And so it just seems so obvious, especially when you consider going back to the main argument that QE had made tonight, is that if it were not that way, we would have the smoking gun. We would have so many smoking guns. We would be on I would be on the moon right now, vacation, which is what they told me when I was a kid. We would take vacations to the moon. Like, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Like, if you really look at it with like a normal discerning eye, you don't have to be a skeptic.
Well, I look at it like this. You know, if you start off with a lie, you have to have a fucking good memory. You know, because it's, you know, like to keep that lie in place, you have to lie upon a lie.
Well,
and when you
very quick, we're talking about a mass conspiracy. So the idea that they're not going to have a good memory. If it were a lie, something would slip through the cracks, or they wouldn't have a good memory, or somebody would open their mouth. Like, we all do believe this is a mass of the highest order conspiracy. So, like, that argument goes out the window for us. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you give me a picture from NASA tomorrow of the Earth, like, that goes out the window to me, personally. I mean, I'll look at it, I'll find it interesting, but I won't believe it. That's not enough for me, personally, with all the evidence that says otherwise. Like, to me, that's the one way you could get out of showing real evidence, is to show fake pictures, right? No, that's not. That I'm saying it's not. That means it's 100% fake or whatever. I put everything on the table.
Yeah. But you got to. That's a good point you're making. Yes, I would agree there. That you can definitely fake the pictures, which is what they've been doing, by the way, and faking videos as well, especially when you're relating to Antarctica. Yeah.
Well, we as flat earthers have to believe that. I obviously believe that, but you can't think that they're not faking and be a flat earther. They have to be faking.
Oh no, they're definitely faking. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, I mean, it's so obvious to us.
They have to lie.
my
Yeah, they've got to lie. Yeah.
my point is like normies who are new to all this, they don't know that yet. Like when we can point that out to them, it's so obvious. It's like, okay, that is obviously fake.
Yeah, it's their one. It's
just
after they've listened. Sorry to cut you off there. After they've listened to us for a few minutes, that's the first question they ask. Why would they lie?
Well, it's the obvious question. And by the way, that's a fair question. That's the very first question I ask on any other conspiracy is why would they do it? And I don't think we should, personally, I don't think it's a good strategy to just simply hand wave dismiss it and be like, well, I don't have to tell you that. I think it's important, like if we're going to speculate, we need to tell them, hey, I can speculate some reasons why they might lie. Just like with the moon landing, like we can go into speculations of why one would lie in a situation like that. But like, and you need to make it clear, I'm not making a claim here, but just from my perspective, just to say, well, I don't know I don't know why they would lie. It doesn't matter. They just are. That's not going to be sufficient to a lot of people, in my opinion. And in fact, I think you're going to lose a lot of people. This is just my personal hypothetical genius opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
and so
I do explain. I actually do explain the reasons why they're lying, and my explanation is number one: you don't seem to realize that you're in a system of devaluation. You're a slave in the system. If you have a job and you're paying your taxes, you're a slave. The system and the powers that shouldn't be see you as a tax number. You're a slave. There's the first thing. So when they lie to control your mind and your life so that they have full control of humanity. This is what's going on, okay? Remember, hijack the earth. There are certain places we cannot go on this earth because it would reveal the truth, and they stop us from doing that. So that goes to show you that they're in control. It's about controlling our lives. When you realize that, then you want to have that revolution, I think, if you have the guts. But there you go.
Yeah, and it's kind of going back. I don't know if we how long we been going here, but you know, there are layers of all of this. So I think us as flat earthers need to accept what are the layers of this. And so, you know, are we saying, you know, essentially, are we saying that we are like Truman Show folks, where we are like literally trapped? They're watching us. We're making money. They tax us. They take money. Like we work for their resources. When I say there, it's some power that be that we don't really know. You know, is that what we're saying? And, you know, frankly, to me, I lean toward that being the most likely option, going back to like percentages as we were talking about before. But I know that comes off as crazy. But yeah, I mean, I'm almost convinced like, essentially like it would be like, if one of the gorillas was trying to convince the other gorillas, hey man, we're in a fucking cage here. Let's get out of here. We can break out of here, man. They're keeping us in a cage here. And all the other gorillas are like, man, you're crazy, man. This is what we know. This is our life. We're stuck here. Type thing. I hate to make that analogy, but you get what I'm saying. It's like I almost think in a way, if it is that way, which we have to go there.
It is. It is that way. It is. It is that way. That's what it is. People are in that frame of mind. Like you said, they don't know what's going on. Okay, and that's what it is. That's how this flat Earth is. The flat. I say this a lot. The flat Earth is a great leveler. Hey, I love that. The flat Earth is a
But
great leveler.
who is it that's lying? Who is it that definitely we can't prove that people definitely know
Well,
Earth
hold
is
on.
flat
Oh,
and
please.
are intentionally trying to deceive people about it. I don't think
Allow
that's
me,
the
please
motive.
let me take this. Let me
Yeah.
please take this. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
We don't make that claim, but we will speculate. Certain people will speculate. We get bonked over the head when we do speculate, but we just know that we feel that is the most likely scenario. That there is an overarching power that be that is controlling this and lying to us. So, like, that's step number one.
You have to
We gotta
identify what the
accept
lie
that.
is.
Well, we can speculate of
What is
why
the
they
lie?
would lie. We
Well,
can
what is the
speculate
lie
all day.
first? What is it? What is the lie?
Well, see, the way you're even asking me that is not a fair way to ask me that. Are you asking me to speculate on why they would lie? I'll answer that.
No, I'm asking what
But
is the lie? What
we
is
don't
the
know.
lie?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't
What are
know.
they lying
All we
about?
know, or at least we feel,
Yeah,
is that they
genius.
are lying to.
Genius, you're misunderstanding the question. The question is, what is the lie that they're lying to us about? Let me explain, because you're not answering the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The lie is this. Number one, they're lying about the earth where you live and its shape. Number two, they're lying about space travel and being able to go to space. Number three, they're lying that satellites are orbiting aboard Earth. They're lying about the ISS. They're lying that there's a Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 that's beyond the solar system sending signals back to Earth. They're lying that they've gone to Mars. They're lying that they went to the moon. They're lying that the Himawari, the sunflower type satellite, is out there sending signal back, taking pictures of Earth and weather systems. They're lying that the Hubble telescope is up there when it's not. They're lying to you that they put in the James Webb telescope, $10 billion, that's out at the Lagrange points a million miles away. Okay? Do you see how they're lying? They're lying about the Earth. They're lying to you that, what I'm going to say, that, certain medicines work when they do not, for example. The government is lying to you every day of the week. The fiasco with Trump the other day, that was a lie. That was a my hop followed by a lie hop. Okay? So there's a lot of lies. Okay? They're lying about global warming. We don't live on a globe. It isn't warming up. Okay? Climate change.
He said exact. I thought it was the why, but that's exactly what he said is exactly correct.
All right, but does that mean that they necessarily know that the Earth is flat?
Yes, of course
Yes, they have
they
to.
know. Especially if you've got government agency documents. And let me tell you the agencies so you know what agencies I'm talking about. You've got the KGB, you've got CIA, you've got NASA. Then you have the Air Force, then the Army, and the Navy. These 194 documents exist where they're stating that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. A non-rotating flat Earth. A flat Earth, clearly written there. So the powers that shouldn't be, they know. That's why they're patrolling Antarctica. Okay? When we say Antarctica, we mean the Antarctica that is 360 degrees, that circulates and encompasses the continents and that. The ice wall is being patrolled. Okay? We can't go past the 60th degree parallel, otherwise we'll be escorted back. Okay? So they know what's going on. Maybe you don't know they know. That's your problem. You're learning now. Okay? Thank you.
Right. No, that's fair. But do you think that their intention was, like when they launched the space program, right? Do you think it was their intention was to specifically keep people thinking that it was because before that it wasn't really necessary. people. It was getting taught in schools and everything. So it was like pretty much
Let's go
accepted
back.
by
Let's go back
by the
before that.
majority.
Great question. Great question. Let's go back before that. Before that, we had this Copernicus, Nikolai Copernicus, 1453. Okay, and he had this solar system that was still in progress. It hadn't finished it yet. A work in progress. He dies, and they start teaching it now. 481 years. Okay, 481 years. They've been lying that we're on a globe. So the lies started a long time ago. Okay, they've been lying a long time now. They even had the Renaissance where they destroyed certain historical things, so we could lose. We today can't gain knowledge from that. Okay, so they've been lying a long time. It's not a new lie. It's an
Was
old
that
lie.
an intentional lie? Was that an intentional lie, or was
Absolutely.
that something?
It was most certainly an intentional lie because we're not a globe. We're not a globe at all. It doesn't measure as a globe. Today's modern technologies not measure a single degree of curvature. Let me give you those technologies very quickly. 1, GPS. 2, theodolites. 3, long-range telescopes. 4, short-range telescopes. 5, laser beams. 6, radio signals. 7, sonar signals. 8, radar. Okay, then and radio waves. Okay, 9, aeroplanes. 10, submarines. 11, torpedoes. Okay, 12, hot air balloons. These technologies, when used, cannot find curvature anywhere on this earth. Okay, so it was most certainly a deliberate lie. That's a fact. That's not disputed. Definitely a lie.
But so you don't think back then, like when they started teaching it in educational institutions, you don't think that they actually believed it was true?
No, they knew what they were doing. It wasn't a belief.
I had a lieutenant when I was still in the army who had
go on.
who liked to point out. I don't know if he got it from somewhere else, but he called it the 5 monkey theory. So, in his story, there would be these scientists who wanted to study these monkeys and behaviors. So then, what they did was they put them in a room, and the whole room, whenever they pushed a button, it would electrify the room. And they put in the middle of the room a hanging bunch of bananas. And then they put a ladder leading up to the bananas. And they introduced 5 monkeys into the room. Anytime the monkeys climbed the ladder to attempt to get the bananas, the scientists would electrify the room. So eventually, all the monkeys recognize that every time they try to go get the bananas, they get electrified. So then they stop. So they take out one of the old monkeys and put in a new monkey, and the new monkey goes to get the bananas, and the old monkeys beat the new monkey until he quits going for the banana. The new monkey does not know that the room gets electrified. Eventually, all of the old monkeys are replaced with new monkeys. And the new monkeys learn that you have to beat the new monkey so that he doesn't go get the banana. They don't know why, they just know that's the practice. I think we're at the time
That's a very interesting analogy there, very good one. And that would explain like the military situation, because they're all learning, they're thinking they're doing a good job of, facilitating freedom and protecting the world, the free world, 365 days of the year. But what they're actually doing is corralling humanity and facilitating tyranny. That's what's actually going on right now. Okay? Through brainwashing, for example.
I think at this point, what T-Dub is trying to get to is that maybe it's the case that we're just a bunch of monkeys that were born inside of the cage, and we don't actually know why we don't go for the banana, but we know that every time we go for the banana, we get beat by other monkeys.
But that's going to be changing, because the reason why they don't go is because the education has dumbed them down and restrictions. But the flat earth movement now, that's still growing. It's not going away. It's growing in leaps and bounds now. Certain people have put videos out recently complaining of that flat earth isn't going away, which is good news. So once that happens, people are going to want to go and check. That's what's happening, you see. So that situation is going to be changing soon.
I actually agree with what he's saying, and I made the same monkey analogy actually a little while ago. I'm not sure that we have the power. If we are the monkeys in the zoo, in the cage, and once again I go back to this point I was making, is I think they find us amusing. It's like, hey, these monkeys get it. They know what's going on. That's funny. That's amusing. But they're not going to let us get out of the cage. That's kind of my position.
Yeah.
Well, yes, of course.
That because I
Of course.
am of the position that once you inform the military, all your honor that you think you've got, you are dishonoring humanity without realizing it. Where's the freedom? I'm the taxpayer. Everybody's a taxpayer here. I'm telling you, you show me the freedom. We haven't got it yet. I'm not free in the sense. I am ready in my mind on that. You're not free. There's restrictions everywhere. You're helping that. Show me the freedom that you are supposedly facilitating with your aircraft and your drones and your torpedoes. Show me. Come on. And they won't be able to show me.
If you don't mind, allow me to expand upon a hypothetical that I thought of. And
yeah,
my point is, imagine that we found a new, let's just say even a new ball in space. Let's say space is real. I found a new ball, and there's all these other creatures on that ball, but they are not as advanced as we are. We would exploit those creatures. We perhaps may tell them they live on a flat Earth instead of a ball to keep them from, leaving where they are. But we would exploit those creatures. We would have them work. We would take their resources through a taxation system or however. And so I'm proposing that as this overarching power that be that is just bigger than we are. I'm proposing that hypothetically. And I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
not trying to,
I disagree.
not trying to mic drop on them.
We wouldn't be us, the slaves, but it would be the powers that shouldn't be, and the brainwashed soldiers and air forcemen and naval men that would be doing that work. Yeah, they're cannon fodder. We, the ordinary people, I don't think that they find a new ball Earth or whatever, I'm going to be exploiting somebody else. That's not in my blood. Why would I do that?
Well, it would only.
I'm not going to explain.
Imagine it's almost like when we watch on the safari, two factions of gorillas go after each other. Like that's a war. We don't impose ourselves on that war. We watch it. We film it. We find it interesting.
Yeah.
Like I'm just throwing that out there because, in my opinion, I think
I myself and my family would not be motivated to take advantage of another race or another. That's not part of my makeup. So the only people that's going to be doing that are going to be the elites. The powers that shouldn't be are going to be facilitating that with their military and their army. They're brainwashed soldiers. They're the ones that are going to be doing that. Me and you are not going to be taking advantage of anybody.
No. What I'm saying is there's a overarching power that be. Essentially, we are the monkeys in the jungle. We fight each other.
Correct.
And they watch it, and they, maybe every once in a while will intervene for one way or another.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there as like a theory.
Yeah.
But it does make sense to me.
You said we, but it wouldn't be we, would it? It'd be them, the elites and the military that they have that would be exploited. Yeah, not us.
Like I say, if that's true, they find us amusing, just as if we would find a monkey in the zoo amusing who's like, hey, let's get out of here.
Yeah, it is true because they gaslight us with the reset, for example, and then the unnecessary injection that we had to go and get. And then they mention the words like we're 2 weeks to flattening the curve, as Kenny, the Flat Earth dude, told us just a few moments ago. Do you remember back in 2020? That's what they said. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That was a message to the Flat Earthers. Flat Earthers are anti-vaxxers and anti-vaxxers are Flat Earthers. So they're gaslighting us all the time. So of course they find us amusing. Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. That's
Yeah.
obvious.
They're playing around. Yeah, they're playing around for
Yeah.
sure.
Absolutely. That's why they're doing that. That's why the Flat Earth came out. I think that they're getting bored of how easy they're controlling the 99%. They're getting bored. Let's shake it up a bit and let's see what happens. Okay? Here you go. You know what I mean? Right. So, but yeah, the idea that they won't let us go, I think if we ever wake up the rest of the world and everybody's on the same page now, governments are going to be toppling. Guarantee you. And then we'll find those elites and strip them of their wealth because it came at the hands of what's the word I'm looking for? It came at the suffering of the 99%.
The expense.
Yeah, the expense. That's the word. The expense of the 99%. Pretty much.
Well, we've paid for our own enslavement.
Yeah, that's right. So that's why they need to be stripped of their wealth. So that's why I'm never going to stop talking. I'm not scared to die. I'm always going to whistleblow, and if I die because I'm whistleblowing, it's an honourable death. Simple as that.
Hey, you know what's funny? Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was
Yeah,
going
go
to say
ahead.
you got to think about it. If it all came out, they're accountable. They've got to pay the money back. How are they going to do that? It's not
You're
just
assuming it's a fair system. You're assuming it's a fair system.
No, I'm not assuming there's a fair system, but you know, like it's never going to happen. I don't kid myself that's going to happen. But
No, let me tell you
the
something.
actual-
Let's just imagine this. Imagine this, yeah. They've woken up and they've got to start paying money back. We, the people, will make sure that happens because we remove the bankers from their jobs, give them a slap, send them on their way. And now we've got the money. We print the money and give it back to the people. That can be done. We have to do it. We don't wait for them, do we? What are you waiting for them for? We do it. We are the people. Okay? We're the ones that have been wronged. We are the ones who right that wrong. It's quite simple, really.
You bring up an interesting point. In that cryptocurrency could be that mechanism. I don't want to go down that road. We can if you want, but later. But yes, that is the big threat of a true encrypted crypto, which is why I believe they probably killed McAfee because that was his little pet project. Is if indeed people can trade without being known and encrypted, then government effectively is gone. The only way government can survive is to be able to tap. And if you don't know who's making what money because all the transactions are encrypted, then the government effectively is gone forever. And I know I'm kind of throwing a whole different philosophy out, but it goes back to the printing of money we were talking about. And I think that was a big threat for a while.
don't be fooled by cryptocurrency.
Yes,
My
crypto's.
My mate's up in court right now for a money laundering thing from Coinbase, grassing him up.
Really?
Yeah, and the other one as well, Binance. I've got a friend who's now getting fucked over by Binance, reporting his
How much money?
take-
How much money did he make before they came after him?
No, it was just they're saying Coinbase contacted whoever the financial, or they got a duty. They said they have a duty of care to report, like dubious transactions. So he was putting money in, taking it out, putting it in, taking it out, and it was obviously they've followed it in a sense to say, look, these are precarious. They reported him, and the police have come on him and said, like, where do you get the money from? It's beyond your means.
Well, they're
So,
also saying that
that's
every
what
time
they've-
you put money in and take money out, make a profit, you owe us the tax money. It's a shakedown.
Yeah, it weren't that. It
That's
was
a profit.
saying that they were just saying
That's
that
what they're saying, probably.
he's got they took his phones off him, come on him one day, just like come on him and said like, we believe these are what's it, money laundering, because you're making deposits here, you're sending it, and then you're bringing more money in and sending bigger bits of money. You know, and with the phone, it was kind of damning. So it's one of them ones you're not going to agree it and you're not going to deny it.
Yeah,
Evidently,
you're fucked.
because they don't have to prove that you're doing stuff. They just say like they come on you, and you have to prove that you're not doing something. Then,
That's right.
even
That's
if
exactly right.
if you prove that you're not, they're not going to question it and say, "Well, we don't believe this," but it has to stack up.
To be honest with you, it's why I don't invest in crypto. I'm so scared of what they're gonna. I'd just rather invest in real. I know real estate better anyway, but I know how I'm going to get taxed on it.
I've always said this. I goes, crypto is like, you know, if someone turns the plug off, who are you going to call? No one. You're fucked.
You're fucked. Well, I believe, 5 years ago, there were cryptos coming on the scene, and McAfee is the big one. He was creating a crypto that was truly encrypted. Supposedly, I don't even know what encrypted really means. That's a whole separate topic. Is there anything that's actually encrypted anyway, for real? But with all that said,
well,
he
look at
was
those signs, those
supposed.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you want to go down the encrypted road, like what does encrypted actually even really mean? It just means that there's a set of numbers and letters, I guess, that need to be there in order to see this message. But like obviously, if there's powers that be that can see everything within the cyber world, they're going to see that. Which is why I think Bitcoin from the get-go was a CIA op to create money and follow and track and try to find bad guys. I think the whole thing was an op. I mean, give me a break. The Satoshi whatever his name is, that nobody can track down, who still holds 1 million Bitcoin. That's never, all of it doesn't add up if you go down that rabbit hole. I wasn't trying to divert this conversation, but I'm just saying, I think the opportunity frankly, I believe the opportunity was lost when they killed McAfee, when they Epstein McAfee in the jail in Paris, because he was the guy who was trying to make it happen, which is a threat to every government in the world. Like, to be able to trade in a currency where a government actually cannot see what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
but it's
how do you tax
inherently dangerous. It is inherently dangerous to rely upon a digital system for any kind of exchange when people that are in charge, we know they actually corruptly exchange. Look at how they shut things down with certain things, certain info. So, I mean, it's cool. It is. And, but it will absolutely be corrupt already. For sure.
And that's where I'm at. Like, it's corrupt already. And in fact, it's almost, in a way, because I believe it was built by the CIA actually from the get-go. So in a way, it's something they're going to push upon us as the dollar collapses, which it is collapsing, obviously, because we print way too much. We've inflationed ourselves into craziness. And so this will be an alternative. That's just a theory. I'm throwing it out there. I really wasn't trying to go down that road, but now that we're talking about it, I am. So this is, basically an out for them. You just create a new currency. Once you've inflated this currency, the dollar, you just create a new currency. And this new currency has a chain of title, a blockchain chain of title, meaning every single dollar that goes through the chain of title is tracked with every person who owns it. So you know who
Unless
gave that dollar to this person.
But
And you know
what
who
about
gave that dollar to this person.
the decentralized exchanges like Uniswap? No ID required. There's no
Yeah,
KYC.
that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. It's a farce. It's not decentralized.
But if you're not providing any ID whatsoever to join it, how do they know who you are?
Well, how do they even know that you own the money then? So at some point, they have to recognize that you own the money. I mean, at the end of the day, let's talk about the blockchain, this technology. The blockchain is simply a chain of title on the coin. It is, if I take this coin and I give you a piece of it, that is recognized in the ledger. And that's what keeps everybody honest in a way. Like, you can't create a whole bunch more new coins because we track literally how every single piece of every coin, and that's why to mine it, quote unquote, and all mining means is that you're tracking the ledger and you get paid a little piece to do that. But the point is as this thing grows, at the end of the day, actually, let me back up. At the end of the day, everything is tracked way easier through crypto. Unless it's truly encrypted, which I'm not even sure the word encrypted is real, actually. That's a whole separate issue. That's my personal issue. But apparently this guy, John McAfee, who Epstein himself, was creating a truly encryptable Bitcoin, if you will. Where, like, if I traded with you, there's a real way they can obfuscate the numbers where I still know that I own this dollar and you still own, you know that you still own that dollar, but the government can't tell. So if you go down that rabbit hole,
there's a number of coins like that too, not just one or two. There's actually, well, I don't know. There might be 100 or so of them now that they're bringing out. That they claim that when you send them, as you say, the number trail is you can't follow it.
every single
well,
thing
yeah,
traced.
but as it turns out, that's what they said from the get-go with Bitcoin, where we don't know who this Satoshi, some Japanese Satoshi Yamagachu, which, by the way, if you look at that, it literally translates in Japanese as like Central Intelligence or something like that. Go look at that for real, for real. But yeah, some guy named Satoshi who's holding on to 1 million Bitcoin, who just hadn't released it, created this. Nobody knows who he is, and then they created the Silk Road, or there was the Silk Road that ran off of Bitcoin, and all of these things happened, right, in history. And at the end of the day, what we learned is that the CIA and the government could actually track the Bitcoin from the get-go. They didn't sell it that way, right? Everybody who did all these transactions in Bitcoin, they assumed, because it's quote-unquote encrypted, that's why you have the problem with that word. Because they say it's encrypted, and they put their air quotes up, but as it turns out, it wasn't quote-unquote encrypted. And as it turns out, the CIA the whole time, the powers that be, could track all of these things. And if you really look at it, it's a chain of title with money, which is good in a way because they can't create more money. Like right now, they just create more money. We have no chain of title. We don't know how much money they're creating. Just throwing out there.
The other thing that I really like about, let's just say the blockchain in general, is that, if I wanted to buy something off you right now, we can just pay each other. The banks are bypassed. The freaking, so I think
that's fine. But when you give me that Bitcoin or whatever coin, that goes into the quote unquote ledger. Now, what's interesting about the ledger is the ledger lives forever. So even if the Earth got demolished by a meteor, which we all know is ridiculous, but let's pretend it did, if the cloud, the ledger, survived in the cloud, somewhere, somehow, let's say in a satellite, pretend, then the Bitcoin would still exist. You would still own that Bitcoin. I would still own this Bitcoin, or whatever coin because the ledger tracks who owns what. It is like literally a chain of title. Think about like when you chain of title houses or something. It's a blockchain. Now there's so many transactions. The reason they call it a blockchain is because it spreads, right? It spreads like a big, which is why it's so difficult now and takes so much energy now, which is the problem with this whole thing, because it has spread with so many tentacles. You have to record every single tentacle. And in order to do that, it takes a lot of energy, which is what's turned out to be the ultimate problem with crypto in general.
Crypto is like
in order. Yeah,
and
go
then
ahead.
yeah, crypto is like putting on a VR and then like pretending that you're in real life. It's like the best thing you could possibly do is mine actual resources, any resource, storing any resource, investing in any resource. Bitcoin is like an absolutely definitely going to be destroyed at some point currency system. Like even like gold couldn't possibly disintegrate even like Bitcoin could, because gold has such intrinsic resourcefulness and value within like computing and other things. It's like Bitcoin is literally a trap. I honestly think I would never ever. I mean, like obviously it's smart to have your eggs and you know your ducks in a row. Like put you know a bit in every single basket. Multiple income streams are obviously the smartest way for income. But I mean, honestly, doesn't this all sound like mind control? I mean, what are you mining for fucking years? Come on, like control.
You are talking about crypto as if it were an investment and not a currency, which by the way, the government, the US government has said, because they want to tax the folks who are moving in and out of these markets and making money. But it is supposed to be actually a currency that's traceable. That's really what it is. But don't get it twisted that this is not a traceable currency.
Oh, I'm not at all, but I do view it as an investment rather than a currency, because until it's widely accepted, and even then,
Well, yes, that's true.
I do
True,
think it
no
will
doubt.
be accepted. I also
But
I do think it's a
yes, yes, no doubt. But theoretically, the trade-off between crypto, because it has a chain of title, because you can track every single dollar invested, you know that there will be no more new Bitcoin created. And that alone keeps governments in check. And when we talk about decentralized, that's really what they're saying. They're saying no new government can come and create new Bitcoin. Because if they do that, it'll all be in the ledger. It will screw up everything.
You're like, you can't eliminate the thing that is controlling everything off the basis that you perceive that it doesn't control something that it created. It created Bitcoin, it created the internet, it created the computers, it created all the rules and laws around all of using all of that. Like, and then you're just gonna eliminate it and pretend like this whole thing is private? Get out of here, dude!
I'm not. Nobody's trying to eliminate it. But here, let's make let's distinguish between, let's say, American dollars and Bitcoin. Let's distinguish between those two things.
I mean, fiat currency and Bitcoin.
What's the difference? Hold on, I'm going to ask you. What's the difference?
The difference is at least fiat currency is supposed to be backed by an actual resource.
What do you mean by resource?
Gold.
You mean by power?
No,
well, it's
gold.
not backed by gold. It's backed by backed by power, governmental power.
Of course, but it's supposed to be backed by gold. I'm not saying it. I'm not.
It's not backed by.
It's supposed to be.
Yes, back. Well, way back in the day, yes, it was backed by gold. But we gave that up. We gave that up in the 40s.
Even now in our laws, even in US law, New Zealand law, Australia law, I've read them all, honestly, and current, it's all current. Our currency system is lawfully supposed to be backed by gold. It isn't. They're actually acting fraudulently, but it is supposed to still be backed by gold.
Well, when you say supposed, You're just inserting your like opinion there. At the end of the
Nope.
day, it's not, and it's not legally supposed to be backed by gold. We gave up the the gold standard in the 40s.
What you just said makes no sense. Like, I just said it's supposed to be backed by gold according to law, and now you're picking apart
And
the words.
what I'm saying is it's not. It's not backed by law. Today, a piece of paper is a piece of paper. Yes, you're right. Back in the 30s, if I had a dollar bill, a piece of paper, I could go and get a piece of gold for that dollar bill. It was backed by gold. That ain't how it is today. That ended in the 40s.
I
Maybe
know.
even the 30s. I don't remember. So, like legally, it's not backed by gold. Legally, it's a literal piece of paper that they literally print digitally and insert through quantitative easing and other ways, and manipulate the money supply with no gold involved whatsoever.
Just to further that, gold itself, I actually have an interest in gold and gold mining, and what they've done, by suppressing the actual physical gold price, of course you'll probably know all about, and that's your paper gold. You get these firms, and let's just say, for example, I've got 10 kilos of gold or what have you. They sell it multiple times via a piece of paper. You don't get to hold the physical gold, you see. So they sell that 10 kilos over and over and over, and it basically devalues the price of gold, but they still hold it, you see. And when you want to say, oh, well, you want to cash in your gold, you don't get gold. They'll pay you whatever the value is, but you never get the gold, right? So it's another way of just faking it out.
Yeah, but in that case, though, at least in that case, that is seemingly a currency backed by quote unquote gold. And what the whole point of the Gold Standard Act is, it kept the currency in check. It kept the politicians from simply printing more paper, because the only thing that keeps.
I don't think you've quite comprehended what I was alluding to. I'm saying, like, it's
Okay, well, tell me.
It's lawfully supposed to be backed by gold, but factually isn't, which means the people in charge of our currency system are factually and provably already breaking the laws that they created. We didn't even make those laws, they did. And then I really am dubious about any currency system that has any kind of connection to the same people who already have a factually fucked up currency system. And regardless of that, I said supposed to be backed by gold, and you've ripped me to shreds, even though I'm not in charge of the fact that they're breaking the law. Like, I didn't dispute that they don't back it by gold, but I said they're supposed to by law. And stamps.
Well, when you say supposed to,
yeah.
I don't disagree with they should, perhaps, and they did for a very long time. But what happened is FDR back in the 40s said, we're not backing this currency with gold anymore. We're going to print as much as we want. And that's when everything changed legally. I know you're wanting to make a legal argument, but what I'm trying to tell you is legally, it's no longer backed by gold. I wish it were, because it keeps governments in check. You can only print as much paper as you have gold. Now they don't do that.
So
now it's like, I can print paper however I want. I can do it whenever, however, whenever.
Do you think that they're going to try and do the same with Bitcoin, perhaps? And like spin off currencies off of Bitcoin? That could be a possibility.
Well, yes, and I think they will. They'll come when they do enter into the crypto market. When I say they, the governments, they will come up with their own government cryptocurrency, probably. Which once again, the only thing that makes it a crypto is there's a ledger now. See, before, if I give you $1 in cash, whether it's backed by gold or not, there's no way that the government can know I just gave you $1. And so what the Bitcoin, it keeps a ledger. I just gave you $1. They're tracking every single dollar. Now that sounds really bad at first. Well, it is bad because originally when they sold this, right, 20 years ago or whatever, it was, hey, this is all encrypted. Whatever, I've got my air quotes up, right, on that word. And so I could give you $1. They wouldn't even know I'd give you $1, but yet it's still in the blockchain. Well, as it turns out, and as common sense will tell you, if it's in the blockchain, they can track it. Now, the only good news about that, perhaps the silver lining, is now that we can track every single dollar and how it's spent, when they print new dollars, you can see it in the ledger. So they can't go well, they can presumably say, hey, all of a sudden, we're just going to just imagine this. All of a sudden, we're going to give every person in the world a Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin. Well, obviously, that would deflate the currency, right? Bitcoin would no longer be worth what it is today if every person was just given a Bitcoin. Of course, you can do this in the crypto world, right? This is just all computers. So I give every single person a Bitcoin. That Bitcoin would be tracked via ledger as it's being traded, even every little piece. I gave it to this guy. He gave it to that guy. You have your wallet. It's in his wallet. He gives it to this guy. He gives it to that guy. That does, to some degree, keep and that's why they call it decentralized, which I think is a bad term to use. But that does, to some degree, keep the government in check, because anybody, you, me, any of us, can go look at the ledger. And once again, if the world got wiped out, as long as that ledger is somewhere in the world, in space, let's just pretend it exists. So the ledger is the ledger.
They still have to know who you are, though, which is the other interesting thing. I mean,
well, that's exactly right, which is exactly the whole point that I've been making. Is they sold this as an encrypted from the very beginning. If you go, I mean, as you know, this was a encrypted, quote unquote, way that people would do business. And so then the Silk Road came about, and all these people would do all this shady business. Well, as it turns out, it wasn't encrypted, right? As it turns out, they could track all of it, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not the first time they've done it. What about those apps that the CIA developed, and they labelled them as encrypted, sent it around the globe, and dodgy people started using it, and of course the whole time they were being monitored. Same thing, isn't it?
Exactly. I'm starting to wonder if there's a real thing, like when people say encrypted. Obviously, it's a real thing, but like a real thing, ultimate.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. About it being tracked, everything being traceable. A spin-off on the blockchain will be voting. Can you imagine that? How easy it will be for people to vote and track them all.
Yeah, well, so that's one of the things I've seen proposed is like the blockchain will be good for voting because it will keep, you can go track, you can go see like, hey, I made that vote, right? But anybody can go see how the downside of that. Now I can, if I have, some computer cyber wherewithal, I can go see how my neighbors are voting.
Yes. Have you signed up?
What's that?
Have you joined Uniswap before?
No.
Okay, Uniswap. Okay, just you're talking about encryption and things like that, and I've touched on, the government is going to have to actually know who owns that wallet address, right? So if they don't know who owns that address, then that's what you call decentralized. So Uniswap, so that's a site that you can go on. It's an exchange. And it's a decentralized exchange. In other words, you're not asked for ID or anything else. You simply download Uniswap from the App Store, and they will give you a wallet address and your PIN number and your passphrase in case you lose your device or what have you. But there is no name. There's no name attached to that account. Only your wallet address. That's it.
Okay, so let me tell you I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat. Just like with
Tinfoil's highly
whatever.
conductive. Really don't recommend using tinfoil.
Okay, we'll put on my copper hat,
No,
which is more
armadillo.
conductive.
You're in the States. You've got to have armadillo.
Yeah, hey, I'm from Texas. I'm going to put on my armadillo hat. Okay, let me tell you this. I just lost my train of thought. We were talking about
It's
first
just you live in Texas, and I couldn't help but think, oh, you live in Texas, the only state left with a pair of balls.
Hey, I appreciate that. That's pretty true. There's some other good stuff.
Nah, word up. That's true.
I like your gun laws though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very real around here.
It's all about the vibe. It's not the laws. You can get Baltimore's got gun laws, and they shoot everyone.
Yeah, no, there's good people in Texas. I've always made it up. It's the best people, and I've lived in a few places. I've lived on the East Coast. I've not lived on the West Coast, but I've been there for quite a bit.
But yeah, your government literally is trying to kill all you guys in Texas. So, hey, they're pretty
Yeah,
racist guys over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. We'll be all right. Be all right.
I liked your
Be careful with my wording.
the armed militia that you have. You know, they stand up to the government agencies and that with big standoffs at times, don't they?
I mean, I'll put it this way.
Yeah, but the police is out of control over there, though, in Texas. I mean, they're killing people, busting doors down, not asking questions, blah, 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 blah. And, it's a bit of a gun-ho country. State, should I say. Yeah?
In a way, it is, for sure.
Innocent people have died.
Innocent people have died. I've seen it with my own eyes. So there is that. But at the end of the day, I still prefer it. I mean, at the end of the day.
Oh no, yeah. I'm not saying you don't prefer it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that is a problem, though. That gun ho police, that's wrong.
Jacinda Ardern took our semi-automatics off of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
again, the Australians should have resisted that.
No, well, you know what? Now all we have is a bow and arrow, mate. So feel sorry for us. Fuck. All I got on my wall is a bow and arrow. I'm screwed.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually real accurate with it, but still. And they're silent.
Don't underestimate a bow and arrow, actually.
Yeah, I'm good with it. And you know what? You can make your own arrows. Like, you run out of bullets, bitch, but I'll keep going. So, I ain't gonna run out of arrows.
Well, the truth is, it's silent, so that's one thing it has over a gun. I mean, I have a bow and arrow too, but I also have a gun. But yeah, no, I mean, I've thought about. I mean, bow and arrow is pretty. Like, if the shit hit the fan, basically, a bow and arrow is not a bad thing to have. You can silently sneak up on somebody and they not make a loud pop, and
yeah,
just saying.
Anyway, I gotta go. Nice chatting. I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, good.
See ya.
Nice to meet you. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, no, I encourage anybody to go down the John McAfee rabbit hole, because his whole pet project right before he died, and of course he got Epstein. Like, if you look at it, it's the same. It was literally the day that he was supposed to be extradited to the U.S. He hung himself with bed sheets type thing. And his pet project was to make, quote unquote, once again, I question all this, but a quote unquote actual encrypted currency, crypto. And so if we go down that, let's just take that little brain thought process. If there really were a truly encrypted, let's just pretend that's real, cryptocurrency, that would effectively end all governments. Because the only way the government can know what you're doing is to be able to somewhat track what you're doing. And if we can all exchange and we never have to tell the government, I mean, there's billions of people making all these little transactions. And let's suppose that we're all doing it through the John McAfee truly encrypted crypto. Like you would have, who knows the implications of that? Can you even have a government if that were possible for the people? And that's what he was doing right before he died. And he gives some speeches and stuff on it. And they used to have him on BitChute, but I wouldn't count on it being on there anymore. But it's worth taking a look at. But yeah, he talks about how he's making this. That's weird. Somebody just. That's weird. But yeah, anyway, it's an interesting rabbit hole, regardless. I don't know if I lost everybody. I feel like I lost everybody.
No, I was listening. I'm still
Okay.
listening. Don't worry. Didn't CBR one is there? Yeah.
Well, I just saw a very attractive woman fly by on rollerblades. It caught me off guard for a second there. Anyway,
But
that's something I've never
yeah,
seen
you know,
before.
the cryptocurrency. No, I'm not interested in it at all. No, because it's not safe, like you said. It's not encrypted. They know who you are. You know, and yeah, you know, you're better off to do the currencies, do your transaction by yourselves, if you can.
I mean, honestly, the way I see it is more or less a almost like a roulette game. Like if you want to play cryptos, you're just trying to catch the wave. Like there's nobody,
Yeah.
any of us, who can really know. And what's interesting is like the real people who are in the know, like the George Soros. And personally, I have a friend whose dad's in on all this, is trading in real currencies. Because that's all that all shifts according to geopolitics. And if you can get ahead of geopolitics for a certain country, it's like a no-brainer. Almost as if like if I can find out that Tom Brady is injured before he's going to play, before the Buccaneers play whatever team, if I know that beforehand, well, you can do that with actual currencies and how they trade.
Right.
And so that's how these guys really, like George Soros. That's how he makes all his money. I've got a buddy whose dad, he's like an ambassador. He's a big wig.
Is that the old-fashioned
That's how he makes.
insider trading? Insider.
Yeah,
trading.
it's like insider trading, exactly. Yeah. Except you're doing it with geopolitics, right? So you're not. It's not about like companies and how their accounts receivable looks. It's more or less like, hey, this country is going to be considered a more risky country to do business in, and so therefore you can sell that short against your currency and make money. You're just gambling on basically the stability of countries, which frankly is very easy if you're George Soros and you have insider information, or if you're in politics in general.
Yeah.
Like anybody in politics, like you can catch the wave of like, hey, shit's about to hit the fan in whatever, Argentina, Chile, or whatever. And if you know that, their currency is about to go down. Well, then you can short it. And honestly, that is, to me, the easiest, simplest explanation of how these folks, and we all know George Soros does, but a lot of these folks do it. And the guy that I happen to know, whose dad has been an ambassador for big countries, that's exactly how he made all his money. Just short, just investing in currency trading. Just simply taking currency from dollars to the peso to the da 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 to back to dollar. And all of a sudden he has double the amount of dollars. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
When you're in that world, and you can do that.
That's right, and that's the whole thing too. It's inside. It's literally insider info, just like anything else.
Has
This
to
just
be,
so
yeah.
happens to be a political insider info. You're just ahead of the curve, and that's not that difficult if you're in politics. You're living and breathing it. You're in there. You're talking to folks. You're talking to the guy I happen to know. I mean, he was talking to Cesar Chavez on a regular. He was in the know. He knew what was going down. And once you know all those things, you can make those bets very easy on you.
Yeah. And reap the rewards.
And reap the rewards. And all you're simply doing is just trading currencies. I'm putting dollars into, Argentina pesos or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. I've been hearing the dollars being run down and devalued, but still there. 20 years
Yeah,
now.
no. Well, what's so interesting is by the way, I have a finance degree, so I studied this. I don't say that as
Nice.
respect what I say. I'm just saying that's something I've studied.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I noticed that it was meant to be devaluing and dying, this dollar, but it's still there now. 20 years on after 9/11, still there. There you go.
Well, currencies are based on two things: the money supply of the currency and the geopolitics of the country of the currency. Right?
Yeah.
Those are the two things that matter. Okay? So all that matters is those two things compared to all the other of those two things of every other country. And that's it. So I can inflate my currency, but if I inflate my currency and everybody else is inflating their currency, my country, therefore, by comparison, will hold its value. It's only if I inflate my currency above and beyond what other currencies are inflating their currency. And then, of course, you have to insert geopolitics, which is basically how safe is this country to do business? So that's the other big factor. And that's, obviously the more difficult factor to try to get because you can get an idea through quantitative easing and all of those other things that they do. You can get an idea how the money supply is directly related to the interest rate of the Fed, the Federal Reserve. So when the Federal Reserve, whatever they do, that's what the money supply is doing. That is a direct relationship. So we know what the money supply is doing. It's really just a gamble on, at the end of the day, how safe is this country relative to how safe I think it will be in the future to do business in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that the value of the dollar is supposed to be going down. And that was 20 years ago, and then you had the Lehman shock, and it's still there. Hasn't gone anywhere. Still there, the dollar.
Right. And at the end of the day, the reason that is because at the end of the day, people would still, despite all of that, would still rather do business prospectively in the United States than in the other countries that you would compare to the United States.
Yeah. It's been propped up by other countries as well. Everyone's using the dollar. That's what it is.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, don't forget, don't get it twisted. There's all kinds of corruption involved in all of it. So that doesn't mean the United States is better, worse. Why? Because when I went to Europe, I was getting like $2 per euro, something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but regardless, the dollar has way increased in value than when I went to Europe 10 years ago. When I went to Europe 10 years ago, everything was just super expensive. And so why is that? And at that time, Europe was at the end of the day, to like oversimplify it, was more attractive of doing business in than the United States at that time, at that very moment.
Yeah, 2012.
And then, yeah, and that's when I went. I believe that is about
sorry,
right.
20 years ago. 2014, sorry. 2014. Right. 2014. Yeah. Trying to think.
I would have to look and see exactly, but that's about right. That is about right.
And then there was
When I went over there.
right, and then there was you had the Lehman shock of 2008, right? And then where that was a bit of a disaster for people, especially in Japan. They had money in that. And then there was still another financial hiccup shortly after that. When I say shortly, 2012-ish. So this would be probably, but it's all by design. That's what I've got to remember, yeah. It's all by design.
Well, for sure. And I mean, there are actors pulling. We know Soros is very famously. He wrote. If you've ever read his book, which I haven't read the whole thing, but I've read some of it and I've listened to a lot, like an analysis of it. But his book is very good. He talks about all of it and the strategy of it. It's a great read. I recommend it to anybody. Take it with a grain of salt or whatever, but he talks exactly how these markets interact with one another and how he exploits it. He tells you in his book. It's very good. It's a great book. I mean, once again, I hadn't read it from cover to cover, but I've read enough of it to know. That's a great book.
It's the same thing with like 9/11, okay? Japanese companies made money. Companies made money all over the place, okay? From that event, money was being made. To the point where some entity didn't come and collect. Do you know what I mean? Because they didn't want to be incriminating themselves. Okay?
Yeah, when you look at the business situations prior to that event, I mean, simply from Donald Rumsfeld coming out and saying he's lost however many trillions of dollars in the DoD.
2.3 trillion. 2.3 trillion.
Okay, so there's that. Set that aside. Okay, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about all the shorting of airlines. Like if you look, so they have that data. They have the data of all these investors shorting the airlines right before it hit. And so to me, that's like unequivocal evidence that somebody knew.
Yeah, a lot of people knew. A lot of people knew. Because
and I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what if? What if that
put up options, or whatever they call it, was going right through the roof just prior to that event?
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, they knew after this event the airlines stock would come down, and so you just simply short that stock. And all a short is, I'll talk about a short real quick, just for those who don't know. Here's how a short of stock works. I believe that the stock price of, let's just call it a company, any company, is going to go down. Yeah. So I buy it and sell it right now at this price. Let's call it $10, with an option to purchase it later in the future. And I have to buy it. I have to buy it, let's just say, in 5 days. I think it's going to come down from $10. So I went ahead and borrowed the money to purchase it and sell it, and I have to buy it later down the road. And when it comes down and I buy it at that price, I pay my investors back. I pay the people back that had loaned me the money to buy it and sell it at the time. So it's, to oversimplify it, it's just a way to gamble against the company. You can get people that will lend you money to buy the stock and sell it, where I'm obligated to pay them back at a later date. Not the amount of money, the stock.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's all short. That is what shorting is. That's all shorting is.
Okay.
So when we talk, it's a very simple tool, a financial tool. It is out there. Everybody uses it. It's not like a complicated thing. It's really as simple as I see the stock price at $10 right now. I think it's going to come down. I'm going to short it at $10 right now, which means I'm going to sell it right. I'm going to borrow the stock and sell it at $10, and I have to pay back the stock in however many days or weeks. And so when it comes down, I buy it and give them back that piece of stock.
Yeah,
that piece of that company.
And now you're up because you made some nice.
And now you're up. Through essentially like an arbitrage situation, you're up.
Yeah.
I borrow the stock, I sell it, and now I've got to buy it at a later date and give it back. So if the stock goes up, I'm going to lose money. So it's a gamble. So if I buy it right now at $10, let's put it this way. I borrow a piece of stock. I sell it at $10. I think I'm shorting it. I owe this guy a piece of stock, let's say in a week, and the price goes up. It goes up to $11. Well, I've got to buy that stock at $11 and give him his share of stock back. So I just lost $1. You follow that? I don't know if I lost y'all. I don't know. I don't hear anything. Maybe that's a sign.